going the other way. But right now, Kashkari's talking about good spots in the labor market. So there goes IBIT. Just wanted to have a quick look. I mean, we had wrote down 50. Like we were looking at IBIT down here when we were writing the sticky note right before the show. This is $8.20. You're at $50. Now you're up almost that full dollar now. We hope. I mean, I'm bidding it. I hope that we can get a pullback. So, that one I should just always take in the pre-market. It doesn't really matter because it's not going to move like a stock. Like it's going to move with Bitcoin, which is fully open. So learned. All right, there we go. Lesson learned. We can trade IBIT in the pre-market because liquidity is going to be great. Yeah. Because Bitcoin's open.
Yes.
So they can offset all of the inflows and everything like that. Okay, so that's good. All right, RKLB, yeah, what an epic move there, as Brendan and Sharif both mentioned. I only have this back to September, but there it is. It's a huge move up. We'll see if it can get to that $20 level. I mean, we saw a huge move yesterday, and then the fade, or not yesterday, a couple of days ago, then the fade back in there. So we'll have to wait to see if we can hold that level. Here's RKLB right there. Obviously, that's that wick up there to $20, so that didn't happen. There's the move there yesterday. You did have some up and down days. Like this is going to be a shortable name for sure. And I think it's in play to go short. They get that U.S. Air Force contract there worth up to $8 million. But we have to just keep everything like Brendan said. It's getting busy up there. We'll see if Rocket Lab has its space. But right there, 1875, you've seen that's been a decent area. I would say you go short until you break 19. So, I mean, great move up there for RKLB. Yesterday, I think the implied move was about 13%, so they get it. We had this yesterday on the after show, and it was a fantastic move there. Another island name. So that candle's not supposed to be red. It's going to be, obviously, a green candle. We had that wick there today, up to $20. So that's what that is. So that threw me off there. But, yeah, I like the stock. I know you're thinking about a long area potentially. Yeah. But why don't we explain that? I'm short until it breaks 19.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of again. It's pushing 52-week highs here on Rocket Lab. We just saw Brendo show us that weekly chart, absolutely crazy here, just launching to the upside right here. All-time highs 2134s. We are trading at, I guess, 1717s right now. So a little bit of a pullback in on this ticker, but yeah, no, back to back. Kind of, I guess, earnings beats were earlier on in the year. This time around. You did kind of miss on earnings, but revenue still is still a bit of a beat. Prior levels I'm seeing right here, $16, $17 right here. These top wicks from there, but more of a base in and around 16. Prior week highs coming in at 15.24s on that one there. So just going down to a 15-minute chart here. As you guys know, I like to use that anchored. Shout out to Brian Shannon once again. So that anchored actually pinned to this one right here. So. Yeah, so strongest volume coming in off of the earnings reaction. We're trading below that. We've used that as a bit of resistance in the pre-market as of right now with the pre-market high of 2046s. So I'll be watching to see if there's going to be any continuation. It is quite strong. Are there going to be profit takers? I have no idea. There's, again, the weekly chart has been absolutely massive right here. So all I'm watching is this pre-market high, some of these consolidation lows where we did kind of take a little bit of a breather off that earnings reaction down into the 1715s. We're trading at 18 right now, making some fresh pre-market lows. So let's see how some of those prices come in going into the open. But yeah, referencing pre-market high and low, some of this consolidation, and then that earnings reaction, whatever happened after that strong volume and strong bar that came in on earnings miss, but revenue, EPS miss, and then revenue beat on Rocket Lab. So it should be interesting, man. Got a lot of things on watch. Earnings day ones, day twos. We saw, I guess, Home Depot sold off all day.
I like
yesterday.
Home Depot, though.
So you can see Home Depot. Look at that. Earnings day one yesterday closes at the low a day, pretty much right there. Catching a bit of bid again off of the CPI, I would say. But should be interesting if and when we get to this 408. That couldn't get past that on the bid there going into the close, and the strong sell-off coming into the close as well. So 408s on Home Depot might be something that I'm definitely going to be watching that level.
Yeah, I want to buy some Home Depot in and around that 390 on a daily chart here. I want to thank Tisha Perkins there in the chat. She said, let's check out BTC, CT, Bit Digital. So there it is, right? BTC Digital. All these names are almost all the same.
Yeah.
Yesterday up 300% or so. And look at this, great base down at $9. This looks like it wants to break. As Bitcoin is approaching 90,000 right now, like IBIT is at 51.15 right now and ripping higher. So this is what it looks like on a 1 minute. This is what it looks like on a daily. There's that big candle from yesterday. There's that break. I mean, this name wants to work. The float, 2.56 million. It's already done 2 million. So we're already turned the float over, and this name could go. So thanks, Tisha, for that one, because you are starting to blow the you-know-what up right now. Like, this is just up 10% right here in the last 5 minutes. So we were at $10. Now you're at $11.28 on this monster right now. So that is BTCT. And look at that's still Rocket Labs, but here's Bitcoin down here, 89.3, and IBIT starting to go a little ham as well. So yeah, I mean, a lot of levels coming up to play here for BTCT. Already 2 million shares. This name is really going to run today, I feel like, especially if crypto does not slow down. BTCT could be another one for the ages. Yesterday up 300%.
I was just reading more about this Liberty Media deal. It looks like the company itself is going to spin off most of its assets right now. They have a baseball team, MLB baseball team. They're going to spin off most of their professional sports assets. The only one they're keeping is Formula One. And then the rest is going to go into a separate company that's also going to be public called Liberty Live. So Formula One will be under FWONK, and it looks like that's about it. There was a time when all you had to do was add something blockchain related to your name and you would get a nice pop. This was yesterday. Mostly it's up again today, 20%. Genius Group, not only adding AI to their name, so geniusgroup.ai, they're launching a platform, and then they're also going to start putting a ton of Bitcoin into their treasury.
Oh, yeah.
To the tune of, what did you say it was, 90%?
90% of their future and current reserves are going to be allocated to Bitcoin. That's about $120 million, Brendo, and about 1,380 Bitcoin at the current prices.
So this thing gets back above, it was 56 cents, 55 cents 2 days ago. It's back above $1 yesterday. We're up another 20% here. For GNS, if you zoom out on this chart, going back to COVID times, this thing can go if it wants to. So this was the one that went all the way to $80 from basically a penny stock in the matter of 2 or 3 days. So worth keeping an eye on. Genius Group, guys.
Interesting. Definitely a repeat offender when it comes to squeezes.
I'm taking that. Let me just popped in my ear there. It's not a fill or anything. I'm going to take that BTC break of $12 if it goes. But yeah, look, with all these stories, I mean, all you got to do is really listen to Brendo, figure out what's going on with some of these names, and if it's in your wheelhouse, then potentially something to look at. I mean, that 50-cent mark up to $1.20 there continues to go. Even though we're pulling back a little bit now, I mean, 200 period moving averages have always been something that I've liked. We can sort of see where it was doing yesterday right there. There's a 200 period hold and a pop as well. Yesterday, midday. I don't know why it's not populating the other way, but you're getting a nice little dip down into 120 right now on GNS. So yeah, some of these names could pop. I don't want to leave this one though. This one, I like the volume. Look, since we talked about it, I mean, we talked about it literally 5 minutes ago. Boom, 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 boom. Now you're getting some dying volume. Here we go. If we break through $12, we're going to take some BTCT today and then see where we go. Maybe hold it back into 11 or something like that. Decent sized position. We'll see where we can go. There it is. We are now long, so we'll hit this up. We'll put it up and we'll see where we go on BTCT. Long right now. We're in the game, baby. I don't know for how long. This game could be a fun one, but there it goes, breaking through 12. Looking yesterday is what kind of why I like this breakout here. So there's $12. We had held it yesterday. I thought maybe first out could be $12.50 on that upside, and here it goes right now. We're long, and it is starting to go. So okay, OB, what did we say 1250. Oh no, I was not sitting there. Oh no, get up to 1250 again. Now we're sitting right at 1250, and bang, there it is. It's your first big one right there to start the day. A nice little 50-cent winner. We're only taking out 5%. We'll take out another piece right here. Oh no, we just offered that 68 and it turned around. Okay, come on, BCT. Look, we're not throwing out that many shares here. You're not going to see me getting out too many, but we'll see if we can continue to go to the upside. There it is, a banger to start the day. It's BTCT, man. And yeah, EA Sports, we're in the game. Just a matter of how long. All right, look at this thing bouncing around. Oh man, too bad we didn't get those 70s. Too bad it can't halt as we wait for.
Yet.
That's going to be hopefully advantageous to the longs, the fact that it won't be able to halt. But here we go again. Nice move up there to 1250. And that's, we just said that was a potential spot there for this name to stop out at, right? So there's the 12 break. There's yesterday's high, basically 1275. We didn't get above there since noon, and we just tested again. So look out. So right now, I would think that you'd have to hold this VWAP. So if we don't hold that, then I think it's a breaker down to the downside, 1050 or so. So let's see what happens on BTCT. Exciting times here to start. Anything on GNS there?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, it's one of those, I guess, repeat runners there. You got to take a look back at it to see how it has been able to behave in the past, or how it does behave in the past, to kind of give you an idea of how it can potentially behave on the day today. And over the past couple of days here, you can see we've been getting this increased relative volume. Yesterday, doing over 100 times its relative volume. We could go down to a 3-minute chart to see right there. Some wick tops in the pre-market that gets broken. You get some strong pushes through that, and we're kind of stepping up on this. So maybe this is building up. I have no idea what we can take a quick look at what the short float may or may not be. We got 7%, but as of yesterday, it might be a little bit more than 7%. But we'll see. We'll see this one coming off of the open there. Not necessarily something I usually trade, but again, if it is moving around, I'm definitely more than willing to give it a watch and see if there's any opportunities which align with I guess my playbook. But yeah, Genius Group Limited catching a little bit of relative volume on is this day one or day two? I would say this is a day two, because day one doing the significant relative volume was yesterday. So let's see, 179 is the pre-market high. Yesterday's consolidation low at 60 pennies, so it should be interesting.
Look at what just happened again.
Oh boy.
Basically 90,000 again, said no thank you. That came real close again.
Market's
so remember,
pulling back
this is 90, this 51.3. I mean, we can show here. I'll just show you guys Bitcoin as we go here. So this is the actual BTC chart. You're going to see right now, we'll refresh this. I had a 145-minute chart on from yesterday. Look at that, 89.77. 89,720, whatever. Nice move to the upside there. And then here's the pushback. So we want to look at this. There's the 50-period moving average, 88.5. So you are falling back in right now into that 50 period. 87.8, 87.9, the 200 period. We really like the 200 period for support. The 50 period is like a trend change. Like you could go short there, but then it could just run into the 200 period, where I would be favoring the long. So I just think that that's an area where you possibly get out if you're long, or start to nibble in. But ultimately, you're looking for something down there, 87.8. So nice move there for Bitcoin one more time. So we'll figure out, Robinhood right now announcing Cardano trading. All right, and Solana trading now available on Robinhood. So I just heard that in my ear, I guess. And I don't know if you guys, I don't think we even have Robinhood here. If you're Canadian, I'm not sure you can be a customer. Maybe that's true, I don't know. But anyways, I'm not sure if that's already part of it, but that just came through in my ear. So yeah, good couple notes there about Bitcoin. Nice to see it moving around. I do like the bid there on iBit. So we're going to try to find a good spot to get in. Right now, there's the 200 period, there's a 50. Let's get something in at 50-50. I'm going to try that on iBit. I'm going to put a bid there, 50-50 or so on iBit, to see if we can get some longs.
All right, it's okay. Yeah, 4 additional cryptocurrencies coming to Robinhood. So yeah, nice pop there for Hood. Once again, back to the upside. This GNS coming off in a hurry now, back to the downside. So just be aware if anyone's having a look at that Genius Group, BTCT, just popping up in front of me on a decent amount of volume. Just be aware overall for the market coming back in a hurry. NASDAQ actually just went red. Kashkari was speaking. I didn't see anything that was significant as far as comments coming from him, but the market did kick off a little bit of selling there on some of those comments. Let's go over to Adair at the screen.
Interesting names here on the upgrades and downgrade sides of things, starting with 3M, up about 1% with an upgrade from UBS. BTIG Research upgrading On Holdings, ON after its earnings report yesterday. Spotify getting an upgrade from Pivotal Research Group after its report was actually kind of mixed. Philips actually downgrading Spotify after the report. So SPOT with a couple different directions here from analysts. Then we have Evercore ISI upgrading Cummins and downgrading CAT, though it did raise its price target for Caterpillar. Then we have ANGI, Angie here getting this downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Doximity from Canaccord Genuity getting a price target increase, but a downgrade down about 2.5%. And Coty getting a downgrade here by TD Cowen. A couple different interesting names on both sides here, guys.
Yeah, that is it's pretty interesting there that you have Triple M that sells off all day yesterday, and then you get a bit of an upgrade for Gap Up. We're trading 132s in the pre-market. Yesterday's lows, Sean, were 128.5. So look at this aggressive selling that did come in over the past, I guess, a couple of days there. Maybe it started off on Monday afternoon right there, closing near low a day, opens up. Oh boy, man, how do I get my hands on these things as they're happening? Look at that close at low of day, and the next day coming in off of the open, can't really get past that close, and then pushes even lower with an aggressive sell all the way to the downside. 128. What is that? Almost I guess a 3.5% flush before it catches a bit of a base back up into 132s right now, coming in with that upgrade. So it could be interesting there. But I think what this is basically telling me, Sean, is like I need to start scanning for things that are closing near low a day.
Right.
Yeah.
We hit the bang button again because we just got some more out here on BTCT. We just got some out in the 40s, by the way. We got some out at 25, then 41 right now, BTCT. Nice movement to the upside right here. And I just want to show you guys what I was talking about there on Robinhood because... wait a second. I just saw this story 2 seconds ago. Where did that go? Anyways, all right. It was just talking about Solana there. I don't know. It was here. Maybe they took it away. But okay. Anyways, it said announced Solana, Cardano, all that kind of trading. So it was there. I don't know. We'll have to find out the legitimacy of it. I don't know where that had gone. Yeah, Spotify. So the name that I liked, it was not on the upgrades or downgrades, but we did talk a little bit about it. It's just, you know, in a rate cutting environment, I really think that Home Depot is a winner in this space. Not in this name, and I want to get into it. So I mean, it's not going to be the same as Costco. It doesn't move, you know, in that direction often, like just straight up. It does have these dip buy opportunities. And I just really think that in here to 390 or so is a great opportunity if Home Depot can come back in, especially if this market gives back, which it's doing now, like Brendan said, just turning red on the NASDAQ. We'll look at the ES for Home Depot and whatnot. But I really like that name, and it was a good report. Faded back in there a little bit yesterday, now getting a bump back today. But I like Home Depot if we get a little bit lower. I know it's a name that Obi was also looking at. But yeah, great. Remember I said there on that number, like we came in as expected, it went up, but then it kept on getting a little bit higher. And then now with Kashkari and some of this speak now, we do pull back right into VWAP now for the NASDAQ. So it's only 903. There's going to be lots of trading opportunities. We've already seen some names really start to move upside again. Like NVIDIA almost took out all-time highs there in the pre-market. So I was going to talk about it as it was getting up there, but that's 149.77 is all-time highs. We just got to 149.40. So what was going to be the trade here when we wrote it down at 8 o'clock at 147, you've now just broken basically through the highs there. We're not through it, but we're 20 cents away. Pullbacks into VWAP and all that, great trades there for NVIDIA. And then the same thing with Tesla. As Tesla broke through, I thought it was going to take that 340. It gets 5 or 6 pennies away from that and now falls back in another $3. So again, trying to test and hold in and around VWAP, 336, 335. I mean, if the market continues to make lower lows here on the minute chart, then we can stay away from any longs. But for now, it's looking like we could get some good dip buy opportunities in a couple minutes on open. So 925. Make sure you grab our watch list. We're about to go through it, and let's go over to the desk.
I was just seeing the yield still coming down here pretty quick. So just a heads up. No one's going to be trading Treasury yields, but they're coming in pretty quick after that CPI print this morning. But anyway, let's get into what's on the watch list this morning. If you haven't done so, we'll talk about everything that is moving around here pre-market after we have a look at the overall market. 60.14,
Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. It's an interesting kind of look that we have right now on the future. So we know that 60.50 is that local level of resistance that we got into on the 10th. What is the issue is we're really close to 6,000 right now. So if we give up the ghost at 6,000, there's a bit of a gap between that 6,000 and the next area of support that we have, which is 59.25. So 75 points worth of a gap there. Let's see if we can hold on to 6,000. If we can, we'll range between that until we take out 650.
All right, free stuff coming your way. Go down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description is for the watch list. All you need is an email address, and you can just have it for free. Because that's how we roll. It has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market sent right to your inbox. This is that chart I was trying to get up here. Here's the 10-year. So that was the CPI print. We're now at 4.378. So it was kind of hanging out at 4.38 there for a second, but looks like we're going to give that up as well. So yields across the board coming in a hurry. Let's talk about Tesla to kick things off here. 2.7% back to the upside after just an absolute this thing was weak yesterday. Even after the close, we ended the day basically on the lows after everything was wrapped up. I was reading through this note on the Cybertruck, just heads up, 2,400 Cybertrucks being recalled. They're going to replace something called the inverter. I was reading here on about 2,400 of them. Somebody complained about propulsion, randomly, just no propulsion.
No.
So it's not a huge number, but notable, I guess.
Yeah, this is the issue. It's a fault in the driver inverter, as you mentioned, built for cars, specifically built from November 6th to July 30th of last year, not this year. It's causing a potential loss of torque and propulsion, as you mentioned, when the driver presses the accelerator. This is after the October recall that recalled about 27,000 Cybertrucks because of a delayed rear view camera image. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Separately, obviously, Elon Musk in the news with Vivek Ramaswamy yesterday being assigned to the Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE. They've got about till July 4th, 2026 to basically rein in spending, Brendo. We'll have to see how this all works out. Kind of an interesting combination there, the two together.
Definitely. Looking forward to more about that. Did you see this, by the way? GM unveiling yesterday. I saw a picture of this. I should have grabbed one, but I will in a second. 2026 Cadillac Vistiq, I want to say. VISTIQ. They're calling it the Mini Escalade.
I like it.
It actually looks really nice. But anyways, it's going to be electric. So possibly going to come into play as far as Tesla is concerned. Nice day though to start here for Tesla, guys.
Looks good.
Yeah.
We are up. We are almost $1 in the money on BTCT. Go! I'm offering. Yes, sir. I'm offering 90s right now. Look at this. Wow.
That's dope.
I mean, that was just thank you to Tisha and everybody out there that's looking at this stock. Look at Bitcoin. Here goes Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's going. Look, we talked about, I mean, we will get to NVIDIA or Tesla, whatever we were talking about right there, but this is kind of the same kind of story. Look, oh, man. We were again 5 cents away from getting that IBIT. But look at what's happening right now. It's crypto. It's going crazy. There it is. We're going to try to take out, yes, sir, Randy. We're just talking about Tesla, but Bitcoin right now is at 89,000 and trying to break 90,000, coming through 89,560, 89,600 as we continue to go upside there on crypto. Look at this, Randy. We've hit it once, twice, thrice. We popped for sure, I think. For sure, I think. You see?
100 on the way.
Trying to go. Wow. BTCT, Randy. You want some love on this name. Here we go.
Let's
wow,
go.
we are now Pop City on BTCT. Let's bring this money home. I can't have brisket again, my guy, but this is a big trade. We are now like, I don't know, $2 in the money on a $12 name. Here we go. It's a 20% banger on BTCT, the name that will not stop going to the upside right there. BTCT, we have to take something out. We'll get a little piece out there. Oh boy, Obi. Oh boy. And again, I'm here for this. Like, you know, we've added. We'll take it another piece out of 14. We're adding these pieces to the quiver as many times as we can. We're trying to get better. We are getting better, and there it is. Thank you to everybody for bringing that one out to us. Tisha especially there on the chat. It's BTCT time, baby. And there it goes right there to the upside. We brought it to you before all this volume spike. We were talking about it before this volume spike. Wow.
15.
All right. I don't even like. I'm gonna make more on this than I am on Tesla. So go over to Tesla if you can, Obi, because I think I'm gonna start to get some out here on the high side. We still have 50% of this position.
Nice trade there on BTCT there, Sean. Tesla, again, we talked about this a little bit a little earlier there as well. Strong sell-off coming in as of yesterday. We saw some of the action in the pre-market as well, a little distinctly different than the prior 5 days that we've been running up on Tesla so it's like, all right, cool. Now, if this is the backside, some of the levels I want to be watching is that 350 is I guess this pre-market consolidation just underneath that 340 as well. That 336 could be interesting. We're holding above that right now. Pre-market lows at 332s. A lot of levels to kind of work with. Curious to know whether or not this is the backside. We're getting the first red day after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days in a row. Bit of a gap up prior day, and then yesterday we get that bit of a push down. So let's see if we get that continuation, or do we kind of chop sideways for another leg up? Remember, all-time highs are sitting at 414 on this ticker, of course, split adjusted. But let's see, we are definitely starting to wind up for a push there as of the past few weeks. What's going on? Is it past 15 yet? Yo, just hold that.
Just hold that. It's hilarious. Okay. I mean, there we go. I'm offering 76s for some reason. I pushed offer enter when it was up here. Like, this is, give me that. I've never even, like, this is wild stuff. Like, I remember when we were trading DWAC and we were just like, oh boy. This is one of those plays again here. I'm just going to get out. I just hit offer enter right there. Got another piece out. Okay. Now I'm down to 40% only.
Yes.
So we have 40% of this trade left on board. We've been cashing it out. I don't have any targets for BTCT. This name moved up 300% yesterday. We're in this one again. We're going to start taking. Obi, I'm going to take another piece out. I can't. I have to. Okay. I mean.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Randy. This is the day, man. Okay, we also wrote down, we also tweeted out when we took this. So if you're going to go follow me here, this is insane. All right, so Tesla, I like it, man. 338 break, 336 is your stop. I mean, Obi just did the work for us. So what the? Okay. Squeezing, that might be what it's doing there, Obi.
A bit of a
squeeze. Something similar to that. All right, 1625. I'm just going to put out an offer there. If we get that pop, we get that pop. That was just a
question, though. Are you going to hold some for the open? Because this is smelling like a halter.
Did you look at that?
Would you take a look at it?
Would you take a look at that?
Just look at that.
There's some blemishes on this stock here. Thanks, Obi, for sending me that video.
You just got to take a look at it.
What was the question again? I'm a little discombobulated here.
Did you take a look at it?
Yeah, I did. Did you go? The question is, why didn't you take a look at it?
Well, I don't know.
But okay, there it goes. So this is starting to move up. BTCM again, like another one here that could be looked at. I saw some people talking a little bit about this one. This is starting to go up now, just 10%. I have no idea. I'm not trying to be like this is the best trading in the world or anything like that, because this kind of stuff is where you're just trading the momentum. And I mean, we took it, we looked at that break. We sort of even, like we talked about this before we're in this, right? And so there was the 12 break. I even maybe foolishly got out of way too much down into here once we got to 1250, 1260. Really not that I didn't believe in it, but I was like, okay, we'll take 50 cents. And then we saw this high rate here at 13 bucks again. So we had the couple barrels out right there. And then once it popped through, I mean, we got to take some 14s, some 15s, some 1550. So next stop, a little bit higher than that. So
100.
We'll see. 100, yeah, we'll see. If this goes to 100, Obi, then I will be seeing you in a little bit.
No, I mean, I think if that thing can crack 25s, that's definitely poised for. I mean, prior high right there at 17, so it's going right for that 17.
There we go. Did you look at that?
Prior day high.
I mean,
if it breaks at 17, I think that 20s, 25s are definitely well within range.
17, yeah,
that's yesterday's high.
Okay, so
literally yesterday's high right there. Boom.
I feel pretty comfortable being here in around 16 bucks. All right, we have so much to do right now. Is crypto along? Have we even done that yet? The answer is yes. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, let's go on to Spotify. I mean, we spent enough time here on crypto. Answer absolutely a yes for crypto. Spotify up 9.5%, coming off. Yeah, it was a pretty good report.
Yeah.
Not even a dip here after the close yesterday on this, was just straight higher. We're approaching these highs once again on Spotify. There's a ton of analysts all positive this morning on SPOT.
Yeah, it's really the guide here that really had the analysts focus, because technically on the top and bottom line, they very, very slight misses, but the Q4 operating income really above estimates. The Q4 monthly active users, guys, 665 million people using this constantly on a monthly basis. About, I believe, 252 million of those are paying customers, Brendo. So good look there. You and I talk about this all the time, and personally, I'm using it more and more and more. I'm using it for the pods. I'm using it for my music. I'm using it for my audiobooks, and I use it for my white noise at night, Brendo. So I'm using it all the time.
252 million premium subscribers, paying subscribers for Spotify. I mean, just staggering numbers again. So yeah, pretty good look here, guys. Back to highs.
We are at 50% up on BTC just hit $20. Like, that's why you might have heard me going a little bit crazy there. $12 long. We just got a piece out at $20 there. I just put an offer at $28 and at $35 and at the high of the day at $20.50. So hopefully we can just go absolutely nuts right now. You know what, my stop order, we talked about that, was in and around that $11 area. So this right now to be $7 in the money, this feels like a Tesla trade, but it's not. It's BTCT and absolutely Rip City. We're up more right now than we were all day yesterday. It's 9:16. It's one trade. So
the bell hasn't even rung yet.
The bell. There's a couple bells being rung right now. I watched a little bit of
Open
that.
market. What is that?
You know what? I'm not going to. There. I'm going to take another piece out. I just took another piece out there at 19. We're getting lighter and lighter, man. We have about 20% left. Oh my God. Do you see the elevation on this level 2 there? Like, there is absolutely nothing stopping this name. So this is what we're talking about right here. The float is only 2 million shares. 2.5 million. It's already done 10 million. We brought this name to you when it had done 2 million shares. So now this is up now 5x on the share size. This short float cannot be right. No. We're going to wait to see. There's the shares outstanding. There's the float. So we're starting to go to the upside right now. Monster move on BTC Digital. And it's kind of all nice and dandy, but Bitcoin right now is at 89.5 and trying to take that level out as well. Look, this name could completely collapse in. If it does, it does. But at the end of the day, we had a hell of a lot of fun riding this name back up to the top. I don't know. It's going to halt off open. Hopefully it doesn't halt down. Hopefully it halts up. And that's the end of that one. Let's continue to go. I'm at $20.50 right now. Obi, you got to cover Spotify for me.
Yeah, no worries. Again, great trade on that one. It definitely squeezing, and then you were like, that short float. You got to remember that those short float numbers are always delayed by at least a couple of weeks, and you have to kind of use your discretion, being like, okay, what did we do yesterday? Do people normally swing short things like this? Does it look like it's squeezing? All right, so the short float may be a little more than 0.5% there. But no, Spotify definitely on watch today. One of the top names there, pushing once again. I'm pretty sure these are all-time highs on a double miss. So it's like they missed on their earnings, they missed on their revenue, but we're still gapping up and pushing past some of these prior highs, and all-time highs trading as of right now, 465 from the earnings reaction overnight, right there. And again, dropping that anchor down, we're trading above that anchor. That anchor sitting at 452, trading at 458 halves right now on Spotify. So I'll be looking for a potential continuation on this one. Again, market tailwind would definitely help. Again, not necessarily, I guess if we have the market tailwind, it makes the trade much, much better there. But yeah, I'll be looking for that 465 push. If we pull back down here, I'm going to ask the same question that I always do. If the bid is real, where will we catch? We got 440s down here and then 448s as well. That same kind of a level where we kind of held in the after hours yesterday after getting that aggressive bid to the upside. So 444s, 445s, give or take a couple points. Those areas I definitely want to be watching here on Spotify earnings day one.
Mm-hmm. All right, SMCI back downside. They're not going to file. Surprise, surprise. 2.5% right now. We are trying to bounce back above 21. It was briefly below, but Yeah, not good news here once again for SMCI.
Wish I could report something positive for this name for once, but that's not what they're presenting us with. So here's the deal. Delay is due to unresolved issues with an ongoing internal review of the company's financial records and the reporting process. We already know that Ernst & Young, a large accounting firm that had been handling this, walked away because they couldn't trust any of the financial documents coming from management there. So a bit of a tough look. SMCI must engage a successor accounting firm to conduct a full audit. Otherwise, it's in big trouble, and I think they have to November 15th or 16th to either file the NASDAQ or risk delisting here. So time's running out.
Yeah, I think it was the 15th I saw as well on that. Very active, 2.6 million shares already traded here. One of those days where, just keep in mind, if we zoom out, market's kind of flat, so potential for some weakness coming in. Here's one that's already down 2.3.
Oh boy.
Yeah, SMCI is...
What stock? SMCI. Yeah, so I wrote down SMCI here. I really like this stock as well to the short side. I mean, for all the reasons as just stated here. I need to stop looking at this BTBT. Well, I just got some more out at 1930s there, so I don't... just to let you guys know, I have an offer at $22, an offer at $28, and an offer at $35.
Yeah.
I mean, if it opens up and halts, I want to be part of that crazy panic where everyone's just punching like crazy, and I can provide some liquidity to somebody.
Yeah, you provide that liquidity,
I'm trying to provide
Sean.
Liquidity.
Let's go.
I'm trying to be that liquidity provider.
Yeah.
Up $10 on a stock, $12 stock. I'm trying to be that guy.
Yeah. Be like, oh, you need to buy? I'll sell some of my inventory to you.
I can't take the smile off my face. Okay. Look, I wrote down 22 bucks. I mean, we couldn't get through there yesterday afternoon. We did spike up there, and then, fell back into the close. So, realistically, you always want to try to start a trade maybe at yesterday's close from today's open. So if we can get up into 2160, 2180, I think that's a possibility. That thing is still not getting too much above 19 right now. But so I like this short. I think it's something that you play off of today. Not filing for a long time, not even giving a date. That can't make people happy. If you're holding the shares, you cannot be happy with that. The 52-week low is 20 bucks. I think we're going to hit that today. And it just looks underneath, right? Underneath the 50, underneath the 200. There's the 200 period moving average. I really like that. So for me, a stop zone is $22.25. So $22.25 right there on SMCI. That's going to be my area. I'm going to put an offer right now at 22 bucks in case we spike up. But this stock, here we go again, trying to break through $19. Like, if there's no one selling this name, then why can't we go even higher? So a little bit worried about this, but we still have, worried about it. We now only have, like I said, we're in at about 20% left. So we did take out another piece up there in the 19 area, but we're still in this name to see if we can get a little bit of a run up. But SMCI, oh boy, I like the stock, and I like it up at 22 for a short.
Yeah, no, we've seen how heavily this thing has been sold off of the catalyst that we had just a few weeks ago, right there on Wednesday, October 30th. Again, strong downtrend. Earnings, not really much of a help. We try to bid up after earnings, past couple earnings day 2, but day 3 comes in on earnings, and we continue that fade. That's those sellers kind of coming right back in underneath that $28 level here. Again, I'm watching that 2020. You know what? Might as well throw up an alert right here in front of you guys, and keep that one on watch. That 2020, if that comes in about a point away from that, we're going to be breaking that earnings day 1 low. So you know what? I'm going to throw up. I can't believe I don't have another anchored on here off of that earnings right there. So yeah, let's see. Look, we've been trading below it, and now let's see. So some resistance potentially at 23s I'm seeing, and then maybe some support at 2020s if we crack that support. Further push down again on a negative catalyst, bigger picture trade going on here. You got 22s. I'm telling you, man.
Almost got 22
I'm telling you,
bucks.
if that breaks 17 and we get into the 20s, the probability of 25 might be slightly increasing. If it's a real squeeze, like
why don't I not just get some out right now? Why am I even waiting for $22? Is the question, dude. I'm gonna take a piece out here at 40. If we can get
You've seen what it can do yesterday.
Oh boy,
absolutely
bang, there it is, 2140s. Here comes 22 bucks coming right in, hot fire right now. This is 100% winner right now. We're long at 12, we're in the money, 10 bucks on a $12 name right now. BTCB, whatever this name is, BTCT is starting to rip. I mean, we brought this thing to you a heck of a long time ago. What? What are we going to get here? All right, I'm going to put $24. Let's go to $24 right now. I'm going to put an offer now at $24. Let's put this one on the damn board right here. I mean, we are in here every single day. You never know. It's not like on my drive-in today, I was like, oh boy, I can't wait to trade BTCT. I'm pumped about this. I mean, this was just a trade that we're in here right now. And there we go again, ladies and gentlemen. There. Okay, $23 coming in. We were just joking about 24, but the joke's not on me because this stock is starting to go. It's starting to get going now. Oh boy.
Where do you say we halt up? We got about 5 minutes left until the open.
I mean, is there even
halt into 25?
Yeah, the stock
open above or below 25?
Yeah. Stock market's overrated. You got to play these ones all the time.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. 22.
Where's the real edge at?
Just playing around. Good out there. I mean, I can't believe we just got to $23 there. I put it randomly. I'm putting these levels randomly up.
Yeah.
Like at some point, we've already banked on this. At some point, we are going to have to try to cash out the rest of this name. But just real quickly here, on that note, we are going to talk about Rivian as well. But NVIDIA is at all-time highs right now. So, I mean, this name could break. I like the 150 long. I like all of this. I am here for this right now. But let's go over and do Rivian, and then we'll try to get our wits about us.
We were just talking about the float here, 2.5 million on BTCT. Teeny tiny. Yeah, let's do Rivian real quick here. We'll wrap things up. Trying to bounce off that aftermarket high for Rivian right now. If you missed it after the close yesterday, they consolidate this deal with Volkswagen. More funding coming their way as a result, up 10% here going into the open.
So here it is, guys. They're bumping up the investment from $5 billion to $5.8 billion, so another $800 million there for Rivian. The first VW Volkswagen models using Rivian software and their electric architecture is supposed to come out in 2027. So we'll keep an eye out on that. The increased investment, though, is by VW pulling forward capital and adjusting the deal structure to include an equity investment. They also want to possibly expand not just in VW cars, but in Audi, Porsche, if it's warranted. The new money that they're getting here from Volkswagen is going to be used to kind of revamp or expand the production capacities of the R2. And they're going to build that out. The Illinois plant, Brendo.
We've probably just got some imbalances coming through here, but just a heads up, SMCI just made a day low there on a volume spike downside. So just sliced through 21 again. Now 4% for SMCI on the way to day lows.
Yeah, no.
We're talking about BTCT still. Yeah. But yeah, look, Rivian's on my look today. There's no doubt about Rivian. We only have 2 minutes left right now. So I wrote down buying Rivian back here would be a good trade back at 11.25. So that's where the 200 period is. Now, obviously, the 200 period is adjusted and gotten a little going again. So, you know, that Volkswagen deal is a little bit upsized, right? 5.8 versus 5 billion. So they like that. I think this is a nice little shot in the arm for Rivian. All these companies need money. Obviously, with the rates getting lower as well, that helps out Rivian. I think there's a lot of headwinds now for them. So, sorry, tailwinds for Rivian moving forward. So I like the stock. I think it's worth buying. If you did buy some dip down there at $10, I mean, that was a great trade because Rivian's held $10 numerous times. And it does it one more time right there again. Just real quick here, these are what the imbalances look like. Palantir, like, are you kidding me right now? Palantir breaking, there's so many trades today. I don't want to be just distracted with BTCT, but Rivian, Palantir, NVIDIA at highs. NVIDIA's a sell and still near highs. So there's the sell-off coming through for NVIDIA. The market now breaking a little bit lower. So watch out here. Some of these stocks are going to open up at all-time highs. Like NVIDIA was just there. NVIDIA was 10 cents away from all-time highs, and now it just fell a buck. Well, I don't know what it wicked down to there. Trying to break through 149, so down 75 cents right there. Palantir is opening up at all-time highs. Palantir's all-time high closing 62.08. So we just got to 62 and fell back in. Look for a 61.20 dip buy opportunity there for Palantir. But yeah, man, we're getting ready to rock and roll. There's only 1 minute left. Give me an idea you're looking at early here, Obi.
Looking at Rocket Labs, Spotify. Again, some of these are earnings day one plays. I'm looking at that 150 on NVIDIA. And I'm looking for that 336 on Tesla. Let's see what Tesla, kind of action Tesla gives us, are we going to get lower highs? Do we even break past prior day highs? I have no idea. But Rocket Lab right now holding this pre-market consolidation at 18 and pushing a little bit higher. So we're going to be watching that. Market, though, on a bit of a pullback off of that CPI. Number. So that's all I really have on watch.
I just asked Sharif, what am I supposed to do with this trade on BTCT? He's like, let's put a stop at break even. I'm like, that's $10 from here. Okay, so here we go, man, with only a couple. BTCT is just ripping right now. We're $11 in the money.
Halt up off the open.
Yeah, let's halt
Straight
up.
to
I'm
30s.
offering $28 on this. So it should halt immediately off the open. I'd say we're already at 23. 3, 2, 1. Bell sponsored by WorkSport, WKSP. Thank you to WorkSport and it's for sponsoring the opening drive with that bell. All right, guys, you know what? I'm going to put a piece out, get a piece out right now. It is going into halt state. I am taking that piece. I'm going to cancel my 28. We just got another one out there on this halt up. So we take that piece. Now we'll wait to see what BTCT is going to do. We talked about it halting. It's exactly what it's doing. So that's what's going to happen. Bye-bye halt. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right, NVIDIA on radar now. Let's switch up this game, guys, because I just can't sit here and watch this. We got to watch other stocks. So here we go. 149, a dip buy right into VWAP. We like the VWAP trade, but it's early. Do not stand in front of a falling knife is what I'm going to try to say, because we've done that numerous times. And then all of a sudden it's bye-bye BTCT profits because I'm getting too carried away with everything. So we'll watch out for NVIDIA. Here it comes, marching right back off VWAP again. That's twice it danced around that 148.75 level here, Fabian, for NVIDIA coming back in again. So watch out for this one right now. Pretty volatile off the open. That's NVIDIA. This is, sorry, I meant to call up Tesla there to see where we are on that one. Neither one of us in position yet on anything yet here off the open. But there's that 336, and guess what level we wrote down? Oh yeah, 336. Okay, we're gonna have to go over there and check that out. I know that was a level that you liked as well.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of focused a little bit here on both
Bitcoin's breaking 90.
Rocket Lab. Okay, so 90 break on that. So
it's
there's going to be a
right
lot of pushes on a lot of those crypto-related tickers as well.
I just punched long IBIT.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm punched long IBIT right there. We just broke 90. We are now above 90. Fly, little one, fly right now. Can we see a hundy right now? All right, 51.60. I'm going to take out nothing. We want to get a little bit higher than this. 51.65. We'll see if we can get going here on Bitcoin. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Obi, oh boy. We'll get some more out here on this. If we can get some, we'll take it up now. Let's go. 90,380, 90,340. Can we hear 91,000? Yes, we can. Can we hear 92,000? I don't know. All right. Here comes Bitcoin. We're in it on IBIT. Let's go, man. Happy New Year to everybody. It's Christmas early for BTC shareholders. Whatever this stock does, I mean, this thing could drop to 85,000. I mean, this has been a great run there for Bitcoin, well celebrated and well traded on the desk here. So, yeah, hopefully everybody can hit this with us. My out for Bitcoin, 51. If we now take, well, that's going to be where VWAP is anyways. So that's 58.80s or so. So let's do that, 50.89s. This is going to change as we go, but for now, just in case we get that drip, drip, boom, then we'll get out. But here we go. We're going to get some more out on the upside right now. On IBIT, I'm at 67s. I'm in the 70s, and then we'll see where we can go from there. So there's the 67 fill, and then as we wait for BTCT, oh boy, Obi, this has been another morning of like, what a day again. This is happening all over the place. You're in your Rocket Lab. Let's go. Let's see if the moon, if that one can literally moon, and we'll hit this one for you, Obi, because let's go Rocket Lab. I'm going to take another piece out here at 70 on IBIT. So there it is. We do that. Now we get those 73s on IBIT, and we start to go. Obi, let's go, baby.
Let's go. It's going to 1970s right now. So pre-market high is at 20.46, 20 halves. So let's see if we can break that $20 mark right there, 1980. So we did pull back into that VWAP area, into 18 halves right before the open, and then we're getting that aggressive push towards those pre-market highs at that $20 level here on Rocket Lab. So let's see if we can give us a little bit of a launch. This thing, again, pushing that 52-week high as of right now. So gonna be a little bit patient for that 20 to come in. Not really seeing too much size. Oh, there is the size on Rocket Labs, about 2,000 lots sitting at that 20 mark. Can we break that? Can we break that size? What is going on, Sean?
Bitcoin and your Bitcoin holdings are right now are loving life. Right now, if you're in Bitcoin, high 91,000. Like honestly, it's there. It broke. It just broke 91,000. A little bit of a pullback right now. 90,900. I just saw 90,007. So we just took some out there at $52. Therefore, like If this is not one of the most enjoying shows, I don't know. For me, I feel like we're trading all the right names. We're in these, we're active here today. We're in this Ripper. We're in Bitcoin. You've got Rocket Lab. I mean, this has been a show for the ages here so far. And we don't have the huge trade on NVIDIA yet. I feel like we can build into that. NVIDIA is still trying to break the high. So if NVIDIA can break that 149.60, great. Look at that hold down there at 148.60. But the problem is, within the first couple minutes, you see that wick? Like, that probably gets you out. That's why it's very, very, oh my.
What's up? It's going.
What is this man been given a position in the 63,000 here in the Trump administration? What is going on with Palantir? Palantir up 5% and ripping. The market's like, you're an index, that's nice, you're not doing anything. What about Palantir? What about me, says Alex. This stock is just like Rip City right there. Oh man, I'm so smart selling some at $58. Wow, that was a good mistake. All right, Bitcoin now coming back in just a little bit. I'm gonna take another small piece off here at 72, and Obi, you're going to have to go because pretty soon.
Yeah, no, this Rocket Labs is pushing up
open,
right into those pre-market highs, only about 20 pennies away from there. So we've been having an aggressive bid right off of the open here, pushing into those 52-week highs. Let's see if we can hold that $20 level, but only about 20 pennies away. Trading at 2020s as of right now here on Rocket Lab. So interesting stuff nonetheless. 2046 again, those pre-market highs might not get there right away, but I'll be packing my patience to see if that level comes in. But that bid was very aggressive off of the open, coming into I guess the first 5 minutes. The first 5 minute candles very, very strong. What's going on, Adara?
RIVN, speaking of strength here, up about 17%. This thing making day highs. This is the 3-minute chart. You can see these pretty strong volume candles here for our first two candles off the open, pushing past that previous resistance of 1175. This one, if you do not remember, announced that it's going to be expanding that joint venture launch with Volkswagen. Previously, it was announced Volkswagen was looking to invest $5 billion in the company. Now this investment and this joint venture officially announced with a $5.8 billion deal, guys. RIVN.
Some Rivian there for sure. And oh boy, Rivian right now. We wrote down 11.25. This stock could halt as well, by the way. I don't think there's too much liquidity to do that, but it's in the pocket to do it. All right, so just real quick, IBIT has pulled back. We only got out of about 45, it's like 48% or so of this move, but we are going to try to dip by this into the 50-period moving average as we're giving some back. So that 50 period is 51.25 or so. We'll buy some dips in that. All right, BTCT did open up. It's not going great for us right now because the tap is down to 19 bucks. But the good news is, and unfortunately, I mean, not unfortunately, but Obi was dealing with his Rocket Lab when that opened up.
Oh, it's gone.
Rocket Lab? No. I'm just saying, like, I didn't get to tell people that I did get some out on the halt. So that's what I was going to say. Just that as it was halting, we got some out at 22.50. So it does spike that high up. And then, yeah, not to talk over your Rocket Lab, but there it goes right now for you. So nice little trade there. RKLB starting to go right now. Good look on that one by the OB. So let's go.
Send it. You in this Wayne? Let's go.
Go over. Wayne's in that in the back there as we continue to watch out for different names. But I'm not going to look at Rocket Lab. You have it, so let's go. Any targets or anything there on RKLB?
Break of trend. I did kind of, I don't know. I had a decent, I guess I had the size. Let's say this. I had the size that I wanted going into the pre-market high break, but when that 20 looked a little bit weak, I literally punched out of all of it there. Re-engaged going into the pre-market high break, but with significantly less amount. And now we're all the way almost at 21s, man. All right, so I definitely got to do a little bit better with this one. So I'm going to start piecing off a little bit underneath that 21 as this bid looks like, again, it's still aggressive, doesn't really look any sort of different than it was before. But that 20 mark did a bit of a consolidation, and I kind of, I guess I got a little too spooked on that one there and dumped pretty much all of my inventory on 2006s, I think I got. So yeah, this thing is sending it. Oh my God. I know for a fact, I hear Wayne in the back. This thing is definitely sending it without any sort of pullback just yet. Absolutely crazy. That little dip, that hold of 18, that push of 19 halves. So you can see all of these entries that I have. And then the 20 break clean, never really looks back past that 20. We're all the way at 21s.
Boom.
Oh boy, the liquidity on this thing, man, absolutely crazy. About two and a half 1.5K lots at that 21 mark. Let's see if we can take a little bit more going through this level here. What's going on, Adara?
Another earnings name here, CAVA, Kava. I was just seeing that one pop up on a volume spike, so I pulled up the chart. As you can see here, nice volume since the open. The company beat earnings per share and revenue estimates. They raised their guidance for new store openings and same-store sales growth. Revenue up 17% year over year. And CAVA, of course, up about 18% with a short float of about 11.2%. It's worth noting as well here, I'm seeing Amazon apparently launching its Temu-like discount store here called Hull. So keep an eye on AMZN as well as PDD, some names that could be negatively impacted by that Amazon news. It's also worth noting I'm seeing some comments here on social media that there might be some issues with Robinhood. So if you trade using HOOD, maybe something to be aware of, guys.
Yes, sir. Obi with the big banger right there. Okay, right here. We just saw that we got a move to the downside right now on Palantir, but we punched along through 63. We're out of the money 5 cents. I was going to only give this one probably till about in and around, like, I don't really want to deal with prior bars, but on the 5-minute chart, because we're only 5 minutes in on one, like we're 10 minutes in, but one bar basically there from that open. So I think if we go below 62.80, we could probably chop this. So we'll wait to see. Here it goes. Now it's going back up to the upside, so we like this trade. Why am I looking for downside risk here when Palantir just goes, hey, we're going upside? All right, so let's see if we get something else up there. We'll put another offer in and around that area of 20s or so, in the teens for that. 62, 79 or so. We'll stop out here if it does break a little bit lower. Let's see if we get higher here for Palantir. All right, we're waiting for BTCT to open up. It should be very, very soon, I believe, as we get another down halt. The top right now is $20. So again, it's had those moves up, and this is what we are talking about. We are now getting lighter and lighter. We have about 15% left of BTCT, but decent trade, and we'll wait for that to open up. IBIT is going again. Wow, we did not reload that, but we'll get out. We missed that reload down there at the 50 and at VWAP. But there goes again, 91,000. We were knocking on that heaven's door a little bit, and it looks like we're going to get back to that level very, very soon, and we'll take another piece out as it continues to go up. So yeah, the Palantir, again, we talked about the levels we're looking at. That could easily come out at any moment. So we'll wait to see if that one wants to pop through. But we're going to hold the long. I mean, the market's not even going up. It's actually going down. So if this market can pop, we'll see if IBIT and Palantir want to catch some waves with that trade as well. So just a couple more things we're looking at there. And then NVIDIA, I believe, is a long at some point. It's a matter of when. And we just got into that 147. So I'm bidding down there, trying to be patient with 147 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, just watching this, I guess, was this Spotify? Yeah, Spotify is I guess it dipped down to its anchored, pushed back down a little bit further, and then pushing up a little higher right now. But yeah, we'll cover some more of these earnings names after we get back from Adara.
Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding, with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Straight
before
bids.
You were been talking about it.
I gotta do so much better than this.
You know, I mean, yeah, you do gotta do better. We all gotta do better. But at the end of the day, it's like,
I mean,
the thing is we talk about process all the time, Obi, and you talked about it. You said, okay, Rocket Lab is doing this.
Yeah.
It has this bid underneath it. It has that. It has this. And you're 100% right, and you nailed it. So
I mean, I'm satisfied that I took this. Here's the thing. More often than not, I know that I guess our managers in the back can definitely attest to this. Shout out to Brankles and Wayne. I'm almost always, my complaint is, oh, I didn't have enough.
Right.
Well, I have a similar complaint today. I definitely didn't have enough. But the thing is, I took everything that I planned on taking, which is definitely a significant improvement on that. But yeah, no, this is a 1-minute chart right here on Rocket Labs, and you can see that pullback that comes in right off of the open, 18 and change. And I kind of hesitated to get in right there because I was like, okay, that's a little bit of pressure there. So I pretty much gave up on a point until it basically confirmed, or in my perspective, or in my view, I was like, okay, this is confirmed to with a decent probability to go higher. So I get involved and I get even more aggressive on the 20. Look at that, 19.5 hold, consolidation break, and then into the 20, into those size getting taken out. Well, it hadn't really gotten taken out just yet. But I was like, okay, this aggression is different than the other taps that we had going into that 20. So I want in now for the 20 break before that 20 gets taken, and that happens. Get more in on 2020s, and then I basically stop out everything at 2006s or 2005, something like that. But the good thing was I had some here. I had the most here, and I had the least here above the 20, and I'm getting stopped out as it pulls back into that 20 mark. But oh boy, did it really blast. Couldn't really get past that size or go into the size at that 21, but I did re-engage into that pre-market high break or going into that pre-market high break at that 2040s. Again, it is a 52-week breakout here, technical and also fundamental because today is earnings day one, but a little bit of a slowdown, a significant slowdown on the tape. That aggression on the bid no longer was there, and I saw that and I'm like, all right, peace. I'm gone underneath the 21s. Can we re-engage? Sure, that's still holding that 2020 mark and pushing a little bit higher sideways consolidation on this name right here. But yeah, no, man, that Palantir trade, I see that you're in it at that 63s, but we were talking about this in the pre-market. I was like, if we crack that 62, this can really send it, and I'm not even looking at it right here. So look at that Palantir. Again, are these are all-time highs on
Yes,
Palantir?
sir.
So yeah, these okay. So an all-time high break, right? So all-time high break, past prior day highs at that 62. Interestingly enough, you have a lot of confluence for that 62 break because since that volume comes in at 8:30 off of the CPI, we consolidate, we hold higher at 61.20s, consolidate underneath prior day's highs at 62s right there, pre-market high being right there at 61.95, coming in off of the open. We'll go down to a 1 minute. The initial minute comes in, drops down to this consolidation low, gives us a bit of a lick grab, and then the second minute candle, absolutely crazy, blast through that 62. Within a few minutes, I guess, did this print 63s? Yeah, it did, 63.01s. Within the first 5 minute candle, you print 63.01s off of a 62 break. So it gave you a full point. Now I know Palantir definitely has the liquidity to kind of take almost out, well, not everything that you throw at it, but a decent chunk you can be thrown at it on that 62 break, and it'll eat it up for breakfast on the opening 5 minute candle there. Let's see if that Palantir continues to the upside. Consolidation here on our Rocket Labs looking good. Still has not broken back below that 20. So if you got in early and you're sitting pretty with an average below that 20, I don't think there's any significant reasons there to kind of let go of this trade as we consolidate a little bit higher here. So we can definitely push through that 21. Again, not that much size sitting at that 21 mark. Let me pull it up here on my book to see if I can kind of see it. Yeah, about, I guess maybe 1,500 lots visible, maybe 500 more on a spoofy man that keeps coming and going right there. Here it comes right here. Once again, let me throw on that size filter for you guys so you can see it at the same time. 21, boom, straight through like butter. Oh boy, the launch on this one off the open, Sean.
It's launching.
Absolutely wild.
It's a launcher.
Absolutely wild. Still going. That's how you know it's a decent trade where you've gone out, but it still keeps on going. So talk about the meat of the move, but I don't know about the meat. I might have just cut some buns here. I haven't really bitten into the full sandwich just yet. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. What's up, Adair?
There, yeah.
Just be aware here of JTAI. It's worth noting the volume on this pretty light. It's around 40,000 shares so far in the day, but I wanted to bring this one up because it's run in the past. It has a 55% short float and currently halted here. Apparently, the company's board has approved a $2 million share repurchase program through 2025. They also withdrew their S1 registration because they're apparently shifting their strategic focus, and they actually don't think they'll be able or they'll need to have this offering here in order to maintain NASDAQ compliance. So basically, JTAI here, expecting easier than expected NASDAQ compliance and approving this $2 million share repurchase program. Again, 55% short float, currently seeing a theoretical auction price of $8.15, guys.
Yeah, don't give me a heart attack, bro. Because he's like before he says Canadian, he's like Bitcoin's 126,000. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Canadian.
You'd hear
CAD.
You'd hear me.
I mean, we don't care about what it is in CAD.
So Palantir just fell through there. We got out at that 62.80 mark, but we were able to, I mean, you were just talking about it a little bit there. We were able to get out as it was breaking those highs. So we didn't hold a whole bunch left, but there goes Palantir back to the downside right there, about half-half. So we'll pretty much be washed on that trade, which kind of sucks because it was going and we did have a decent position, but not a huge one. We didn't want to give back what we had made over here. And I don't, sometimes you get these big, we talk about having the big mornings and things like that. And, you know, Shreve might be right there about that $10 stop. But since then, we've gotten some out right there at $24.25. Then we got another piece out there at $22.75. And then we got another piece out right there at $20.80, to which point right now we are holding 10% left. So we have 10% left of this trade. Obviously, it's going to be a good one. I mean, if we really get low, we're going to have to start getting something out here off the reopen. Looks like it's going to be $17.50. So, I mean, if you told me $17.50 before, we'd be happy with it. So we'll be happy with $17.50 now, but we're going to have to wait to see where it opens and if we're even able to get that price. So right now, that's what I'm looking at here with our friend BTCT, about to open up, I think, in just under a minute. So we'll trade that and see if we're able to get something going on over there. IBIT still at its highs. We took some out in and around this area again. So it's still just doing its own little dance right now. But, you know, happy with it. Good move. We're at 91 right now. We're going to take that out and get a little bit higher. So again, really, really like that one. Here comes NVIDIA back in again. So this is going to be a level that I'm going to take. Although, you know what? Look at this market. We're going to try to respect 147, and that's about it on this name. So 147 coming in now. Oops, it was the 200 period. You can probably... Let me just zoom this out right there. So 147, we'll see if it can hold that level. But 147 coming into play here, potentially on NVIDIA. What's up, Adara?
Sustained volume and a sustained uptrend since the open for Snowflake, SNOW, up about 5% here. Interestingly enough, I couldn't find a specific catalyst for this move. I know it's been getting a bit of traction lately, but it's worth noting this morning we had Jim Cramer saying he does not recommend the stock on CNBC. So we've heard before about the inverse Cramer move. Interesting to note here. But it's also here worth noting we actually apparently had U.S. prosecutors identifying the hackers behind that AT&T breach in July. These hackers did get into the Snowflake system. So seemingly negative catalyst for SNOW, but this one making days highs as we speak, about a 3.8% short float, and they report earnings next Wednesday at the same time as NVIDIA, guys.
All right, we got out some more BTCT because it came up, and we just got some 19s there, believe it or not, again. So we got some great fill. I mean, it's at 19 now, so it's easy to believe. But as we go there, more and more out, getting less and less exposure to this name. Great trade. I mean, one of my best trades of the month for sure, P&L-wise. That is for sure. But you know what's been really making the P&L dance a little bit recently has been Bitcoin. I mean, there it is, man. 52.14. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. We had it written down here as a long, and obviously we're going to be long on this name as there goes Bitcoin right now, trying to take out new highs, obviously. 91.5. There's 91.4, 91.5. It's right here, 91. Look at this. Let's see what else is going on here. Did you look at that? Nice move to the upside right there as we'll refresh. Now I probably won't be able to stop saying that. Bitcoin, so it's higher than this. So this is delayed right now. What else is trying to move around? Solana, 215 right now. Dogecoin, 42 cents.
Let's go.
42 cents.
Let's go.
Wait till Elon goes back on SNL, then we can get out at $1.
My largest crypto position.
Your largest crypto position. Wow, okay. You must have really liked that one. So congratulations to the Obi Kenobi there with a little bit of prediction, taking that one long. All right, 52.20s. We'll take more out right now. And oh boy, BTC making that move one more time.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Let's just offer $23 again.
It's hitting all those halt bands, man.
So this time maybe it looks like it's going to halt again right now. Nope, there it goes.
Those halt bands make that price action dance.
I like that. You got those bands going through here, Obi. Keep them for the club. But do we have a Dara we're throwing to? All right.
Yeah, another news story here, guys. Be aware of FYBR up about 2.5% here with nice volume and making new days highs with increasing volume here. Wall Street Journal reporting that Verizon or VZ, it's set to take over the company. Initially here, there was some skepticism that this deal would not be able to go through because shareholders thought the deal was too low. But now apparently Verizon actually set to have this deal go through, taking over FYBR in a $9.6 billion acquisition, guys. FYBR strongly to the upside.
Coming back.
Like market, so NASDAQ go down, Bitcoin go boom. So, I mean, this is like an inverse relationship here with Bitcoin, but I like a lot right now as Bitcoin trying to make that sing through the upside right now. We're taking more out, man. I'm just taking as much out. I'm not taking as much out as I can, but I'm taking out something as we continue to go a little bit higher now on BTC. So, Palantir, we're trying to buy that as well. There's iBit right now. Nice little top action. We're back into Palantir is really all that I have to say. And then BTCT is now halted again to the upside as we've talked about. So now we're average into Palantir. A break of 62.50, a little bit lower than that. We're gone. Let's see if it wants to work a little bit back upside now on PLTR.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of watching and waiting. Where is the next trade? We're trading back below that 21 mark on Rocket Labs, but still well within trend here. As you can see, again, back on the 3-minute chart here. I don't really like messing with the 1 minute too much in terms of like just assessing and observing. But that 21 coming up with some size right there, a few hundred lots showing up on that 21. You can see that Tesla as well, maybe pulling back into that 336. So I should get my eyes on that one there. Spotify. Did you do what I was looking for off of the open? I don't think so. So I guess maybe a little bit there, but didn't really quite break its pre-market highs just too well. That opening range low, what do you got for me? Opening range low is 448.69. Heyo. On Spotify, so that anchored VWAP was sitting at 451. So yeah, we did kind of violate that quite aggressively, but maybe about 2 points before we reclaimed and then intraday VWAP as well. But can't really have that push. Again, distinctly different action than we saw on Rocket Lab. So again, Spotify is the one at all-time highs. So let's see, maybe we're poised for a little bit of a chop and churn on this one. Something to note though is the market has pretty much given back everything that we pushed up on off of CPI, and here comes some aggressive sell. Oh boy, okay, so there is 22,000 lots chasing down on the ask now on Rocket Lab. So interesting enough. We got a chaser, boys. All right, so let's see what Buddy here is going for. So that's
like
weird. Yeah, no, I know. If somebody's chasing down with some size, I definitely want to see what's going on there. So again, at an odd price, 20.55s, Buddy was sitting at. So let's see if we trade a little bit lower there. Because I don't know who it is. It could be an algo. It could be something. But at the same time,
sounds like it's a friend of yours,
Buddy.
That Buddy there. Yeah. So of course we are just trading what we see here, and I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time. As the party is just kind of getting started here. It's only 9:56, and oh boy, did we just put one on again on Palantir. So we got this one going through now. Pretty happy with the performance there today on Palantir. We kind of flatted it out. We talked about that, but then there's the push back into VWAP, and Obi and I were like, okay, oh wow. Wow. Okay, BTCT's tap now is $25. We're tapping up to the high of the, we're trying to tap that. Up to the high right now on that. So we're going to see where it goes. We have a 28 offer right now on BTCT with a 24.72. So I'm going to look foolish we were just getting out pieces here, basically like 2 or 3% every time. So right now we have that 10% left, or actually a little bit less than 8% left as we got some more out there. We'll see if we can get something back upside now in and around 25. If it opens up there, that's where we're going. And oh man, where are we even going on PLTR right now? Get some more outs at 98. There it is. This is now a 50-cent banger right here. We're not going to have any red stocks today, Obi. So far so good. I know you've only done Rocket Lab, right?
I've only taken the one
so
trade,
perfect.
Yeah.
That's all that you need to do, my guy, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, there's the tap. It's come a lot in now for BTCT. So it just came into 21.40 again. So that's roughly the closing price. So we got excited there about a potential 25 tap. But again, theoretical auction price is going to give us an idea of where we're opening. And right now it's saying that we're going to open where it closed. So okay, we kind of want to get something out on the open anyways. So if that can fill us in somewhere, then we will gladly take that on BTCT. But yeah, man, the casino's open today, that's for sure. We still have 50%. Let's get that down, or 55%. Let's get that down to 50% now. Punch out a little bit more there on Palantir. So there it is. Now we'll get back up to the upside, and we'll put some more offers a little bit higher. Okay, here we go. Nice move now. Breaking through 63 right now on Palantir. For a big trade alert right there as well. Almost $1 in the money on our friend iBit as that's going as well. Crypto now high 92,000. BTCT resumes. We got a piece out there at 21s. So it resumed up. It did a little dip. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside. I mean, now we can might as well hold it, I guess. It does hit 20. The high is about $25 right there. There's the. We just keep getting out on all of these halts. So, you know, for now it's okay. We'll wait to see if it does eventually blast higher. Pretty comfortable now holding it. We are under and at about that 5% left right now on BTC-T. So that was a good trade there. Palantir trying to go higher, man. I mean, we nailed that. The Palantir trade is really a trade because, I mean, it's a good one there. Waiting for that reload and then grabbing it, like, that was, for me, that was good. Anyways, that's just trying to give you guys an idea of what I'm looking for all over the place. I guess we could cancel some of our IBIT bids because those aren't going to fill. Let's just worry about getting out of some of these offers right now. So IBIT, nice move to the upside right there. What is NVIDIA doing? I mean, there's Bitcoin. You can see at the bottom. I'm always going to have crypto up for you, especially with what's been happening. NVIDIA goes down into 147.50 again, but we did not take that trade. We're waiting for a little bit lower into 147 because the market's still low here. Although it's just 10 o'clock, the market is, you know, red. Low. I don't know. I have to look at the ES maybe, which should be the next thing we look at. But for right now, I'm just going to hold this crypto trade and hold Palantir and then just watch to see what happens here with BTC-T. If there's any other names, man, we're probably missing a whole bunch. I want to look at Home Depot for a longer term.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Yeah, no idea what happened to that. And then wanted to have a look too at Spotify, but I know that's a name that maybe you were potentially looking at.
Yeah, no, we were looking for that. I don't know. I'm just watching this Rocket Lab pull back into this anchored sitting at 19 halves right now. So that we did get some aggressive selling, distinctly different tape there. We got some chasers on the book as well. Buddy did get filled at 20 halves. 2055s after chasing down a little bit there, and he got slapped all in one or a couple orders there at that 2055. So yeah, nice reason to sell, especially if you have somebody that's like, you know, being like, okay, I'm trying to sell, and the bid is kind of running away from them. Finally comes in, grabs him, and then maybe washes that level a little bit there for a greater pullback in. So we're below intraday VWAP. Here comes anchored right here, 19 halves. So let's take a quick look at this one. Are we going to hold? There's some size there on the bid, on the NASDAQ book right there. 600 lots get taken out like it's butter. Again, we've been trading a lot more size. We've been cutting through a lot larger size as well. So let's see if we catch a bit of a bid in and around some of these levels here at 19 halves on Rocket Labs. But that thing absolutely wild off of the open. That launch was massive, but let's see if we can catch the rocket here on anchored as of right now. I think I missed whatever that was in my ear, but I think it's happening now with Adara.
Perfect.
Lots of excitement today in the market. We have tons of day one earnings moves, crypto making new all-time highs, back again above that $90,000 level. It's a pretty interesting morning as well for economic data. All the CPI prints this morning came in exactly in line with expectations, but that's not all. We have tons of Fed speakers today. Fed's Kashkari spoke right at 8:30. New comments from Fed's Williams and Fed's Logan, and at 1 p.m., we'll get a couple more Feds coming through. Fed's Logan making some interesting comments here on the economic policy, saying that economic activity is resilient, and making some comments on labor, which we know has been an area the Feds have really been looking at, saying, though, that a rise in bond yields, if this continues, could mean that the Fed needs a less restrictive policy. So keep an eye on those bonds, I guess. S&P 500 slightly outperforming that Qs, but they're both are basically flat, slightly down in the day. Now we're going to take a look here at META, down about 1%. Couple different reports here that their FTC antitrust suit will go through, basically alleging that Meta overpaid intentionally for Instagram and WhatsApp to keep its social media monopoly, though apparently Meta has had some of these claims dismissed. So this one trying to find a bit of a base here around 575. Then we have Spotify, SPOT, one of the aforementioned earnings names from today. Up about 7% here, missing on sales, beating on EPS, and getting a couple mixed analyst notes this morning. Then last but not least, TSLA has been on watch always, but especially since the election. Now we have Donald Trump announcing this Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, is going to have Elon Musk at the helm alongside Vivek Ramaswamy. Also, make sure here to check out our sponsor. Thank you very much to Firefly Neuroscience for sponsoring this portion of the show. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial, using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders. reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
Right, we're about to get into NVIDIA. So Palantir, for some reason, just crapped all over itself. We will be up on Palantir, but we got out at that breaking spot like we had mentioned we wanted to do before. So good little level there, but the market is coming back in. We did buy some NVIDIA down here.
Oh my God.
We'll get out of 5% if we can for 10% for 10 cents, and then wait to see if we can get something out. You might be right about this reversion coming through, but we like 147 on NVIDIA. We'd sort of talked about that level there, so we'll hold it. That's really 147.12. So, you know, oh gosh, nice move up right there again for that trade. Okay, good for us right there. BTCP was just halting a little bit lower there, but it's okay. No problem on that one because right now my eyes are focused on NVIDIA. Good little dip buy opportunity there. We just offered 80s. It looks like we missed us up there. So we did get a piece out at 60s, so that was good. So right there, a quick little 25-cent banger right there on NVIDIA. That Palantir was really like spooky there because we started ripping again. We look at all these outs at 63. I mean, we talked about that yesterday, this level, right? So it was 60, yesterday was $60 it kept on bouncing off of. Today that 63 came into play. So we just hit that, man. There's a bunch of outs right there. We will get the rest out for flat on the VWAP break. And it actually turns out okay for us. So we're up on Palantir, but definitely not up as much as we could have been if we had somehow anticipated that drop and got them all out on the upside there. All right, we only have about 20% left, if that, on IBIT. IBIT's coming in into 51.50. I should have had a bid there. It looks like it might have just got canceled. So I'm going to go back over and put that bid back in there on IBIT as we started getting some out. So it's actually bouncing right now. Let's put on a piece here at 75 and then the bigger one up at or near in and around that 51.50. So we're just bouncing now off 60s to 70s. So we'll take a 70. We'll take a 75 fill right here if we can get that. And then we'll wait for 51.50 to break. And if it does, then I almost think of like this 51.30 as our stop zone there for IBIT. So let's do that right now. Just in case it does. We always have to have stops in. Oops, I just put 31.50. We always have to have our stops in because of what just happened to us on Palantir. So hold on, slow down, Sean. 51.29s. All right, so there we go. We're getting out of 100% if it breaks. Because if you don't have that stop, it's just kind of like what we're doing right now with NVIDIA, as it's trying to get a little bit lower. So we have a stop now at 146.75 break, as we want to give this one a little bit of room. So we'll buy a little bit back here on NVIDIA, but it is falling really in now as the market breaking through that 21,000. So not the most gorgeous looking trade here on NVDA, as it doesn't look like it wants to hold that 147. I am offering some out here at 95s. There we go. We take a little bit out. We're only out right now 5 cents. Hopefully this can rip back up to the upside. Well worth the risk here, in my opinion anyways. Okay, here we go. On NVIDIA, let's get some out here if we can. Sub, okay, 147.03 right there. We'll take some out. Not a big trade, but the market is trying to lose 21.1. So there it is. It does lose it. I think the risk is still fine for this trade, but this could be our first L now on NVDA. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening there. Everything else, cool. BTCT does. Again, we get that 21, so we say we're about 5% left. Obviously, this one's looking lower and lower and lower. There goes NVIDIA, just about to break those lows right now. Good thing, there we go. Good thing we were able to get something out, but we'll have to flush ourselves down the toilet for the first L. Right there at NVIDIA. We tried it again, L, as the market goes lower here, Obi. We got to switch our thoughts and start to think about some shorts, I believe. And of course, NVIDIA bounces, but...
This market's going absolutely nuts here to the downside. We broke back below that, again, CPI reference prices. I'm looking at a lot of these baskets here. Everything pretty much selling off, except for Apple, interestingly, actually catching a bid here. NVIDIA selling off, Amazon selling off, Alphabet near day lows. We saw how strong that one was yesterday. Softy selling off as well, back at 418s. So that strength from yesterday, we're giving most of that back as of right now. Spider actually almost attempted to break prior days highs in the pre-market. Got pretty close. We did get past that end of day consolidation up at 598, but retracing everything back down right here. And I'm also watching this MSTR. Absolutely crazy. This thing has pulled back a lot more than some of these other crypto names there, Sean. So you can see right here. Where's my crypto basket? Okay, so boom, right here. So yeah, so I guess no, Mara has pulled back a little bit. IBIT has not pulled back as much. Coinbase a little bit to the downside right there, printing low a day right here. But MSTR, what a pullback right there. Absolutely crazy. Beautiful, beautiful reversion of that morning momentum, and I don't have a piece of that at all. So let's see. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to look for the next trade. Maybe there's reversions of the reversion coming in for a bit of a chop.
There's reversions of the reversions, and I'm reverting out of here because that's a lot of reversion.
That's a lot of reversion, but sometimes you get that reverse
low on
inception,
NVIDIA,
right?
by the way.
You get a range. Low on NVIDIA. Eh?
No,
Okay.
I made it.
Okay,
So thank you very much. We'll be in the record books here today as
Nice.
maybe the low of the day, right there. We got out on that breakthrough, 146.75 or whatever that was right there. We get out. That's on a 70 break, so it's fine for us. But then we just bought it right back up there on a 147 breakthrough. So yeah, we did that. And now we just got some more out in the 20s there. So we'll make a little bit back. I always feel bad when we make some, I don't feel bad, but like when we make it back, it's kind of like, I wish we hadn't lost it in the first place, of course. So that's what we're doing right there on NVIDIA. We'll look to see if there's going to be a higher take now, especially if the market does want to bounce a little bit. We'll look for it. All right, this is now back open. I'm just going to take a fill here at 1771s if we can get it. There we go. So we'll take an out here as it just bounces off VWAP back up to 18. So we are getting lighter and lighter, obviously, on this position as we continue to look for maybe that crazy break higher. Again, don't know if that's going to exist here or not on BCTC. So we're going to watch out for that. Here goes NVIDIA, maybe trying to get back up to the upside. We'll take another out here as we continue to climb higher, just by a little bit though. We'll watch out for NVIDIA right now, trying to get above this, I guess, I don't know if this is a wall or not, but 147.50 would be real nice. Damn it. Like we're making this back, but we had more shares down there and we didn't need to make this much money on the position that we had. Like this many pennies, I mean. All right.
Money.
It's backing up.
It's like the most unsatisfying trade of all time. I'm not crying. I got something in my eye there. Yeah, no, it's not that.
Bro.
It's not that disappointing.
Bro.
It's just no. I realized. I think when I did that, I got some of the. Put that powder on there. I think I got something stuck in the old eyelash there or something. But there it is, man. So there's 147.50. We'll tap out a little bit to the upside. We're out of now 40% of this trade. I'm going to get a little bit more now at 45s. There you go. Out now almost 50% of this trade. But man, making the bottom in something really sucks, dude. What? Where was my IBIT? Oh yeah, I thought I was bidding. Was I not bidding this? Okay.
Oh, IBIT. Yeah.
I thought I said I'm putting a bid down there. All right, let's go back over to IBIT. We have to put a bid down there at VWAP. That's really a shame that we missed that. All right, 51.50s. I honestly thought I did it, so I don't know. I must have canceled all my orders there or something, but there goes IBIT right back up there to the upside. Look, whenever we get a nice little bounce like that, we should take something out, so let's take something out here if we can. 07, so there it is. Nice bounce off. I still got that. Nice bounce off VWAP right there. Backs him out at 52. What a day it's been. I mean, look, we miss our guy Neil here for sure every day, right? But I want to say a big thank you to you, Obi. I mean, I think you're really putting out here today and throwing out some great ideas. So big shout outs. Put some ones up there
You had some
in the
solid
chat
trades
for.
too, dude.
Oh, thank you, Obi. Let's put some solid trades. Yeah, some decent.
Yeah, I
ones.
mean, that IBIT was probably one of the top trades of the day.
The
In pre-market,
IBIT one
just
is
like-
nice.
just
I
a
mean,
quick
there was
squeeze,
that
right?
BTCT one that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. BTCT is what I meant.
Yeah. IBIT's aight. We'll wait to see if we can get a little bit more on IBIT, of course. IBIT's actually a really good trade. You're right about that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, we want to thank you for coming through again. And every single day, we get to have Obi here is always a good one. So great trade there on Rocket Lab and great description on what you were looking for with that one as well. So, all right, back into the 50 area. And I'm going to throw it back over to Obi in 1 second. Just letting you know that I'm getting some more out here at 55 on the most upsetting nice win that I've had in a while there because of that bottom take on NVIDIA. All right, Obi, what are you looking at?
Oh, I'm just kind of getting back involved here in this Rocket Lab as it holds its VWAP area and maybe tries to find a bit of a base. We are breaking that downtrend as of right now that we had all the way back into that VWAP. So again, like I said, the reversion of the reversion. So we had the run up in the morning, and then we reverted that all the way back down to anchored. And then now let's see if we can revert that reversion back up as a bit of support. That 20 mark acting as a bit of resistance here. We are underneath that 8 moving average, but I think that if we can reclaim that the reclaim of that 8 or 9 moving average is definitely an interesting look here on the day. So let's see if some of these bars hold up and we get that little push to the upside here. Again, pre-market highs were at 46s, and then we saw that size chasing down as well, about 2,000 lots at 20 halves, and then all of it gets filled. So interesting stuff nonetheless. But that 20 mark as of right now acting as a bit of resistance. We got to get past this if this trade is going to be any good. And if not, that's perfectly fine. We just give it back to the lows and go for the next trade, right? The market's catching a bit of a bounce here as well, so that's definitely helping us out a little bit for the long. Always that market tailwind's always nice to have right here. 2010s now printing. Again, that moving average sitting at 2002s, 2003s. Again, a little changing as that volume and that price continues to move and shuffle around. So I'm curious about that 20 halves to see if sellers kind of come back in and around that 20 halves, if we can hold that 20 with any sort of distinction as of right now. But again, my average is not the best. I got to be in at 19 halves for this one. I'm in at 1979. So not the greatest entry, but again, the trade is the trade. And let's see if it'll come into fruition here on Rocket Labs. Again, okay, so that 15-minute candle giving us a nice strong wick off of that anchored VWAP as of right now. So let's see if that 20 holds. So we've gotten one factor of confluence. Let's see if we can get multiple factors of confluence stacking for this long idea here as we hold this $20 mark on Rocket Labs. I'm not really watching too much else as of right now. Kind of want to focus on this tape here as again, this tape has been a bit aggressive. Pretty nice. I was just talking to Wayne about this, and I was like, if anyone's recording this Rocket Labs tape on the day today, this is A+ tape, in my opinion. Very, very distinctive on the bid up, on the sell-off, on the holds, on the reserves, on the size getting taken out, on the aggression that's pushing up into the size, giving you a hint at probability of breaking that as well. So a lot of good stuff happening here. A lot of opportunities across the board. Oh boy. What's going on, Adara?
We have JBLU to the upside. These are 15-minute candles here. If you've seen the volume, pretty strong, though slightly lower. All these volume candles are over 1 million shares. Nice push upside. JetBlue, not seeing any specific catalyst for this ticker, but from what I'm seeing, it could be a bit of a sympathy or antipathy play for what's going on with Spirit Airlines. If you're not aware, JetBlue and Spirit were supposed to have this merger where JetBlue was set to acquire Spirit Airlines. That was not allowed to go through. So it looks like as Spirit seems closer and closer to bankruptcy, JetBlue having a bit of a relief rally with a 15.5% short float, looking to see if there's any other catalyst for this move, guys.
Thank you, Adara, for that one, and a quick little look there. So IBIT, just to talk about Bitcoin a little bit. So we got some more out here as we started to bump up a little bit higher there. I want to look at XBI. I forgot to buy some of this yesterday. We've had some bad news in the last couple of days about we had AbbVie miss, we had BMY go to the upside and then fade back a little bit there. We had Amgen over the last little while miss as well. So I think XBI is primed to get a little bit more in. So yesterday we did sell some Google. What is Google doing today? I was debating just trying to get into some more indexes to be, whoa. Okay, no, everything's fine. I just, we sold yesterday at 180 and change, and I thought it was like, whoa, yesterday at the close, we went up to 182, but Google's pulling back in, so looks to be maybe a decent sell there, but Google, wow, was not expecting to see this when we called up Google here right now. Just real quickly, so I am gonna look at that, but 180 looks like a really good spot now for Google into the short, man, underneath, so that would put us basically at VWAP. We are now underneath everything. Definitely liking that one. You also said another big cap name that drew to my attention when you had mentioned Apple. Yep. Thank you by that beautiful gate for the comment there on BTCT there as well. But Apple also trying to pull back in a little bit off VWAP. This doesn't look actually as good of a short to me as Google does because we're still hovering all around. Look, we get a lot of questions about how Trade the Pool works. So I'm going to tell you about that right now. First, many people ask about how the evaluation and what's involved. You choose the evaluation according to the account size that you like to manage, from 20,000 to over 260,000 in buying power. Once you meet this profit target, you become a funded trader, and then you start to trade with Trade the Pool's capital. What about shorting penny stocks? Well, you don't want to short BTCT today, but you could trade any of the 12,000 symbols with no hard to borrow fees. And you guys trading real shares, not CFDs. And yes, that's it. Welcome all traders from around the globe and all over the world who want to be a part of the trading revolution. Join it and visit tradethepool.com and see why and how they are changing the game. Make sure you scan that QR code right there for your 20% off. So we want to thank Trade the Pool for sponsoring us here. Of course, we are with Real Trading, but not available in the United States. So scan that QR code immediately and see what's going on with Trade the Pool. We want to thank Mitch for showing up the last couple Tuesdays, I believe, helping us and giving us some insights there on what traders are trading and whatnot. Okay, NVIDIA is still doing its dance. Look, I'm just going to let IBIT fly. I don't really have any outs for it. Let's just see it go higher. I don't even want to talk about it. So that's IBIT for now. And then NVDA, again, it's continuously moving higher here into the 30s. I think this is worthy of an out. So we're putting an offer. There we go. We get that 38 level right there on IBIT. So on IBIT, on NVIDIA. So we'll hold on to that one. We are trying to get a little more short if we're able to into the price target area. Sorry, not more short, more long into 147. If it does break below, then we're gone. So we're going to wait to see what happens now with NVIDIA breaking below that low of the day that we made of 146.60. Until then, we'll just stay right here and see what happens. But we're flying, man. BTCT is now back to the upside after bouncing off VWAP. Maybe this thing wants to act like a stock now and trade off VWAP, which would be nice. And if that is true, then I could see 21 again. I could see 23 again. I mean, I don't want to call the moon or anything like that, but I mean, we just held VWAP. Why did it do that? There seems to be some kind of buyers here. This, again, over 2 million shares with the float. I think it's 2.4 million or so. We've already done 20 million shares today. So a very, very aggressive name, needless to say here, is BTCT upside right there. I said I wouldn't look at IBIT, but I am going to now. I'm going to take a little bit off of IBIT right now at 22. Let's do that. And then, by the way, you know what else is flying right now as if it's out of control is NVIDIA. So nice little move there. We'll get some more outs in the 50s. Oh boy, Obi, what a great day it's been one more time here. You're back into Rocket Lab.
Another point on Rocket Lab off of that anchored, man. I'm like, okay, well, you know, I did not take as much as I did on that initial trade on this one, but you know what? It is what it is. What's the next trade? Yeah, maybe we'll find out with Adara with small cap recap.
I don't know where Randy is.
Thank you for the transition there, Obi. Yeah, we have IWM here actually outperforming the S&P 500 and the Qs, both of which are marginally down in the day. Russell 2000 actually up on the day about 0.5%. It's interesting, if you see yesterday on that 15-minute chart, bouncing nicely off 240. As of today, we're rejecting 240 with a lower high. So that 240 level and 242 is overhead resistance, still pretty pivotal for that Russell 2000. We're going to start here with a couple of small cap earnings names. Microvast Holdings here, MVST up over 300% here, but finding maybe a bit of an area of resistance. This is a penny stock here, beating EPS and sales estimates with an 8% short float. Then we have HNST. This is the honest company. Much like Microvast, they did report earnings last night and beat expectations. Northland Capital actually raising their price targets for the stock. And last but not least, we have KXIN, Keixen Holdings. This one was actually on our watch list this morning, basically announcing that they received this letter saying that they've regained NASDAQ compliance with regards to its minimum bid price requirement. So good look for KXIN, which also has about an 8% short float, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Let's tell me all about Rocket Lab here. We're going to look at
14.30 million average daily volume on a 30-day period. Today we've done about 45 million shares traded on Rocket Labs. Now again, day one earnings. Oh boy, 52-week breakout.
Yeah, no, exciting movements all over.
Double miss though. Not so.
Double miss?
Double miss.
On Rocket Labs?
On Rocket Labs. Actually, no, sorry.
No.
Only one.
Yeah, it wasn't the double beat. Is that you were telling me? Remember, you were so excited.
I was like, double beats have been doing nice, and I'm like, apparently it doesn't matter.
Not a double beat.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't matter. All that matters is you can get your earnings report out on time. Save.
Oh
cough,
yeah.
cough.
What that? Go ahead. Keep talking.
Let's see what Save is up to. Save or SMCI. Yeah.
You wrote down SMCI.
Here comes 21 again, dude. Absolutely wild here. I don't know why I'm selling at every price. I just got to hold on until that pattern breaks, until that bid really dissipates. And that bid definitely picked up at that 20, I guess that 19.5 area here. I did get in initially, stop out for break even, because why? I'm not on the right side of the V. And then I feel much better with it on the right side. Get in a little bit more, but definitely not enough. Definitely nowhere near what I had off of the opening drive there. Now, I don't know if the opening drive trade I should be more size, or that pullback, consolidation, or hold should be more size for the continuation move. But 21's coming back in. Did we print that 21 just now? High candle, 21.09. Okay, yeah, so we did watch that 21 on this push right here just now. So let's see what we can do. High of day, 21.43s on Rocket Lab. So nothing crazy going on there. I'm probably going to get out of, okay, maybe no. You know what? How about this? This is me talking to myself.
Yeah, good.
How about you put on an exit rule?
Yep.
That has nothing to do with how you feel about where you want to sell. And that has everything to do with, if the chart and price action do this, then I will sell. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, too bad you have to like set an algo for that, you know? Then you just
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you guys just got to operate like one. Okay, I see. Okay, so there you go, right there, breaking the low of the candle right there. So thank you. Come again, Rocket Labs. 21.
Thank you.
Push from 19 halves right there on an anchored hold. Again, you call it anchored, call it VWAP, call it pre-market levels, whatever you want, whatever indicator you want to use.
BTC.
And obviously tape and volume, I guess volume, definitely my number one indicator right there. And that volume can be interpreted on many different things, on the chart, on the tape, on the book, right? So I like that. A bit of a pullback here on 21s. Oh boy, clearly have no idea what I'm doing because
that's not
I
true.
am underperforming on this.
Are you green
right
today,
now.
my friend?
Yes.
Well, then you're better than 98% of day traders. 91,750 right now. I mean, Bitcoin just right there, topped out. Real nice coming through. Professional read about to happen here. I'm not good enough. 91,850 right there. So we almost grabbed 92,000 here on Bitcoin. Again, nice little drop off. We took the advantage of getting a little bit more out. We said that we would try to hold on as much as we could to IBIT, and we still are. But like, we just got hit at 40. I had an offer there. So, I mean, this to me is pretty much holding on. I'm really not embarrassed. I mean, it is what it is, but we should have really had that bid down there. I thought we put it out, and I guess we did not. So missing that bid there on VWAP for IBIT, but 99 problems, you know. All right, so nice dip down there. I don't know what happened to Palantir and why it did that move, but I'm going to stay away from it. Again, today we had a great trade there until it quadunked. Shout out to Sharif. And then we got a trade that we really like back into VWAP, and then it was ripping, and then Sharif came again and quadunked this thing again, another 50 cents. Like 50 cents in one candle, one minute candle. So like I don't know, didn't see that one happening and stopped us out, and it's a good thing it did, because not only did it go 50 cents, you know, it went another 50 cents on top of that one, another 50 cents, another $1 on that one to the downside. So yeah, man, that one keeps on going down. MVST, I see some people talking about that. There's also KINT. I want to thank the super chat that I saw not too long ago. Minnie Mouse for KINT saying, let's go Kraken. Here goes MVST. This will halt. Oh no, MVST. Trying to get some longs here. Is it halting? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh, you could have got all you needed there at 105.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Wow.
Watch out. Watch out for this one. I mean, obviously it's up 500%, but right there, a halted MVST. It just failed everybody right there before the halt. Like, these are ARCAs, NASDAQs, like millions of shares. It's done 520 million, so thank you for that, Randy. The red mug, on a red day. I like it. Very, 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 very good, Randy. Thank you for that one there. But MVST, a halt. KINT as well. Is that what someone wrote there in the chat? Am I looking at the right name? Why don't we have that in our system? Yeah, it is KINT. I apologize, guys, because I do not see KINT. Is it an Amex name? Okay, we don't have this. So Minnie Mouse, thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know if that's a symbol or not, or whatever it is, but KINT not one in our system. I can look it up. There's so many runners right now. You guys could put like XYZ in the chat, and I'll be like XYZ.
Oh yeah.
All right. So BTCT right now looks like it's trying to still hold VWAP. Thank you, Randy, for that. But looks like it is still trying to hold it. So we'll give it a shot here now. BTCT hopefully up to 19. That was a good area. Maybe we'll just put an offer there. If we get that short, then we get it. But that's a decent look there. Yes, sir. Oh, crypto. KINT is a crypto name. Thank you for that, Brendan, and everybody there in the chat as well. So, all right. So, again, another crypto name. We will have a look at that. Crypto's been going absolutely crazy today. We're long IBIT. And IBIT, guess what there, Sharif? $1 in the money on IBIT right now as that continues to go higher there as well. Taking out, trying to get through new day's highs on IBIT again. Sticky note trading has been here. The one name, Obi, and I'm going to throw it back to you in a second. I just want to look at Tesla. All right, so pretty aggressive dip, right? I had written down, and you and I had talked about this 336 level, the 200 period moving average. It just slides through that like butter. And yeah, straight down to 328. So right now, Tesla's still up on the day, trying to find a holding, but for right now, yeah, 325, 330 here in Tesla. I'm going to give it a second on that one. I'm going to let it breathe. We do have NVIDIA, a couple good top-ups here. The market's not doing anything, but if it rips, I like where we're at. We're going to be long Bitcoin and we're long NVIDIA. I like those two names in a market that wants to go upside. So
we're printing fresh highs here on Bitcoin. 92,000 flat on Coinbase exchange here.
Really?
92,000 flat as of right now. We just pushed up into it. So yeah, no, a lot of these crypto names, oh boy. The market is not doing anything, depending on which market you're looking at, Sean. Our market here on the ES and NQ, a little bit of a quadung, so it is doing something. It's selling off. So if you're short, oh boy, you're sitting pretty on that one. But Bitcoin longs is where it's at right now, and that's perfect because Adair is going to have the crypto watch right now.
Honestly, what isn't there to say here about crypto? There are so many different types of news coming out here. But I want to start here with talking about a pretty interesting story we had yesterday. SPF and the whole Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX story apparently getting a film adaptation. This is going to be written by Lena Dunham, who made that Girls show on HBO. And it's going to be co-produced apparently by Apple and A24. That's the production and distribution studio that gave us Euphoria and things like that. So this could be a pretty interesting story. Just keep an eye here. Worth noting here, it's also apparently going to be based on the book written by the writer of The Big Short. So huge pedigree, especially in that financial film space. Also, we have Novogratz here making some comments about Bitcoin, saying that if there is a Bitcoin reserve, BTC could potentially raise $500,000, but he thinks the potential of that Bitcoin reserve a little bit lower. Let's talk about Bitcoin, though, here. As Obi noted, this is pushing right into 92,000, depending on what exchange you're looking at here. I'm seeing right now on Coinbase 91.8. So just shy of that 92,000 level. Beautiful uptrend. Yesterday's pause was just that, a pause, and the rally continues. Dogecoin, though, actually another one really worth discussing here. This is a daily trend in Doge, which is pushing higher. I was seeing apparently this is actually up by 150% since the election compared to Bitcoin, which is up 30%. Still significant, but yeah, Doge definitely one of the biggest beneficiaries, especially after we have the Department of Government Efficiency announced by Donald Trump and apparently going to be led by Elon Musk. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all to the upside. Ethereum still, though, not being able to break above that 3,200 area. We have Dogecoin, of course, as we mentioned here, up about 12%. Shiba Inu and Cardano up about 3%. Not really many laggards to speak of here. Everything generally to the upside. It's just a matter of how much it's up, guys.
I'll bet you 1,000 Doge that it's going to be in the top 3 by the... No, I'm joking.
You'll bet me 1,000 Doge? That's $400 now. You understand that? That's for you. That's nothing. I know. But what do you want to bet? Doge is going to the top 5?
Top 5. Top 5.
Well,
top
we do
5.
have Satya coming through on the midday, so get ready for her to talk all about crypto. I mean, what a good day to have Satya on with Sharif coming through again here. So Doge, oh, come on, man. You're already number 6, my guy. Let me just refresh this right here. I'm not going to bet anything on that one. With this name starting to go over to the upside. Okay, actually, no, maybe I will bet it, actually. Because look how much it needs to make up in market cap. So it needs to go up 50% higher to take out Binance Coin.
Yeah.
You want to make that bet?
Yes.
Oh, wow, I like it. Yes,
What
sir.
do you mean?
Sometimes I can't even get an answer from Neil. Like, hey, do you think the market's closing red or green?
What's a 50% market cap?
A 50% move.
Do you know the rate? Look at the full market cap of crypto, like that.
No, it's up
scroll
here.
up.
3.
Yeah, look at that. Line only go up, Sean.
Trill.
Line only go up.
No, line goes down, my guy, but it is only going up.
I mean, if you smooth it out, you know.
I can't argue. To sit here and talk about, like, crypto's only 16 years old.
Yeah.
You know, like...
great grandchildren are going to be like, why didn't you buy Bitcoin at 100K? What were you
They're going to be
thinking?
watching these highlights if YouTube still exists. Like, I don't know, is YouTube going to be like an NFT or something? And they're going to be like, oh man, look, here's our stupid dads talking all about this. These guys are betting like 400 Dogecoin. Like, that's going to be worth like 400 grand or something. But
Easy
no,
money.
I mean, look, I don't know what to think, but we're having a great time here. I want to make sure that everybody makes sure to hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, we're having a fantastic time with Obi here. How many people are even watching? I mean, we were setting some records. Over 8,000 right now watching. Okay, I'm going to update this. Oh no, that means it's going to be, I'm going to get this ad again. All right, get this ad out of here. I really got to employ
Ad blocker.
ad blocker.
Yeah.
Okay, Boomer. Where's that okay, Boomer thing here? What is ad block? Okay, so we'll wait to see what's going on with that one. But yeah, right now 922 likes on the stream. So we got to get a little higher than that. Over 7,000 of you watching. We've got Obi here. We've got the midday show going. We've got Bitcoin. I mean, if you are a holder of crypto right now, you should be hitting the like button. 922 right there.
That's not even 50%.
That's not even close to 50%. Over here, Ramin, if we can, we'll just show this right now. 922 likes. That needs to go higher.
Way higher.
It probably is higher
Bump
now.
it.
I got to refresh this thing. So I'm going to download ad. Isn't this ad blocker right here? Ad blocker for YouTube has access to this site. You see what this is saying right here?
Yeah. Some of them don't. Some of the ad blockers are not the best.
I'm going to refresh right now. I
the
don't care if ad blocker shows up or not. How many likes do we have right now? 1.2K. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
So much.
Let's get that to 50%. We got 30%.
Let's get that a lot
let's
higher.
get to
Let's get that a
50%.
lot.
7,000 people watching. Literally, if like 1 out of 2 people
I mean, what are we even doing here? And
click the like button.
NVIDIA
gotta
back
click.
to the 50-period moving average.
It was funny. Somebody in the chat was like,
look at that.
"Oh, why is?" Yeah, would you look at that? Somebody in the chat was like, "Why Dogecoin? Isn't there an infinite amount of Dogecoin?" Well, same could be said for fiat because they keep printing and printing more money. Is there a limited store of fiat? I don't know because if you can just print more, then who really knows? Right, Sean. And we already know the man who runs the Fed. His name is literally Cash Carry.
Right.
You look at his eyes. Greg said this the first time I came on the floor. You look at his eyes. He's a man who looks like he has an infinite amount of money.
He runs the Minnesota Fed.
He is a man who looks like he has an infinite
Minnesota
amount
about to be a real rich
at his
state, I
hands.
guess.
So-
With Neil Kashkari buying $1 trillion worth of. No, we have no idea if he's holding any crypto whatsoever. Okay, so we just missed that out there at 50s for NVIDIA. We were getting a little bit carried away there. We
You can be skeptical or you can make money.
Oh, so here it comes right back up right now again for that. So we're going to take a piece out. We're at 61s. Let's take it. There it is. Okay, we got a piece out. So it comes, look at that. It comes right back up, Obi. Right back into the 50-period moving average. Obi, let's put on display one of your many talents.
Sure, yeah. eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description for eSignal.
Elevation.
There it is.
There it is right there. Thank you, Obi, for that one. And wow, boom goes the dynamite on Palantir again. All-time highs right now. 52-week highs again for Palantir. $63. Like this is real. I mean, it just keeps on heading. Like this chart here on the daily, we have one little stop and go there. 2 days back up to the upside right now is Palantir looking to take down that $64 mark. Unbelievable trade for Palantir today. Not my trade. I mean, I'm up on it, but I wish we would have held that. This little move down from 63.10 down there to 61.70, like in a straight line for 10 minutes, this thing lost $1.30. So like the liquidity is here in the market, that is for sure. But when markets and when stocks decide to go one way, it becomes tough to stand in their way. We've seen that with this BTCT trade, which, again, it's going to be hard to get that smile off my face with that stock. That started going in the pre-market. Frankly, I mean, that was just a ridiculous, I mean, $10, a $12 winner on a $12 name. that's, you know, for me, that'll be pretty good here, especially trading obviously on a prop floor. You're able to do some different things. What's going on, John F? Thank you so much here for this. Even when I hit my daily drawdown, I still like listening.
Heyo.
I mean, that's what we're doing. Diamond hands on the listening there, John F. Sorry about the daily drawdown situation on that one.
Happens.
It happens.
Happens.
To all. And to all a good night too, a lot of the times. But right there, thank you, John. And you know that means a lot to me because when I'm off, and I know Sharif did this on his day off, I think a couple months ago, I watch the show, you know, and I sit there and be like, damn, Neil and Obi are really good. How can I be better? No, but I'm serious, you know, and I'm looking for different things on the show. You know, how the audience is reacting to things, how the trading is going, what do we need to do more of, what do we need to show more of, is there a certain amount of stocks that we should be trading, should we be looking at midday madness a little bit more, what are some of the things that we're going to look at here as traders that help the audience become better traders, and you know, that's what I talk about in, you know, real lessons for real traders, right? Like, what are we trading? Why did we miss certain trades? Why did I go long? What are the levels we're looking at? And about being honest, right? I mean, I think a perfect example here is IBIT. Like, we talked about this pullback to buy that dip. So again, we like all the lessons that we do here, but that's a real-time trade. So instead of like making a note and doing a video about buy VWAP right there, that's a great trade. There's so many traders out there that will just talk and talk and talk about everything. But I'm trying to sit here and put on the trades. I mean, that's why I said to Obi and Sharif, all these guys, same thing, right? Like, Obi, explain why you like that Rocket Lab. What are you looking at? He does it, he trades it, he nails it. Like, those are the things. Not just sitting here saying, you know, this is a good trade, you should have bought that dip. Like, I'm here to show you that was the trade there to break that. We also talked about breaking through the morning highs here on IBIT as it goes because we like the potential for a huge Bitcoin trade today, and that happened again. So, you know, it's just about learning together as a team and trying to get better as a group, and that's why it's so important that we continue to hit the like and the subscribe on the stream to let everybody know that this is the #1 trading show to look at. Here we go. It'll be 1.5K right now. So thank you to everybody for that.
Keep them coming. We got 20 minutes left. You said 7,000 people watching.
3,000 is reasonable.
Yeah, I think a 50% is you know, is
a decent number that we would take.
Acceptable.
Over now
Tesla
at the green.
To the downside.
Tesla to the downside. The market really retracing. Now I was seeing my net dripping a little bit here, so that means it's NVIDIA going down. We'll talk more about this as my reload should be here on NVIDIA very, very soon. Back down to 146.50 NVDA. Let's go to the screen with Adara.
Yo, look at this.
We have the S&P 500 slightly leading the queues, and you can really see that reflected in this sector board. Finance really strong here. JPM up about almost 2%. Retail trade doing really well here as well. We have Amazon launching its new discount service apparently to rival Temu, so great look for AMZN. Some of these other names, HD also up on day 2 earnings. Producer manufacturing has some strength as well. We've got some strength in communications, transportation. Now in terms of weakness or flat trading, health technology a bit flat, same with consumer non-durables. And utilities, though there's some green there. Energy minerals, though, getting a little bit weaker with OXY, Occidental, certainly to the downside after its earnings report last night. Now, of course, we have to talk about these tech names, and you can kind of see here why the Qs are not as strong as the S&P 500 when you look at some of this performance. NVIDIA, AVGO here, AMD to the downside in the electronic technology sector. Now, if we go to technology services, all 3 of the Mag 7s in the sector to the downside. But there is some strength here in some of these other names. CRM continuing to push higher, NFLX and ADBE continuing upside for their second day straight. So just because the Mag 7s aren't performing well doesn't mean there's no tech strength, guys.
Let's go quickly, Obi. Let's go. Nice trade here. We did reload that position. I said to Obi, like, where's my offer? Like, I should have got reloaded the first time, but thankfully it came back in there. So the cat came back the very next day. You thought NVIDIA was a goner, but the cat came back the very next day. But
they usually do.
Yeah, they usually do. I mean, if you're a good homeowner and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes cats, unfortunately, in my area, there's things called foxes that are rolling around all over the place.
And some foxes,
cats
coyotes.
do not come back the very next day. Our cat is an indoor cat. Sure. So that cat always came back because he never.
My cat, I would be scared for the wolf. I mean the fox.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, no. Oh,
I mean. your cat might stick up to it, but I'm just.
Yeah, no, I know. If there's a pack of them,
There's a pecking order, my guy.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I was walking. There goes Rocket Lab with the consolidation at 20 halves, pushing past that 21s. Oh boy. So that anchored hold is holding up quite nicely, poised for a break of high a day there.
Let's go.
21 halves. Let's see if we can get that. Oh man, gotta keep involved with some of the best trades that I have on the day there, and Rocket Lab is definitely a good example of that. Now you were saying how I planned it out, I called it out, and I took the trade, and I want to shout out Brankles, because he was emphasizing like, write down a plan, simple. So we use this IPES. So it's an acronym. So IPES, just 4 points. And it's pretty solid. Like, it gives you an idea of what you want to do, how you want to execute, what's the size you're going to be using, and what you're going to be looking for. So for the idea, what is your trade idea? P, what are the parameters? What do you want to see happen, right? Execution for ease, and then size and what you want to risk for the S, IPS. Shout out to Brankles for that one. Yeah, exactly. Size and risk. What are you going to do when you see all of those things happen?
We actually talked about this. Yeah. And you said to yourself earlier today as well, it's like, why did I not have more shares?
Yeah.
And me and you had this
I took exactly what I wrote down, but I'm realizing this trade was worthy of much more.
Exactly. And that's why, I'll talk about this with Neil sometimes as well. I don't know actually his opinion on it. I'll have to, he always sort of sidesteps it, but I'll ask him about it. I think the most important thing is that size, because we can all have ideas. Yeah. And I think that's a great point about it, is to have some ideas about trading. But if you don't have the right amount of shares on for the trade, like that BTCT, I had a good amount of shares. Like, I was fine with it. I was comfortable with that. But if that's like your thing, you're going to swing and miss on so many of those kind of trades that it's important that when you do hit it, that you have the right amount of shares. And that Rocket Lab was great today, but you don't want to size up tomorrow on a trade that looks something similar and then it not work for you, or do you? My thing is, yes, you do. I think if the setup is there tomorrow on a Shopify or on something else, or even on Rocket, it won't be there on Rocket Labs again, because I guess it'll be a day two play.
Maybe day two play.
But if it sets up the same way, I like the fact that you ring it and you go for it. And sometimes you'll see me sitting here, and part of wearing trading on my face sometimes, and that is like, if I come in and there's an idea that I like, and I'll dig into it, and then I look back and I'm like, what? Like, what's the damage that was just put on there to the downside? Because I like the trade and it just didn't work. Yeah. And that way you can almost be done on one idea. I don't mind that. As far as risk parameters though, what's your opinion on using like a 25% marker or something where we always define the risk before we get into the trade?
Yeah, of course.
So let's just say, your stop was $1,000, so that's like where you're shut out at, right there. Rocket Lab, you had $1 sort of risk on that. How many shares would that be? What kind of a percentage are you looking at there for a losing trade on your best idea?
So you're saying if my daily risk limit is 1,000,
right,
and I want to risk $1. It depends. So here's the thing. We can delve a little bit deeper into this. So here's the thing. Is it what grade of a setup is it? Is it a B setup? Is it an A+ setup? Or is it a C setup? Right? If it's an A+, if it's Rocket Labs like this, I graded it as a B+.
Okay.
And I took B+ size. What I'm realizing, it was closer to an A, just based off of the market environment that we're in.
But okay, I understand. So we're not talking about exact share size. I'm saying
30%.
30%.
30% of daily risk.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's very similar.
So that'd be that.
It took a minute to get there, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I like the fact that you ranked it, and I liked what you and Brankles were talking about there with the IPS. Is that what it was? IPS?
Yeah, IPES.
IPES, that kind of a setup there. Yeah. You have to rank your trades. That's why I put on here, and I don't put them in any particular order, but the trades I'm looking at every day. And I try to say these 5 names early are the ones, like SMCI, 22 short. The high is 2190 right now. So, if you don't stick with some of the ideas that you have written down also, then you could miss out. Look at this trade on SMCI. We had written down $22 right here. Yeah. Who's over there? Fabian.
Continuation short.
Yeah.
Right?
So there, comes right back in. There's 2180. Yeah. Right. So if you're sitting there and you're looking at your ideas, that comes in, boom. right down there, right? So it's easy to sort of cherry pick some of these ideas, but at the end of the day, a good idea deserves risk, and I'm really glad.
And I mean, like, look, Rocket Lab's pushing high a day right now, almost 22s now.
Boom.
So this thing continues to
Any
keep
regrets?
going. I mean, no regrets. I made the decisions I said I was going to make. I think for improvement on this trade, I think I really have to assess what tickers in the market have been doing off of earnings and see what's going on. IBIT's continuing to go here. What's up, Adara?
No. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh boy.
Not because the money thing. Who gives a load of you know what about that? Look what is going on with IBIT and Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now, new all-time highs, and you may get a new victory for Mike Tyson. Are you watching that fight?
Probably not.
Jake Paul, your boy Jake Paul.
My boy. What do you mean?
No, I thought all your generation was all about Jake Paul.
I know who he is, but I don't know. I don't.
He's the favorite to win the fight.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure the fight's gonna happen, but here it's all a Roman circus to me. I don't really.
I like that.
You know.
I should have gone to a circus in Rome. Maybe Neil's there enjoying that today. Okay, throw to Adara. Do you want to do it now or at 10:50?
This is perfect. Yeah, we're going to transition into money talks, but before we do that, I wanted to go a bit early because I saw something here on AMD. This is Advanced Micro Devices, of course. Apparently, the company is going to be cutting 4% of its global workforce. This is reported by CRN, which is a technology-based news company here, and they cited a statement from the company. So let's take a look here at the DXY now, do a quick money talks transition. This is the daily chart for the DXY. Nice little support here at that 100 level, of course. And now we're pushing into 106.3s. This is despite a bit of weakness earlier today on the CPI print, which came in line with expectations across the board. That is for core and non-core and month over month and year over year. So everything coming exactly in line here. We mentioned yesterday DXY brushing up against that resistance point here of 106. Now we're again at next resistance at 106.30. So DXY continuing to take out these levels since that push we got off 100 at the end of September. No other economic data today, but we do have some more Fed speakers. We had Fed's Kashkari, Williams, and Logan earlier today. Then at 1, we'll get Fed's Musalam, and 1:30 we'll get Fed Schmidt. So keep an eye out for some midday Fed action. Sometimes midday Fed comments especially can give the market a bit of a move. Then tomorrow we'll get PPI data here after CPI this morning. PPI is expected to grow here. It looks like for all metrics except for core month over month. So we're expecting increases year over year, month over month, and year over year core. And with that in mind, we're going to take a moment to thank our sponsor at VinFast. Exciting news from VinFast, ticker VFS. Vietnamese pure-play electric vehicle or EV manufacturer. The company has just secured substantial financial backing to supercharge its growth. Vingroup, Vietnam's largest private conglomerate, is committing a hefty $1.4 billion by 2026. But that's not all. VinFast founder and CEO, Pham Nhat Vuong, is stepping up with a personal injection of $2.1 billion, reinforcing his belief in the company's bright future. This funding isn't just a show of confidence, it's a strategic boost designed to power VinFast's path to break even by 2026. This move by Vingroup and Mr. Vuong underlines their strong support to VinFast's long-term success. And there's more! Vingroup is converting $3.3 billion of its existing loans into non-voting preference shares, easing VinFast's financial obligations and giving its balance sheet a serious lift.
Oh no, that thing, not reversion, that's continuation on Rivian.
You're just mentioning that you saw a couple of VinFasts on the road.
Yeah, no, we've been seeing more and more of VinFast on the road. So
shout out to VinFast.
I was saying I've sat in one of them at like one of the displays at the mall. I think it was at Yorkdale a few months back. Yeah, very very nice. I liked it a lot. Comfortable, very spacious. Didn't really go on a drive. That's obviously going to be the deciding factor there. But in terms of comfort and spaciousness inside and features, it's pretty damn good.
Good. Yeah, I like that there. Injection of capital as well for VFS. So go check out VinFast. All right, well, I mean, crypto's now turning around, but we're still fine with it. We did get another piece out to that upside. Guess what's moving around right now as well? I think I'm going to take an opportunity to get a piece out here on BTCT, right there on the NASDAQ. So I have an offer a lot higher, but we sort of broke through there on BCTC up to $19. So now we faded back in. I think we should put an offer in and around this $18.50. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of half of what we have left right there. Maybe we get a pop, maybe we don't, but it seems like that's going to be pretty reasonable. We've been really holding out on VWAP so far today. I mean, we did get a drip back in.
Drip.
Wow, there's that 12 and there's that 24. So that's 100% there on that name as it continues to, make longs of that name. We saw it up 300% yesterday. Did we think it had a chance to go? Yes, we did, and we were right on that. So we were able to get out a lot on the top there. My most profitable name, potentially, I have to go back and look, but right now it could be, I would feel like Tesla and NVIDIA on some of those winners, we actually made a little bit more money on it. But as far as just like an individual single trade alone, where we didn't average in or we didn't do anything too fancy, BTCT is going to be my number one stock, number one trade of the month, I would say, just from a straight trade and then the end of the P&L from like beginning of trade to end of trade. Sometimes on NVIDIA, like we might make more money today on NVIDIA, I don't know, but we've averaged into it and it just looks like this. But just for a straight trade, like that was pretty good. We did have a chance. All these trades have chances to do that. And then yesterday we had a $20 winner on Tesla as well. But again, that move on BTBT happened pretty early and we're able to hold a decent amount of shares and get out near the high side. So probably more money on Tesla or NVIDIA, but as far as rando stocks, that was a good one. We did hear also, and we do have Satya and Sharif coming through, which is perfect day because crypto is like, the market cap now is 3.2 trillion. I mean, that is unbelievable. I remember talking about it as like when it was going to be breaking through the 1 mark, and then all of a sudden you're tripled up from that. Bitcoin up, I think, 48% or something year to date. Well, definitely check that out. I don't want to misquote that one because people will be breathing down my neck there. But I thought we were in the 40s or so at the beginning of the year, maybe 52 or something. Here, what am I talking about? Let's just have a quick look. We only have 5 minutes left, and then I'll throw it over to you, Obi. I just want to, because now I'm wondering how much we're up. Does this show you year to date here anywhere? All right, January, February, yeah, so there it is right there. Yes, no, we're right. So yeah, that was about right. January of 24, we're in the 44,000 area. So yeah, so I said 48% we were up. It looks like we're going to be more than that now, up to 93. So at the beginning of the year, if we just take this right here, Monday the 1st was 43 and change. So double that is 86. So that's 50%. Add on about 7,000 more to that. So you're at about like 54% or so to the upside year to date on BTC, let alone obviously all-time highs as we continue to talk about that one. 16 years ago, you had this thing for $1. 92,000, and as Sharif likes to say, 124,000 Canadian dollars. But you don't want to hold Canadian dollars. It is very much the truth. AMD, I just heard in my ear that they're cutting 4% of global workforce. Doesn't seem to have done anything whatsoever to the stock, but it did give me a little bit of nervous hands there as we did drop. Okay, NVIDIA, are you kidding me right now? We're going to end the day, and it's always a good sign when you do this, at the high of the day for myself. And I know that you're at the high of the day for yourself because you've been chilling there in Rocket Lab and not in anything, but holding that Rocket Lab near and dear to your heart. So good trade there on RKLB. All right, so we're here on BCT. I'm waiting in the 40s for this trade, so 1840 if it comes. Part of me being at the high of the day is holding this right now. So if this really does tank, then I wouldn't be at my high spot. But for right now, it looks like it's going to be okay on that. NVIDIA trying to go up and IBIT still going higher. IBIT's at the high of the day because Bitcoin, we just talked about it. So what a great show, Obi. I got to give you a big shout out to that one.
Sure.
Everybody loving Obi. We love when Neil's here. We love when Obi's here. We got a great team. So make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And there it is, man. Let's see if we can do it in the next 3 minutes. Let's do it for Obi, guys. 1.6K. We have 7,000 watching.
So
let's
pump
get
those
to
numbers
2,000
up. Those are
right
rookie
now in the
numbers.
next 2 minutes. Let's put it on. If you haven't hit the like button, let's do it, man. Big day today. No matter what you're trading. And I want to say thank you to Obi because Obi's been here. He put on one trade, well, 2 trades, but one basic idea. And it just goes to show you that's what you need. You don't need to have millions of trades on. I've traded BTC, IBIT, NVIDIA, and Palantir. So 4 for me, 1 for this guy. Both of us holding up trophies today, so I really like that. Glad to have you being positive right here today on the stream. So thank you for that, Obi, for sure. I'm just going to refresh 1.7K. So we got a little bit of work to do here, Obi, but I think we can get there in the next 2 minutes.
No, for sure. Throw up those likes there. again, and let's try to get to 2,000 now. Something I do want to know, I had one trade or one idea that I executed, but coming into the morning, I had 4 different ones kind of written down, and I'm like, all right, well, there's 4 different ones. I don't know if I want to allocate all of my mental capital to everything off of the open, and a few of them did actually work, but I chose to kind of focus on one of them because I was like, this is really looking like, this is ticking the boxes for everything that I want to see. So I really like that one there on Rocket Lab. And you can see it's continuing to go. It's pushing fresh highs on the day. We've broken past 22s, oh boy. And I was looking at 19 halves of being like, I should have got in at 18 halves or 18 below 19s, maybe in the pre-market or right off of the open because of how good it was. And I hesitated and was willing to pay a point above where I thought it was even better for the continuation move, and look like, I mean, it just happens to work out, right? And I'm just kind of just patiently watching Tesla, man. That 350 short on Tesla is absolutely beautiful. We're coming into 325s right now on Tesla, so that thing is selling off like crazy on the day. So I'm going to be patiently waiting, watching to see if it catches any sort of a bid. But again, 5 days worth of green. Yesterday, the first red day, and today we're getting that nice continuation to the downside as of right now. I got to go back into yesterday's plans, man. I got to go back to yesterday's plans because there was a support level on Tesla that I wrote down, which never hit yesterday, and that's prior week close. Prior week's close is at 321. We're trading 325s right now, Sean. So absolutely crazy on that one. Now, somebody in the chat asked me to look at Coinbase and ask, why is Coinbase going down while Bitcoin is going up? Now, this is a classic example of getting stubborn on a trade and being like, well, this is a related asset, potentially. Why is this exchange selling off when crypto is going up? Here's the thing. I don't think these guys necessarily hold crypto. They're in the business of exchange. And the thing is, it only really takes one player or one kind of one-sided pressure on the market to make you question whether or not this idea is working or not. This is prime. This has been selling off of 330s, but look at that, pretty much sideways action after the gap up. So maybe this is still poised to go up, but maybe not on the frame that you're looking at, right? We're holding this support at that 308s from prior days. We can see that first day one that it did gap up here on Monday. We're holding those lows and kind of consolidating. So let's see what Coinbase has in store for us today or going forward. That 330 high, range high at that 343s from the pre-market from yesterday on Coinbase. Could be interesting, but not really looking any similar to some of these other names. You can look at IBIT. If you want to trade Bitcoin, you got to trade something like IBIT, which does follow. What is IBIT? Oh yeah. I don't know, man. It's just a ticker. It's IBIT, 4 letters.
Flipped over. We've already flipped over to the bottom.
Chart go up. That's all I like. I like the candles.
IBIT right now at highs, Nvidia at highs, or not at highs, but Nvidia 40 cents in the money. Unfortunately, Obi, we will not be back at 2 p.m. because we did not get our 2,000 likes. So,
boy,
Sharif,
all right.
You guys are going to have to hold for it until 4 o'clock.
We're just going to put these bulls on the chairs.
I'll be back on the recap show.
The bulls will trade for us.
Right there. We still got 1.8K. It's not working. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, Ramin, Fabian, everybody that's there. Thanks, Brendan. Thank you, Adara, for those updates as well as we continue to go forward with everything. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe for our next show. That is for sure. It is Learn to Trade. Today, we'll be talking about moving averages.
Beautiful.
That's, nothing else better near and dear to my heart than the only strategy that I use.
SMAs or EMAs?
Moving averages and support and resistance and view up. I guess there's 3 things there. Yes. It's Sataya, it's Sharif, it's Obi. Good show. Thank you, Obi. And we'll see you guys at 2 p.m. regardless of the likes.
Like that. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your girl, Sataya, the crypto queen.
What is good, everybody? And that is Sharif, because if you guys are tuning in, you should know Sharif already.
They don't really want, they're not here for me. Crypto's running right now. You're the crypto queen. They want to hear what you have to say. So we're going to get to that in a hot second. Welcome, everybody. Let's do the patented little shout out there. Jeremy Newman. Hey. What's up to you, my man? Paul Goodson and Oscarito. We got Ezekiel. We got Joseph and Trader Joel, Anurag, the OG. We got Atricious Ang, Ronaldo, Derek, Oscarito, Adrian, Stock Up, Nate Belt. I like that. Outsider disinformation, not information, but disinformation. We got Random Oddities. I like that one too. It's Moko. Whoa, hey. Roaring Pity. I love when they join us today. Ryan, Mary, S. Lyman. We got Juan. We got Alvin. We got Marcos, Mary joining us as well. Fiddlebeck and the OG Zion Lala. The Badger, Matthew Booth, 905 D or JDW Wilson. Do you live in the 905? Is that what? Y2K, you know that. If you're from Toronto, you see 905. That's what you're thinking. You know what I mean? We got Nathan Penna, and I love this last one here. Satea, by the drip. Shout out to you.
Yes,
Hope everybody's doing real well. How are you?
I am good. I'm great because crypto's going crazy. Everyone, I mean, if you're in it, you're printing. If you're not in it, you're gonna be chasing. I mean, that's it is what it is. We said, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we said, you're going to regret it, buy in, buy now. And some people said, I don't know. And look where we're at now, all-time highs on Bitcoin. Insane. I'm more of a Ethereum girl, so I'm going to get a little bit into that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Ethereum not necessarily at all-time highs as of right now. The all-time high is at...
Where we are?
So the all-time high is at around 4,844, let's call it, USDT. And right now we're sitting at 3,316, 3,317. And so, wow, what are my bus stop levels? Where am I going to start taking profits? That is the real question that we need to ask here. And before Sharif gets into the lesson, I'm going to, touch upon that. I think that I'm going to be taking a little bit of profits off of my personal portfolio around 4,000, 4,300. And then again at 5,300, so a little bit up here. I think that, if we scroll back a little bit, let's go on the monthly here. So I think that this move is kind of replicating this type of parabolic move. We already made that consolidation. We broke through this consolidation here from August. And then we broke through that, and we're just I feel like we are definitely going to trend higher. I feel like this is just the start of the bull market. And so I think that we're breaking out of this kind of level, and this is the parabolic move that we're trying to achieve here. And so definitely don't just hold to the moon, though. Don't hold to the moon. Take pieces of your profits off on the way up just a little bit. And then I feel like once we hit those all-time highs, as long as we don't cross that all-time high and then come back down, I think that we're looking pretty great here. 4,820, I'd be taking off lots of profits there. But as long as we can hold that, I think that, clear skies. But if it does cross a little bit, I would be taking a bigger portion off. But
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Before we jump into the lesson, I got a question for you. So Bitcoin breaking out on the back of, obviously, Donald Trump and crypto deregulation, this, that, and the other. Is there something specific that could make Ethereum run that isn't necessarily nuanced to Bitcoin? You know what I mean? Like, we know that Ethereum's good with the smart contracts, this, that, and the other. That's what it has over Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Is there a specific catalyst that you'd be looking for Ethereum to really get going? Or is it, this is it kind of thing? You know what I mean? Like,
as of right now, I feel like if Vitalik, Buterin, if he comes out with anything crazy, like, I don't know, there's cheaper fees on the Ethereum network, maybe something like that.
Okay.
But for the most part, Ethereum follows Bitcoin. I'm surprised that it's not like at all-time highs following Bitcoin, to be honest. But
just give it time.
Yeah, I think honestly the ETFs supposed to come out soon? So I think that might boost it and then really bring up those all-time highs.
Fabian is saying in my ear, could it be because it's all locked up and already staked? Does that have something to do with that? I mean to put you on the spot.
That is a possibility. I think so. Like, I feel like, once we hit the all-time highs, maybe, but I'm not too sure. Yeah.
Fair. All right, let's get into the lesson of the day, baby. We are talking about moving averages. Gonna just keep it super basic today, kind of just introduce the subject matter. Obviously, most of you guys who have been with us, you guys know this already, but as we always say, we've got newer viewers joining all the time, so we want to make sure they're apprised of the things that we're using on screen, so just bear with us today. So let's get right to it, Fabian. Understanding these moving averages, we're going to talk about simple moving averages and exponential moving averages, and I'll explain what the difference is in a hot second. So let's get right to it. As we always do, let's explain this topic briefly. What is a moving average? Well, According to the textbook that I took this from, a moving average is a technical analysis tool used to smooth out the price data over a specified period of time. Usually what we're looking at, that 14-day moving average, that 7-day, that 10-day, 20, 50, 100, 200. It's whatever period you want to use, but you have to understand that there's these things are kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. They work because a lot of people are looking at them. So you don't want to be too nuanced with it. You kind of want to be with the crowd there. It also helps to identify, using these moving averages, helps identify potential trends and support or resistance levels as they show up on the chart. And by averaging past prices, the moving averages can help filter out some short-term noise and reveal the underlying trend. So if you were to look at it, the price that is on a candle-by-candle basis, you might be a little overwhelmed. The moving averages help smooth that zigzag of the chart a little bit better and kind of shows you whether we're moving up diagonally, down diagonally, or kind of in that consolidative trend. Okay, so that's what we generally use moving averages for. Let's get a bit more nuanced though. What is a simple moving average? The simple moving average is the most basic type of moving averages. It's calculated by adding up the closing price, underline that, the closing price, not the open, not the average, but the closing print on the day of a security over a specified period. So I kind of gave you that little tidbit earlier, 7 days, 10 days, 14, 20, whatever it is. Okay, so you're adding up the closing price of a security over a specified number of periods and then dividing by that number. So you're going to add up, say, the closing price of Apple over 14 days, and then you're going to divide that number by 14. For example, here it is, SMA equals price 1 plus price 2, going on, divided by n being here the periods. So an example, a 10-day simple moving averages, SMA for short, would add the closing prices of the last 10 days divided by obviously 10. That's basically all you need to know about that. Some key points though about simple moving averages. They give equal weight to each data point. No one data point, meaning no one closing price in whatever n periods you're using, is weighed more than the other. Meaning day 1 is equal in weight to day 10 or day 20 or day 50, okay? So they all have equal weights for their values. The other thing, it lags behind price changes due to the calculation method. So I need to stop and explain something very simply right now. We have lagging indicators that show us data based on previous price history, and then we have forward-looking indicators or predictive indicators like RSI price action divergence. So I'm not going to get into that right now, but you need to understand we have forward-looking indicators and we have lagging indicators. This happens to be one of the lagging, okay? And it is often used to identify longer-term trends. I wouldn't really agree with that. We use it intraday as well. So make whatever you want of that last point. The other type of moving average, we just talked about simple. Let's talk about the exponential moving average, or EMA for short. What's this one? So the exponential moving average places more weight on recent prices than on older ones. Hence why I really tried to drive home that point that in the SMA, each value is given equal weight. That is not the case in exponential moving averages. You weigh the more recent price history more heavily than you do the more distant price history. For example, day 50 or day 49 in a 50 exponential moving average is weighted more heavily than day 1 all the way to day 10. Each one getting a bit more value as we get closer to the present. Okay, the calculation of the EMA, we don't really need to really worry about that too much. The formula is more complex than the SMA, but it involves assigning higher weights to recent prices. Really want to drive that point home. And some key points about the exponential moving average. It gives more weight to recent prices. It reacts, though, faster to price changes than your simple moving average. So some people like to use EMA for, swing trading, for intraday trading, and they reserve the SMA for more long-term investing to see where a price is relative to the SMA. You don't have to do it that way. Some people do. last but not least, it's often used, as I kind of mentioned, for shorter term trading to identify trend changes. So let's compare the SMA with the EMA. So the SMA is better suited, as I kind of alluded to there, for longer term trends due to the smoothing effect, while EMA is more responsive to price changes and is preferred by many traders for that short term analysis. Very simple. We'll get more nuanced into tomorrow. I hope everybody prints up a storm. How's it looking over there?
Let's go. Yes. So I was just looking at some earnings names, to be honest. I was looking at Shopify in particular. This one has really been interesting. So we had earnings on Tuesday in the pre-market here. And a level that I was looking at that it struggled with a little bit was this 114.60 mark. And so we're holding VWAP, which I really love right now. We are approaching that day's high, which I really like as well. And so with the earnings catalyst, you know, just a day prior, and then also holding above VWAP, and then also breaking above this day's high, I think, you know what that means? That means I'm going long. This is definitely my setup. And so a little bit of a take profit level that I'm looking at is this resistance level here from yesterday, that 114.60. So I was looking at that on Shopify. Also looking at Home Depot as well. Same type of earnings play. It was happening yesterday in the pre-market here. The earnings came out here. And so I'm waiting, a level that I was looking at with this one, I was waiting for the break of this high around 412.60. It looks like it may not come in, to be honest. So I'm looking at the break of this level around 408.18 for a potential short there. So I think I'm just going to throw my alert out there and see if we can stay below VWAP and get to that level as well. So looking at Home Depot as well. And then NU, this one was interesting. This earnings comes out after the bell today. And so this looks like it's attempting to, you know, try to break this day's low. And so I'm waiting for this kind of break here for the short. And why I like it as well is because from yesterday, it wasn't necessarily like the very, very bottom. But this 1570 mark was a support level. And so I want to see if it potentially becomes, you know, a place where I can get involved. And if we can hold below this level, this 1570 level, then I think that this is going to be a short for me. How about you, Sharif?
I'm in MVST over here. This bad boy retraced into VWAP. I love these advertisements that block my position. So sick. All right, let's set up some orders up on this bad boy up here. There we go. Now, I'm going to explain my entry into this in a hot second, but let me show you exactly what I'm looking at the 5. MVST. This was sub $1, so I didn't have notice of this bad boy until it weaseled up above 85 pennies, but it's awfully good in terms of a setup. So I like how it came into the volume weighted average price, and it's not really holding up above there because this candle hasn't closed, so we're not going to know exactly whether we do well on this one or not, but I'm giving it to below VWAP a little bit. I'm also identifying another potential area of support that could be a smidge below VWAP. It's this consolidative area here that we put in from the 935 print to when we broke above it at 1005. It's around 65 pennies. So I'm going to base my trade on VWAP, but I am very cognizant of the fact that the level could be a little bit lower there. So MVST up. Yeah, light, 307% right now, not a big deal. I'm also looking at a more expensive name. There's a bunch I'm looking at today, guys. RNA, look how beautiful this is. Support to resistance or resistance to support flip. I love when these set up in this way, where they have a bull flag, and then you basically base the now former area of resistance on the initial bull flag. You kind of gauge that to be the support on the continuation. That's kind of what it did there, but it's a bit of a wide spready name, so be careful with this one. RNA curling off that 10 exponential, putting in a bit of a rounded bottom, possibly moving into that $56 area. RNA setting up real well over here. We'll have to see how this one goes. What else? BTCT, you guys saw the Katina Man all over that one. It's too spready. It's too wild for me. I'm going to unless it sets up real well, I'm going to steer clear from this one. QUBT, a 30% mover, printing days high. Very respectful of, you know what I'm going to say, the moving averages up to $1.79 right now, trying to work its way up into 180. It hasn't even touched a 10 EMA since 10:15 this morning. We'll talk more about these bad boys when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Just heads up here, I just got a notification here on the scanner of a bit of a volume spike in GME. We are here, I mean, as of right now, down in this 15-minute candle, but up about 3% on the day. This is a name we know has been getting these midday squeezes or pumps up, increases in volume as of late. So beware of GameStop with a 9.25% short float. This could be one to keep an eye on.
A couple of prints here on MVST. It's time to set up for another print. I'm going to set up at 79s. What's life without whimsy? We'll see if we can get a print there. But to continue on what we were saying, QUBT, good look. So up to $1.80. I'm also looking at the one that Obi was looking at today. How could I not? RKLB, Rocket Labs. Very impressed by this company, quite frankly. I feel a little silly trying to pretend I'm a space buff and I don't even know what this company is. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I need to pretend a little bit better. Yeah. I'm just joking.
I mean, hey, you don't know, you don't really need to know what it is in order to trade it. I mean, if the volatility is there, the price action's there, we're day traders.
Agree. But like, I like to pretend that I'm into space and like all things space. And if you're going to pretend that, then you gotta at least know the companies that are
Fair enough. That makes sense.
I'm just giving myself a hard time. 2150, good look here, guys. RKLB holding the 10 exponential moving average, very respectful of the 10 EMA, essentially not breaching it since 10:15. And even when it did breach it during that volatile time, look how aggressively it got bought up. 3 bottoming tail candles. That's not for no reason, baby. So this one looking to break that 2255 HOD. I'm also looking at Astis. Another one we've seen multiple times in the past, ASTS. What a rocket ship this is, no pun intended there. 25, they were like that, so 24, 25, up to 30, 50. Finding a lot of resistance, though, in this $30 to $30.50 area, so be careful. 4 candles now of 3 candles of indecision right now. Let's watch, see if this one wants to give us a possible entry off $29.50 of the 10 EMA. Otherwise, I'll be looking to VWAP at around $28. Just quickly here before we go back, we're still doing well over here, so now it's time to take more out on our friend MVST. I'm putting an out on 82. Looks like it already hit 82 and I wasn't there for it, so I suck.
Damn,
how you doing over there?
That's the worst. Yeah, so I'm just in my Shopify as of right now. I got in at around, what was it, 111.45, got out around 111.50, and then I put my stop at break even, to be honest, and so I was just like, I don't know, but I still kind of like the price action, and so I'm not going to paper hands it too much. I did risk a little bit less for my second entry, but I still think that I got out a little bit prematurely. I should have, put my stop loss, down here around 110.60 or below VWAP around, 109. 0.36, and so I could have done that, to be honest, but I feel like I'm going to keep this one and hold for the dream and at least wait for the break of this day's high, which I definitely think can come in because it's still holding that 9 EMA. It hasn't really told me that the trade is over yet. I think it's kind of just me, being paper hands, to be honest. I got to let the trade play out as it should, and so that's what I'm going to do. And so, being out of the money a little bit, I have to think about the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is hold the 9 EMA, hold VWAP, and then at least break the day's high. And so until I see otherwise, I think I'm going to hold that. And so I got back in right after I got stopped out. Usually I don't do that, but because I'm still seeing the confluence that I want to see, then I'm going to continue with this trade. So Shopify is working out for me as of right now. It's looking good, and I'm going to hold that. And I'm going to keep my stop loss firm at these lows around 110.24, or maybe even give it a little bit more room around 109.96, just so that I don't get stopped out and then it goes in the direction that I want it to. I want to make sure that I'm definitely wrong, and so I'm going to keep that trade going there. And then I was just flipping through, different type of tickers. I was looking at Home Depot's not really doing what I wanted to do, so I'm just going to go away from that. I was looking at other earnings names here. I was looking at Cisco. This one isn't doing anything too crazy, but we're going to Adira.
Let's take a look here at some of these S&P 500 movers to the upside and the downside. I want to take a look at some of these larger moves that maybe we haven't discussed or haven't discussed as much, or maybe we haven't talked about the catalyst. It's also worth noting here, AMZN pushing into highs right now. Not a ton of volume. The only catalyst I really saw in this was earlier today. They have now, according to the information they've launched, their whole is what they're calling it. So it's basically their Temu rival. So AMZN definitely on watch, but it's not going to be one of the names in this segment. We're really taking a look at some of these larger, we're talking 3-4% moves to the upside and downside with Catalyst. The theme for today is going to be a lot of dealer business update related news, starting with SMCI down about 3%. Or this company's been headed to the downside as of late with quite a few woes. The most recent one is saying they're unable to file their quarterly report due to, they have the ongoing issue with their auditor. It says they're not going to be able to do this in a timely manner. So SMCI, not super surprising here. They had a bit of a disappointing preliminary report last week, but the actual report still not yet able to be filed. Then we have PLTR up about 5% here and trying to break above this previous resistance, renewing and extending its contract with Rio Tinto. Last but not least, CHTR. This is Charter up about 4%, bouncing nicely off lows of day, set to acquire Liberty Broadband Corporation in an all-stock transaction. So CHTR with a bit of a deal-related catalyst there. If these or any other tickers are on your mind, vote for them in the chat. Just go !join, space, $, whatever ticker's on your mind, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. I was just I was discussing with Satya SMCI. Tough look, but there it is! Exclamation point. The word join, space, shift 4, Satya, because you got to hit that $, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Unless you're going to copy and paste it from somewhere else, it's going to be shift 4.
Yes, make sure you get it in properly. So I'm still looking at the Shopify as of right now, just making sure everything's good there. Everything seems decent. So I'm confident in that right there. I was looking at my girl NVIDIA because, it's not a show without Satya looking at NVIDIA. I mean, come on now. And so I'm looking at, it's been pretty weak, to be honest. Not gonna lie. I mean, I guess, what makes me kind of confident in this short is we got up to around that 150 mark. It didn't necessarily get there today. It got there around 149.69, so it didn't even hit 150. And so that kind of tells me what I need to know about this, because typically, if we struggle with that 150, that psychological mark, and we don't blast through it, a lot of the time I'm thinking that I'm going the other way. And so not necessarily getting in around here at the market price, but I do want to see it get to that 146.62. I want to see what we do from there, because usually I'm looking at those days low breaks. And so not necessarily going to put my order there, but I want to make sure that I do see a candles close, at least 2 5-minute candles or, 1 15-minute candle closing below this 146.48. And if I see that, then I think I'm going to initiate my long there on NVIDIA. So that is looking, like a play that I might have there. So I'm just going to throw that in. I'm just going to put that, where is it? Trendline value. So 146.68. And yeah, I'm going to wait for that to come into play there. And so hopefully we do. And so going back to my Shopify, still looking good there. So I have nothing to worry about there. But I am interested in what you guys are looking at. So NVIDIA is a girl. I mean, she is to me, to be honest. I mean, she could be whatever she wants to be. But he, she, whatever you want to do there. Someone's saying Microsoft in the chat here, so let's take a look at that, because I love to see what you guys are looking at, not only, our plays, but something that you might want to look at. And so this looks really good for Microsoft, at least on the day. What I really like about this trade is the fact that at 10 a.m., usually that is a new setup. So we had that flush on at 9:30. Flush till around 10 a.m. and then we start to see that bounce here right at 10 a.m. Look at that candlestick. Those bidders really starting to come up, and then we did test that low again at 10:06. Those bidders coming up again, and so that is the start of a new trade, and that looks really good as well, because we are starting a new trend here. So we went from bearish, and then we're looking pretty bullish here. And so what I'm looking at as of right now, pretty predictable if you guys look on the show and, you've seen me trade before. I'm looking at that break of that day's high. That looks like it's coming in pretty well as well at 422.47. I think I'm going to post at 422.51 and see if we can break that. And so that looks really good as well. And then I'm looking up and my Shopify is printing. So that is looking good as well. But how about you, Sharif? What do you
Good.
think of that?
We're doing all right. In Rocket Labs, took 25 pennies. Now layering my orders. Bang, we just got another fill there. Now I've got my order, the next bad boy, on the north side of 22. So we've posted at 22.05. Bunch of outs so far to de-risk over here. But there is a seller of note, at least last time I was watching. We were unable to ascend above 22. So what I did initially, I had my stop obviously below the area low because it doesn't make sense not to have your stop below the area low. But once you wet your beak and you de-risk, where is it? Oh, I suck. There we go. Then I moved up my stop a smidge below my entry to account for giving back profits. Obviously, I don't want to be giving this 40 pennies when I've already scalped out on it. So I'm going to keep my patience with RKLB, knowing that this is a bit of a bamboozler. It's not bad. It's holding the 10 exponential right now, but what I'm seeing and keeping me a little worried here on RKLB, even though we had that 10 exponential hold up, look at this. It's a 4-candle lower high setup. So it's going to have to change for me to get interested. And the way that it changes, it's got to break and take 22. Right? Because this candle over here that we printed at 1120 weaseled up to 2210. So the only way to get a new high is to print above 2210. So we'll see if it can, number one, take 22, and then whether or not it can print that new high to keep me interested. Again, moved up my stop. Now this bad boy over here, now you can size into this one. I don't think you have to have a big account to be able to buy plenty of shares of this $1.83 a stock worth $1.83 right now, and it's very, very strong, very directional. Let me give you more details on QUBT, because I don't even know. What's the situation? Quantum computing. Okay, so we know that this is the next phase of computing. I think it's going to be a lot better than GPUs and these AI chips. Obviously, there's issues with it. I'm not going to go into a dissertation on what the problem is with quantum computing, but there's still technical challenges. Now, with respect to technical analysis, 65.82 million share float, $181 million market cap, 6.25 million shares traded today. And let's find out if there is a short float of note here for QUBT, excuse me. 6%, not negligible, depending on really where they set up. We'll see if or not whether we get a squeeze on this bad boy, but I'm keeping my eye, baby, on QUBT. I also got to tell you, one hell of a rounded bottom is forming here on BTCT, and it's off a key technical level, that is VWAP. Now, look, you're going to have to give this room. I tried to weasel in, gave it 50 pennies, got slapped like that with a stop. So if you're not giving this a dollar, $1.50, don't trade it. Because look at the range per candle, and that's often something you've heard me say. Look at the range per candle. It has to influence your stop. If the range per candle is $1.50, $2, what are you putting your stop 50 pennies for? I'm kind of speaking to myself here when I'm saying this, because obviously I screwed up on this. But BTCT, one hell of a rounded bottom, looking at taking out that 2150. It's incrementally putting higher highs and higher lows. Obviously, it's a rounded bottom. That's the definition of the pattern. We're going to keep an eye out on this bad boy over here, see if we can scalp out or get back in on it, but in a better way. There's also Astis. Oh, my goodness. This gave me a beautiful entry off the 10. I didn't have eyes on this one. I was looking at trading the other two. Bang! It just took out the high of the day. Astis on the way up, baby. Looking to take out that 30.75 area, give or take 26.5% so far. This one looking real good. It really depends on how you set up on it, though. Be careful. Looking back here at Rocket Labs, I won't be convinced that we don't have a seller at 22. Oh, bang! We just took him out. Nice. I should probably be more convinced and then be wrong, right? So, which is fine. Bang! Keeping it going here. What are we? 50 pennies in the money on our friend RKLB. Let's see if we can do a little bit better. I've got a couple of more outs.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you for, giving your insight, your trading insights. We love to see that. And so my Shopify is printing, and so I'm glad that I jumped back in there, to be honest, because I really would have been sad if I got stopped out and it was just waiting there like, when am I going to get back in? No, you see it, you set up, you hit it, and that is what we are doing. So I loved it. I really like the look out of it. Right now, I'm trying to assess, okay, where should I, start taking some profits here without, taking some profits while still, holding for the dream. And so I don't necessarily think I'm wrong until, the break of this here 111.85. So I think that, I'm going to keep my stop there, but I think that this is going to push forward. And I'm looking at a take profit level of around 113.30. And so I think that could definitely get there. I want to see what's happening on the tape here. We're just going to move here to the time of sales. And I'm going to filter out the size for 100 shares. And so everything looks pretty decent. I'm seeing some green on the tape. We do have that confluence. We are above the 9 EMA as stated, and then we did break through that local high there. And so I'm not scared, to be honest. I think I'm going to keep holding that, and so that looks pretty decent. And so I was taking a skim through the chat, and someone was saying Tesla 340. And so, I mean, listen. If you are, trying to initiate a long to go to 340, I wouldn't necessarily think that that's the best look as of right now, just because we are below VWAP. And so if you are really looking for that long, I would say wait for us to, cross VWAP around 336, and then maybe you can catch that $4 move from 336 to 340. Yes, you are buying a little bit higher, but at least you have that confluence that it may go higher, rather than, you get in here and then it doesn't even get to VWAP, and then it just bangs down, and then you're in drawdown. So you want to wait for, more confirmation there. And so, we did make this bottom here around 322, and I think that is pretty decent. But the thing is, that's just not enough confirmation for me, at least. And so I wouldn't really necessarily get in there. But that's my look on Tesla.
Can I just cover a quick one?
Do your thing.
Sorry, because Darius Golden asked me earlier, and now he's asking you, so I forgot. SoFi. Look, great look, Darius, on SoFi as of late, guys. Because while they're benefiting from the macro environment that we're in, but as you can see over the past 3 days, kind of caught in a bit of a consolidative move, with the high being that, around mid-14s, 1450, 1440. If you look back at the 11th, couldn't do as well yesterday, 14.25 HOD yesterday. With respect to support, kind of, yesterday was a bit of an outlying day if you're looking at 5 a.m., but once we ring the bell, it's essentially 1350 to 1450 range. So I'd say look for something towards that, 1375, maybe if you're feeling quite ambitious, that 13 2/3, and if you're really lucky, you get that 1350 print. SOFI, it's a great look, though, from a macro perspective. So, number one, we're likely going to get some deregulation with the new administration incoming. That helps these banks or these financial institutions because of capital requirements, et cetera. I'm not going to go into a dissertation on that. In addition to that, SoFi didn't benefit from the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness program because one of their biggest moats is that they've refinanced higher interest rate student loans at lower rates. Don't think the Trump administration, don't think that they're going to continue with the student loan forgiveness. SoFi stands to benefit from that. Get it? Okay, obviously that's something to do with that print. So, we don't usually talk about that on the show, but we'll leave that. Get it though, Wayne. We're happy for you. In any event, so I don't think that that's going to be benefiting them going forward. Who knows, though? We haven't heard all the regulatory stuff coming out of the Trump administration or the new incoming administration quite yet. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I want to cover that SoFi.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You wanna make sure that the chat is getting their answers, and so we deliver. So someone in the chat was saying, Mara, may we see a flat bottom break at this level? And so I was looking at it hard, and I'm staring at it, to be honest. I would be a little bit wary of this because, this was the pre-market high, so maybe we might see a little bit of a bounce there. I find it is rejecting. Like, it gets there, it rejected, 2379 at 1005, and then 1040 had a bounce there, 1105 had a bounce there, and so it's really struggling with this level, to be honest. And so I want to make sure that that support really isn't very strong, and so I'd wait a little bit. I would wait for the break of 2359, 2358. And hopefully, that is a true break there. But I do want to see at least, 3-minute candles closing below this level, that would give me a little bit more confirmation so that we don't wick from that level. But I think that is a very great look. So shout out to you for bringing that to my attention. And I will eye this because this looks like a really good setup for me as well. And so that is what I'm looking at. And then what else do we got here? Someone else was saying Amazon in the chat, and this is flying. We have the Amazonian. He's chilling back there. I'm surprised he's not looking at this right now. But this looks really good. I'm gonna zoom out here and see, what we're working with here. And so let me just get rid of that. Are we at all-time highs? Let's see here. Oh, wow. Okay, Amazon at all-time highs. Oh, wow.
Killing it on
Wow, that is insane. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, I would be waiting for a pullback level at this point. Let me pull up my 9 EMA here. If I go here to the 15-minute, I'd probably be looking for a dip buy around 211.70, just because I don't like to punch, at the top here. But this looks really decent looking at a dip buy here, 211.70, for the continuation of that long there. So shout out to you. That Amazon's printing. That is looking really good. And my Shopify is still printing. I'm still not, scared of this. I'm going to hold it. I think that this is going to be probably one of the longest holds that I have until I see, a bad look on the tape or bad price action. But as of right now, I'm seeing things are holding up, things are looking good. And so I'm going to hold that and print that money. How about you, Sharif?
I'm going to drop that money for you.
Yes.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. I can spend the money too, but I thought, this one.
Yes, let's go.
Hey, all right. Look, guys, MVST's working into my next beak wetter over here. There's a seller of note at 84. We're zigging and zagging, so we just got up right into that area again. I'm sitting on the north side of that 84. I've been sitting at 85 for a hot minute. We're long 73s. Let's see what we get. And we will not get upset, but I'm looking for that break and take of that 85 penny level. Now, what's got me interested is this higher low sitch that we got. So 70 there, 74 over here, and we've got a bit, not much of a higher high. So a little bit of a trend, an upward channel going. Hopefully I get printed at 85s. Let's pack our patience. Now I'm in a new trade as well, and I'm going to give this one the old college try. PL, not Premier League, but PL. What is the name of this company? In fact, give me a sec. Planet Labs. Okay. $895 million market cap. It's a bit smaller, a bit bigger than a small cap gapper. 4.86 million shares traded with a 261 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is. 3%, not much there. Now, what I did like for was it was kind of doing this consolidative dance a little bit above 3. So I said, look, it's holding the 10, it's above the 20, it's above that $3. Give it just a little bit below the $3. Maybe this curls back up. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm liking it a little bit less. Lower high, lower high, lower high with lower lows. So I didn't really get the curling effect that I wanted to. I was gauging this candle above the doji candle that it printed before as the curling effect, but I guess not. So pack in my patience. Let's see what we get. I'm risking 10 pennies on this, just so you know. So below 3, we're going to give this one a little bit of room below $3. Now, I really want to get into Astis over here because it's back at the 10 exponential. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I just got to send it to you while I set up my order there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that Mara broke through that day's low, so this looks pretty decent as well. We are looking like we're trying to bounce a little bit on the 3 minutes, so I would just be a little bit aware of that. But this looks pretty decent as well. If this candle doesn't close above this candle here, the previous candle around 23.92, as long as we don't cross that, I think that this short is still in play for MARA. So that is looking really good. And then NVIDIA, something triggered there. So let's see. With NVIDIA, okay, wow, yeah, that broke through the day's low as well, which is something that I was looking at. And so that is blasting to the downside, so that looks ugly. And so, yeah, NVIDIA not looking too good, girl. And so, we're going down there. And so I wish that I had an order sitting there, to be honest, but I usually don't like my orders sitting right at the day's low. But I want to weasel my way in here.
Hey.
And so I think that, with if there is a little bit of a pullback here, if we can get to at least 146.55, I would start initiating my short there. So I think that is what I'm going to do here. So I'm just going to pull up NVIDIA. I want to get in at this 146.55 level just because I don't want to get in at the market price. I don't really like that. I want to make sure that I'm getting the best price possible. And so 146.55, I'm going to initiate my short there. So that looks pretty decent on NVIDIA. That looks pretty good. And you also looks pretty interesting as well. I like the fact that it bounced around 1040. 1057, came up to VWAP, couldn't cross that VWAP, really struggling with that level, and then we're going on our way down here. And so it is already in a downtrend from the morning, and so that's something that I'm looking at, but we're going to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some of these day one earnings plays. As always, if these or any other names are on your watch, make sure that you go in that chat and vote, !join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at, because the top 5 tickers will be covered by Obi and Sean at 2 p.m. and you have until 1:50 p.m. to make sure you get your votes in. Spotify here, SPOT up about 11%. They missed here on earnings per share quite heftily, 1.59 here versus 1.84 expected, but they did have a bit of a beat here on sales. Apparently here, the sales were up year over year, premium subscribers up 12% year over year, and also above estimates. Then we have a bit of a tale of two earnings reactions here because CAVA, look at this beautiful rejection off that 162 level, previous area of resistance. CAVA initially gapped up nicely, now down about 7%, despite arguably a stronger report than SPOT. They beat on earnings per share. They beat on sales here for Cava Restaurant Group. Same store sales up about 18%. Apparently their restaurants are up 21.4% year over year, increasing their guidance. So it really goes to show it's not about if the earnings are good or bad, it's how market participants react to them. Now, in terms of what we have on watch, we have Cisco and NU reporting tonight. Cisco here, earnings, we're expecting 87 cents per share, revenue of $13.76 billion. So we'll have to see if this one gets a little bit of a pop or dumps like a truck. We also have NU, that was also reporting here after the bell. Then Disney here tomorrow morning, DIS, huge company here. Of course, we had that Nelson Peltz debacle earlier this year. Analysts are looking for $1.09 earnings per share, revenue of $22.6 billion. Also LUNR, which is running a little bit earlier today. This one reporting before the bell. JD and BILI. So Billy and JD.com, 2 Chinese ADRs and watch too, guys.
Did you say dumps like a truck?
I did.
Yes,
and
Adara. We were like debating whether we heard that or not. Nice. I love it.
Adara with the puns, always coming in clutch. You were saying something, Shree?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, guys, Astis, I want to talk about this one. Did really well on it, got stopped out for the remaining amount, got in at 30 because it was a 10 exponential. First beak wetter 25, second beak wetter 40s, third beak wetter 55s. I'm happy with this trade. I got stopped out for the remaining amount, but I don't feel as bad because now we're putting in a candle of indecision at a critical area for me anyway. If I got into the trade because of the 10 exponential, then I need to get out of the trade if I'm basing that as my support. It doesn't have to be a right premise. Your premise can be wrong. So what do I mean by that? But if I got in at the 10 exponential, that's my premise. It's going to hold out there. So then why would I hold it if it breaks south of that? Now, you can challenge me on the initial premise of why'd you get in at the 10 exponential? What's so special about the 10 exponential? Let me make my case. Over here. I hear you, Fabian. Let me just do it. We had been defending the 10 exponential very, very well, essentially since 940. You do have a few breaches only on a wick basis, so you don't have anything that has closed below the 10 exponential. And I kind of felt this topping tail candle over here was a candle of a reversal candle of sorts, especially since it was preceded by a monster red candle. Monster is relative, obviously. So let's see what it does here with 30. Maybe I took it out too quickly over here because we didn't technically get a closing print below the 10. We got a wick, which has happened before. In any event, I think this one does have potential to run if it does hold 30, so I'll weasel back in if I can, if it does hold 30. Otherwise, I'd like to get it possibly off the volume weighted average price, or maybe even that $27.50, $28, which is the IB high there if it really starts bleeding. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Now this one, MVST, I mean, I almost got printed at 85s, didn't quite yet. What I do like about it is the umpteen of higher lows that it's been putting in and holding up above the volume weighted average price, which is always kind of my gauge there for these small cap gappers. Last but not least, we're long 09s on Premier League, and I've been waiting for this one to curl back up. Finally getting a candle here to make a new high, but we got bamboozled before because this candle over here made a new high above its predecessor, and then we ended up continuing to move down. So I'm looking for a $3 defend and a curl, a rounded bottom, so to speak, off that key area. It looks like it's holding the 20, and then maybe we can test highs again. We'll see what we get with this bad boy over here. Rocket Labs continuing. Yeah, it's making lower highs and lower lows. I don't want nothing to do with this until I can get back above the 10. Fat Figure was letting me know that QUBT reports tomorrow. So this one took a bit of a nice little dive there and found support at the 20. So I wonder if this one is a nice one to weasel into. It's above VWAP. Let's do some charting over here. Let's see what the situation with this one is like. So we're at local highs, no question about that. Let's go to the daily. See what the situation is with the daily. Okay, what are these bad boy prints up here? 189. That's a triple top at that $1.89. So we're at a $1.87. Okay, so that's what it is then. All right, so going back on QUBT to June 2023, then early and late June 2023, and then again in August, we have a bit of a triple top there at a $1.86, a $1.85. Lo and behold, today's high is a $1.86. So we got to break and take that level to really get going. Good thing that I saw that before I worked myself into that trade, because that's an obvious level right there. So it looks like somebody's shorting up a storm or taking profits at that $1.85, $1.86 or whatever it is. It looks like it might want to hold though. So curling back up here, looking to go above that $1.75 again. Nice hold at the 20, a little bit above VWAP. We'll see if I can work my way into this trade, but yeah, good luck. Let's flip to some of these large caps, because I haven't been looking at these mega caps lately, but there are some running. Let's put some respect on Amazon's name, man. 1.8% all-time highs. It's like every day we're printing new all-time highs ever since we took out that Bezos shelf at 200. Basically 25 pennies off all-time highs right now. Good move back up off 212. Looking to take 213.07 HOD. But the monster Microsoft, and I usually reserve that name for NVIDIA, but Microsoft been doing awfully well yesterday. It was counter trend yesterday. It's counter trend today. It's green, but it is at these areas at this area of resistance from yesterday. Look at the closing prints at 4 o'clock and that high day that we put in at 3 yesterday. We're right there right now, 424.5. Boom, we just printed 424.5 on the soft one. It's uninterrupted to the high side. Look at that move up, man, on softy here. But I'm very cognizant of this high a day yesterday. So even though we're above it, a couple of shekels above it right now, do we continue above it? Resistance from yesterday, Sate.
Awesome. So I was looking at this NVIDIA, and I did have an order sitting here around 146.54. And so I said, if it gets up to that level, then I think I want to enter here for the short. So usually what I don't like to see, though, is like when the candle is moving up, I like to see it closing like on a red. And so rather than me just posting here, I'm waiting for this candle to fall through this level again, and then I would get in here again. So I think I'm going to post my order a little bit lower, around 146.45, just because it blasted through that level, and I want to make sure that I'm not holding it like as it's going up. And so if it can break through this level again, then I think that I will enter here. But it's looking like it may bounce a little bit. But I think 146.45, I'm going to put an alert there and see if we can reach that level again, just because I don't want to get faked out here. And so as long as we can get through there again, 146.45, then I'll start initiating my short there. And then I got in on Mara here. I got in at 23.20. And so I thought that, we would have blasted through there. There is a little bit of a pullback happening here. I'm not too worried yet as of right now. But I don't want to see it crossing this 23.66. If it does cross that, then I think that I might hop out of this trade, and we're going to Adara.
The timing couldn't be better. VinFast has made waves by delivering over 51,000 EVs in the first 10 months of 2024 in Vietnam, outpacing major international competitors and becoming Vietnam's top auto brand. It's an industry milestone. VinFast is now the first EV maker in the country to outsell traditional gasoline cars just 2 years after going fully electric. Globally, VinFast is on a roll, expanding its footprint in major markets like the US, Canada, and Europe, while breaking into new high-potential regions like the Middle East, Indonesia, the Philippines, and India. With 7 versatile EV models meeting a wide range of market needs, VinFast is making its mark as a powerhouse in the global EV market. It's a major moment for the industry, and all eyes are now on VinFast as they prepare to release their Q3 financial results on November 26th, 2024. Stay tuned, and thank you to VinFast for sponsoring this portion of the program.
Before we go on, VinFast is building a plant in North Carolina, kind of like Polestar. And why that's relevant is because we've obviously got a tariff situation on our hand here with Donald Trump. So that could vastly change how things are priced. Because if you're racking on tariffs on top of the MSRP, because you're building them outside the United States, you can't offer a good price or a better price to consumers. But if you're building them locally, like VinFast wants to do in Polestar, then that might be a bit of a different situation for you. So I want to throw that out there. Obviously, we're sponsored by them, so you should know, obviously, that there is that element of it. But I'm giving you objective information here, and I have no personal interest. I'm not invested in VinFast, but I am invested in Polestar. I want to make that very clear. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so before we threw it to Adara, I was looking at Mara right now. Excuse me, and I was saying that if we reach that 2366 level, then I may be a little bit worried. What I do like, though, is the fact that it's kind of rejecting off of this 9 EMA level, which kind of keeps me a little bit more convicted in this trade because it reaches that level, and then it looks like it still wants to continue this downward trend here. So I think I'm going to, let it ride and not be too afraid with this price action here. And so maybe I might bring my stop up a little bit where I'm definitely wrong, around 24.32, but as of right now, things are looking pretty decent there. What else are we looking at? Vic Jen Novak, he's saying SPY short. Let's take a look at that. Let's see here, SPY. I mean, this looks still pretty strong, to be honest. Like, I'm not really one to time the top without more confirmation. And so we're seeing all these green candles. Look at, it's just green, green, green. Look at all those wicks. It's really struggling, to close. Like, it just bounces off of this trend line and it just keeps making higher lows. And so I don't think that this is necessarily, a good shorting point as of right now, until, we start to see more weakness, to be honest. I think that we may break above this 598.41. And I feel like also, too, you shouldn't really be shorting until we hit around that $600 level. Once we hit that $600 level, I feel like, if we break through that, it may be a lot more clear. Or if we are resisting at that $600 level, I think that it will be more clear there. But as of right now, I think that the short is just a little bit too early as of right now, and because we don't have any confirmation. But potential resistance zones we're looking at is 599.33 and then 598.45. Those were kind of levels from yesterday that I would be paying attention to. But I wouldn't really start initiating that short or even getting involved until that $600 mark. So that's my look on that. What else do we got here? DJT. Let's look at that. DJT. This looks interesting. I like the fact that we are kind of approaching that low here. Let's see here. Yeah, I'd be waiting to see what we do around this 28.82. Is there a bounce off of that level, or is it a breakthrough at that level? So just pay attention to that. If we see a strong wick similar to this at that level, I would be a little bit wary for the short. I want to see at least 2 3-minute candles closing below that level, but that's my look. How about you, Sharif?
I'm looking at a new one here, Satya, DYN, and this is an earnings winner. It's just showed up onto my scanner. I'm not really sure why, and it's a big mover, 18.5%. Let me show you what I'm seeing on the 5-minute chart, because that's what really got me interested in it. Now, it's a little extended. If you've watched me trade these before, you know how I feel about getting too far away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and that is what that green line on my chart shows there. That's the 10 EMA. It's hanging out at 33.50. We're almost at $35 here on DYN. So I need a bit of a pullback. Now, it doesn't have to touch the 10 EMA, but it has to weasel a little bit closer to it. Look at this, 2-candle hold up over here. Not a big drop, right? But enough for the EMA to catch up a little bit. So that's what I'm looking for. I want this one to drop. Now, I should tell you, it's an earnings winner. So here it is. Dyne Therapeutics Incorporated reports results for the quarter ended September 30 earnings summary. You don't need to read the report. You can just gauge that by the market reaction. $3.5 billion market cap, light on volume. That's one thing I don't like about this. About 621,000 shares traded so far today. Yeah, it's south of 1 million, so we're going to have to tread carefully here. The float, about a little bit less than 100 million shares, about 98 million share float. And let's find out what the short float, if possible, is here. Nice. Okay, 13.5% says Trade Ideas. Now we can work with that. So let's do some charting here and figure out, well, number one, I got to add this bad boy to the watch list over here. Otherwise, the price doesn't update. I have no idea why. Now we're coming down a little bit. I was like, why isn't this thing moving? All right, good. Now we're coming into an area that I like, but let's do some wider time frame charting. The 10, this is the daily, excuse me. Okay, so we were doing quite well from November 2023 till August of this year. We were up a light 687%, not a big deal. Since that time, obviously we've given up a little bit, dropping off from that 47.50 top. Looks like we based out, given, around 30 bucks. There was definitely resistance initially at 30, and even though you breached 30 over here, you generally held it. It's not an exact science, it's more of an art. So you can't really look at these levels too strictly. $30 holds, and then now we're above the 50. But however, we still have lower highs. After that big boy drop from September, you've got incrementally lower highs. Even with this latest pop, we're still not above that $37 level. So that doesn't really matter too much for an intraday, but if you're looking at this for a swing, you need to be cognizant of that. It's a good look. What the hell does this company do, bro? Clinical stage muscle disease company focused on advancing life-transforming therapeutics for people with genetically driven diseases. You got to love that catalyst or that objective there, so long as it's honest and they actually try to help with that. So DYN, certainly on watch over here. I don't know exactly how I would pick it up. It's just too far away from that 10 exponential. I'm going to need to come in a bit more. I don't have an exact level, though. Perhaps maybe the exact level of 33.50, maybe 33.75. I'm going to have to watch how this trades, but I got to tell you, I'm already a little hesitant getting into it because of the lack of volume. So we're going to keep watching here. DYN on the side charts, it's an earnings winner. QUBT dipped into 170, now moving right back up to try to take those highs of days. Again, 186, printing 182 right now. So good look there. Guys, as you can see, some of the small cap gappers really losing the momentum. BTCT, we were talking about a rounded bottom off VWAP. Not really manifesting, $21 resistance. RNA has been very consolidative since 1030, not making any new highs. MVST, same thing, I'm involved in that. Makes a 105 high, now weaseling here above VWAP, but very consolidative. Same thing with PL, I'm involved in that one. We're 2 pennies out of the money. Even RKLB. Now, RKLB could be a bit of a different setup here because it's coming into VWAP. And we saw what it did last time when it came into VWAP. So be careful with this one because it has a tendency to breach VWAP on a wick basis but ends up closing above it. So don't be too quick into this is what I'm trying to say. Watch it, see if it holds VWAP on a closing basis, and then you can weasel in, and it gives you about $2.50 or $2 actually, sorry, from VWAP to the high a day. So potentially a $2 move, if not even more, if it really gets going here. But an Astis as well, coming down off the highs into the 20 exponential. So we're really losing steam here with some of these small cap gappers. But are you really surprised? I'm not, because that's kind of how the midday is, especially when things dry up a little bit. They really tend to dry up all at once here. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm looking now at DYN because it's putting in a green candle that I think is going to close now, or did it just open? I think it just opened actually. Let me just see exactly. Yeah, it just opened. So I can't base anything off it right now. What are you looking at?
Yeah, for sure. So I was looking at Tesla because someone was saying Tesla in the chat. And so this looked...
You're good. Until they call you, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, so I was looking at Tesla here. And so I was a little bit wary for this long, like when someone called it out initially, but I like it. And as of right now, what I like about it is we made this base here around 1105, and then we're kind of holding the shelf here at this $326 level. And so this looks pretty good for, the reversal here. I still want to see it get above that VWAP level and see what we do there. I don't want to see a wick at VWAP. I want to make sure that we're seeing, those candles close above VWAP, maybe a little bit of a consolidation above VWAP. But the long looks like it's coming in there. And so that looks pretty decent for Tesla there. Yeah, right? And so, yeah, I think that looks pretty decent. I would want to see this cross here around 331.97, 332, but we're going to Adara.
Lots of chop and churn here on the market right now. S&P 500 slightly up on the day. We have the NASDAQ slightly down in the day. And if you look at this 15-minute chart here on the S&P 500, a little bit of a range. We're seeing a base of around 597.35s, top here of 598s. But let's see if we're able to break out of that level. Economic data this morning, we had CPI coming in completely in line with expectations for all four prints. We had some Fed speak as well. Some comments here coming from Fed's Logan with regards to the potential cause of bond yields rising. Could be a bit of an issue here. There might need a less restrictive policy for the Fed if these bonds continue to rise. So keep an eye on bonds because it sounds like at least Fed's Logan is going to be watching that level. We also have Fed speak at 1 p.m., Fed's Muslim in about an hour. Then at 1:30, we'll get comments from Fed's Schmidt. Crypto, of course, still on watch here, making new all-time highs as it has been doing since the election. And we also have names like Amazon on watch here. AMZN, bit of a double top here, some struggles at 213, but up almost 2% on the day. The information and a couple other sources here reporting that they've launched their Temu competitor. They're calling it HAUL, H-A-U-L. So PDD could also be on watch to the downside with regards to this catalyst. Then we have SNOW. I wanted to put it this name here because it is up about 6% here. There is a couple catalysts, but not really one that would explain this massive move up. AT&T had its data breached here by these hackers that hacked through Snowflake. This is a story we heard back in July, but now apparently prosecutors have identified these hackers. So you'd think that would be a bad catalyst, but SNOW here up about 6%. It's also worth noting this could be a bit of a victim of the inverse Kramer effect. Jim Cramer last night on CNBC said that he was not interested in the stock at these levels, and SNOW now up about 6%. So great look for Snowflake. If these are any of their tickers are on your mind, make sure you get in that chat and vote. How do you do it? Just go in exclamation point, join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. The top 5 tickers there will be gone over at 2 p.m. during our rundown with Sean and Obi, and Sharif will be providing some color commentary and gesticulating wildly at that green screen. Now back to Sharif and Satya.
I will not be providing any color commentary. I will only be gesticulating wildly today. Get it, Adara. Yes. Shout out to Adara, man. All right, you were in the middle of...
yes, I was talking about MARA, I believe. So I got out of that trade because I'm not seeing the action that I want to see as of right now. It is holding above the 9 EMA, so usually that is kind of a reversal kind of indicator for me. And, Bitcoin is blasting off right now, making, new all-time highs. And so, you know what? I am just going to get rid of that and because that's not the look right now. So I hopped out of that one. And so where's the next trade? That is what I'm looking at as of right now. And so I'm just flipping through tickers. I have my eye out on this Tesla. I think I'm going to put an alert here around 335.21. And so that is exactly what I will do. And so gonna have that alert there. Let's see what our girl NVIDIA is doing as of right now. I'm kind of glad that I canceled this order because once I saw this green candle, I got a little bit nervous. And we are, consolidating a little bit below this level, above this level that I was looking at around this 146.50. Once, the price action gets at those 50s levels, that's where I really start to decide whether or not I'm going to get out of a trade or not. And so if I see that there's lots of price action happening above 50s, so if I see like 53, 54, 55, and I'm initiating, if I'm trying to go short, for example, and I'm seeing that type of action, I usually just cancel the order because it looks like that the bidders are really trying to push up that price above 50s. And so I didn't really like what I was seeing. And so That's my look on NVIDIA. As of right now, I still have my order here around 146.45. I really want to see it get to that level in order for me to get involved again, because I want to see what it does at that 50 level. If it can break that 50 level and go to 45, then I'll have more confirmation for the short. But as of right now, we're above 50s. We're at 65s right now, and so I'd just be a little bit cautious. Even though we still are in a downtrend, I want to make sure that I do have that confirmation there. So if it's holding that 50s, then I'm just going to stay away from this short. And then I believe this is for you, Sharif. SP Williams, can ACHR possibly squeeze?
Already loaded it up. So let's throw in the ticker ACHR and we'll have a look at what this bad boy is doing on the day. It's obviously at lows right now. First, let's give the deets on the name. So Archer Aviation, $1.5 billion in market cap, so not a small cap gapper, traded a fair amount of shares on the day, 21.5 million shares traded. What's the float on this bad boy? Okay, I'm seeing 208 million. Let's verify that with Trade Ideas. Okay, ACHR. I've got 190 million over here, so not that much of a difference. 208, 190. Short float, big boy, 27.33%. Is that why you're asking SP? Because you saw the short float there and you're like, hey, GameStop all over again. Let's have a look at this one. Let's go to the daily, see where we are in terms of the major trend. What is this? Okay, so this, obviously you can tell it was a SPAC. How do I know that? Because it hovered at 10 to no end, right? And we know SPACs have to stay in and around 10. I'm not really sure of how the actual dynamics of that work, how they keep them at $10. If anybody knows, I'd really like to know. Yeah, but we hovered at $10 for too long of a period for it not to be obvious. Once we de-SPAC, though, it looks like we tanked here a little bit. This is the weekly on Archer. The support in and around $2. The local trend over here, at least from September of last year, a double top in and around 7 with a sell-off with a neckline break at around 450 to about 4.25. I'm talking about that neckline break, double top, continuing down. All right, so do we have support at these levels? The answer is yes. Have a look at the double bottom that we put in before the double top. I love these technical patterns, right? Look at that 3.25 neckline break and take that we got in, looks like late spring, early summer of 23. We weaseled up to 7, 8. This is the weekly, and now we're finding support at 3. No surprise there. 3 had been a support level and then a resistance level. So it's a good look. Now, intraday, now that we understand what the longer term trend is, let's look at the daily over here, see if there's anything locally that we need to concern ourselves with. Let's zoom out. Okay, so 3. Now we're back up into that 4.25. We're still lower highs, though. That's the problem. So we're still area crest, lower high, lower high, lower high. How can we weasel into this trade on the day? Now, it's obviously found support at 420. Yeah, it's a tough one. Look, if you're going to take it long here, wet your beak at 4.25 for VWAP. You also have resistance, not just because of VWAP at 4.25, but you have the IB low, the implied balance low, right at that 4.25. So you should be taking out profits there. Now, if it continues to go, I say wait until about that 4 2/3. That's the closing print, but this has really got to work its way back up for you to get that. And I don't know if we get that today. So yeah, let me know how Archer goes. Did this report? Why is it down? Archer, Let's have a look over here. Entered into a sales agreement relating what? Relating to the shares offered by the prospectus. Did they have an offering? Let me just have a look a little bit more to see if anything came in from yesterday. Hires UAE leader Abu Dhabi. That ain't the move. Okay, I'll have a look at this after. Not really sure exactly why it's down on the day anyway, but we'll, yeah, it's not a bad look, but you're really going to have to set up well here for it to do what you want. So let's have a look at everything else that's moving right now, especially the positions that I'm in. MVST, boring me to death. But this has happened before. I've already moved up my stop to account for the volatility. DYN, though, I missed this trade. Okay, so here it goes. Up to the upside again. Looks like it wants to take that 34.89 HOD. We're printing 85s right now. On the ask, 78 on the bid, so we're a few pennies off that HOD. So it was a good retracement, and boom, there's the high a day, $35. Good move here for DYN. Not involved in it, obviously. Got to weasel into this somehow. What are you looking at, Satea?
Yes, so I am looking at Shopify as of right now because I did abandon that trade. I saw a little bit of selling, and so I got out. Just wanted to take a little bit of profits. And then I'm still kind of seeing a continuation here. I was a little bit nervous, but it is still holding the 9 EMA, and so this looks pretty decent as well. So yeah, I'm holding this Shopify here, looking for take profit around 113.50, 113.55, so around there. So hopefully we get filled, but we're going to Adara.
Here to keep an eye on AFRM. Apparently, Semaphore reporting that there are some suggestions or indications that TikTok apparently is going to have this platform for buy now, pay later, which I guess would be competing with AFRM. This platform is going to be called TikTok Pay Later. So AFRM getting a little bit of a volume down spike on reports of a potential TikTok Pay Later, according to things that Semaphore is hearing. We're also here to introduce to you a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with the growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Speaking of Satea, guys, Apple at high a day, Microsoft high a day, Meta high a day, Amazon high a day. You see where I'm going with this? So big boy moves right now on the Mag 7. I was just talking to Satea. I'm like, who's buying Apple here? I was reading an article today that the Trump tariffs could add about $250 to the price of the iPhone if they don't get an exemption, which we know that they've gotten in the past. So I'm not trying to be conclusive about it. So I was saying, just, jokingly, it must be that $150 billion buyback program that they have that they turned on here because it looks uninterrupted to the high side. But good luck for the dead one Apple, 225 and a third. We know that we're likely to encounter some resistance from this double top that we put in yesterday at 225.60, 225.50, depending on which crest you're looking at. But AAPL really breaking out here, double bottom into the volume weighted average price, and it hasn't looked back since. Meta as well. Meta looking to go greenery on the day. That will have to take it above yesterday's closing print of 584. And it looks like 4/5 or 3/4, give or take. I love this higher low, higher high, VWAP hold look on META. We still have the pre-market high at 586 and 4/5, give or take. So keep your eye out on that. But yeah, the Mag 7, they're not all heading higher. But yeah, good strength right now. NVIDIA near lows, Tesla still below VWAP, Goggles just weaseled its way above VWAP, and the Fuge just barely red, 0.02% in the negatory land, but it's trying to break above the closing print from yesterday, which, just for your own information, 21,188. Satea.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about this Shopify trade. So typically when I'm getting in at overextended levels where I'm like, I don't know, this can reverse on me, a lot of the time I will keep that stop really, really tight. And so I'll keep it right at break even. I'm not trying to lose, more than I should. And because I could just jump back in. And so I got in at 113.06. And so my stop loss is 08s and 06s, so that I'll just break even if it does get to that price. And so it looks like I might get stopped out here. That is okay, because once it does pull back a little bit, if it does, and I see a point where we kind of base out, then I'll just get back in the trade there. So that's my look on Shopify. What else do we got here? All right, NVIDIA, it's your time to shine. Let's see what our girl NVIDIA is doing. And then Tesla, it's looking like it's approaching that VWAP level, so that looks pretty decent as well. But going back to NVIDIA, yeah, she looks like she's, trying to do something here, but I'd still want to make sure that she gets above that VWAP level. So around 148, that's just me personally, where I would get involved. And so she's looking like she's trekking up to the upside. And what I really like about this trade as well is, like, if you look on the 4 hour as well, because, 12 p.m. just started, we're seeing that green candle here on the 4 hour. And so as long as we can close green on that 4 hours, so once 1 p.m. comes around, as long as this candle is still green, NVIDIA looks pretty decent as well. So whatever comes first, whether that 1 p.m. green candle close happens first or the break above VWAP, that's what I'm looking at in terms of NVIDIA. So that looks pretty decent as well. And then what else do we got here? Amazon still trekking up to the upside, did come to the 9 EMA, so that would have been nice for that dip buy, and then it's still blasting off to the upside. And then also Mara, yeah, I'm glad I got out of that as well because this is still, trekking to the upside as well. And then if we look on the 4 hour as well, same type of action, that 4 hour candle formed, and we are, it's looking green. And so we just want to be aware of that if you are going short, but this looks like it's turning into a long trade setup. So that looks really good as well. What else do we got here? Tesla, I did touch upon. RKBL, let's take a look at that because someone in the chat is RKBL or Roblox? RKBL? Yeah.
KLBS, Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs.
Am I doing it right? RKBL. I don't know why it's not.
RKLB.
Oh, LB. Okay.
Yeah, he probably typed it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So looking at Rocket Labs here. Okay, this looks pretty decent. What I like is we have this uptrend here. And so I want to see that bounce at that VWAP level. Me personally, if I'm getting involved for the long, I want to see the break of this 2160. Why am I looking at this level? Well, it was kind of like this local high in the morning around 9:45. And so I think that if there is a continuation to the upside, that it must cross this level, for us to continue it because it should bounce off of this level. This trend line here, it should bounce off of this VWAP level. And then I think if we can cross that, then, breaking through this day's high, 2263, 2260, is definitely in place. So that looks really decent as well. And why I like it as well is it just looks like it's a little bit of a pullback from the pre-market. So if we look at the pre-market here, the pullback level was 20.50, and it's also a psychological level, the 50-cent level. And so I really like that. Just a little bit of a pullback, not necessarily a change in trend. I think that the trend is still to the upside, and so that looks really good as well. So, waiting to see if we can hold above this VWAP level, and then waiting to see if we can break through that 2160. That looks really, really good there. What else do we got here? Rocket Labs. What else are you guys looking at? Comment in the chat. What are you guys looking at? But we're going to bring it over to Sharif.
No, everything's pumping. Everything's pumping. Like, I'm
so
sorry.
Much to look at.
Yeah, Meta at days high, Microsoft days high, Amazon, Apple, and the future. The future's close. Well, no, it's not. It's fine. About 43 points. Guys, we're getting an aggressive move up here on the future and on some of the Mag 7. Some are participating, some are not, Katina, man. So you got the likes of NVIDIA below VWAP. Tesla's fighting, been fighting with VWAP. And it looks like Google's got its own fight, but it's not with VWAP. It's with that $180 level, topping tail candle right now. Zagging through that VWAP level. Keep your eye out on the Mag 7. They seem to be moving now, but look at the dead one. The dead one has resistance from yesterday, and I won't be convinced otherwise, and it's already retracing about 15 pennies or so. Whether Apple rejects off this level or not, an entirely different story. I'm going to be very interested to short here on Apple. If it does show me a rejection, there's no rejection pattern, but if I see something, that looking like a retracement or reversion trade, I'm going to weasel in. I want to see if this one ends up printing as a topping tail. Sometimes it prints on the 5, sometimes it's on the 15. You're really going to have to do a multi-time frame confirmation here to be, extra sure. At least I will. We're getting a topping tail right now on Softy. A bit of a candle of indecision. We'll keep an eye on Apple. Meta is right into that closing print, and it's rejecting off yesterday's closing print in the 584 mid-80s. And again, you got Tesla rejecting VWAP right now. So a 4-candle holdup on the Cybertruck. Speaking of the Cybertruck, they got a recall today. At VWAP. No surprise, not a shock there that it's finding resistance at VWAP. We're always using VWAP as areas of support and resistance. So TSLA, interesting look there. All the while, the future took 21.2. Weaseled up, and now it's finding resistance in and around that 200-point level. nothing really surprising about that. Whether or not this is just a little bit of a holdup or whether we're going to curl back down, an entirely different story. So I'd like to set something up here on the Mag 7. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Bang! On DYN, 30 pennies more in the money on this one, Katina, man. I'm going to set up on the north side now of 35. Ooh, he's back. How was the gym, brother? That's good, man. I love it, man. The guy's killing it. Boom! We just took out another one. Katina, man, now 45 pennies. He's back to give me more massage. Yo, good times on the floor today, man. Straight up. Let's set up another order up here on DYN. Really going. Where did I get in? I got 67s. Best print I have so far here at 10s. DYN just took out that 35 break and take. But be careful with this one. It's awfully spready. And it's a bit of a bamboozler, but it looks like it may have took 35. If that's the case, we want to leave a little bit more here for the higher levels. But right now, zigging and zagging. What are you looking at, Satya?
Yeah, so we missed a super chat. So
My bad.
So CELU is something that someone wanted to look at here. And so let's see here. This is like a little bit of low volume for me, to be honest. But let's look on a higher time frame. Let's look on the 30, because we do have. I mean, comment, Minnie Mouse. Are you doing more of a swing trade? Are you long-term investing? Are you day trading? Let me know. As of right now, this is not really something that I would trade for day trading, just because I don't really see much. The candlesticks are not really candlesticks. They're more like lines. It is looking a little bit bearish, though, from what I can see. Let's look here on the daily here. We did have this rejection at $5.20, so $5.23 last week on Thursday. And so we are struggling a little bit there, but from I mean, it's in an uptrend here. We have earnings coming out today after the bell. So I'm not really seeing like too much volume there as of right now. I feel like the earnings call would give you a little bit more of a decisive move, because the thing is, we're kind of just chopping around, to be honest. It's just chopping around below VWAP and then near the low of day. And so I'm not really seeing a clear direction. Maybe we might see a little bit of a pullback at $3.68 from this previous day kind of mark here. But to be honest, I don't really see much, just because there's not a lot of volume. It's just not something that I would really look at. Do you have a better look on this, Sharif?
Which one, sorry?
CELU.
Yeah, we'll look right now. Absolutely. Let's weasel it in over here. CELU. We'll give the deets on everything. Oh my goodness. Is this thing alive? Is it awake? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's why it's hard to read.
Yeah. What Satya and I are referring to is just we can look at a chart and we can know it's sparsely traded just by how the candle's set up. And you get to that point when you trade a lot. So let's look at the daily. Okay, so we looks like where'd we SPAC? Or where'd we IPO? I don't know why these charts do this to me. Let's, okay, well, now it's not working. That's fine, no big deal. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Let's go to the 30. Okay, there we go. So nice breakout there. I don't know if this was earnings or not on CELU back on November 7th, but you have outlying volume, obviously, and outlying price action. Looks like we're kind of in the midst. Let's use our Finabachis over here from the breakout level to the high. I'm never going to live that down. I love it. It's your favorite type of pasta, Katina, man. Everything's fine. The Katina Man's long Palantir, guys. All right, so the breakout level, let's say at $1.50. That's what that's where we had closed out at on that November 7th date, 520 HOD. We held generally that 50% retracement. Now we're trying to hold on to that 2/3 and rejecting off 76. So you can use that with a grain of salt. Obviously, fibs are what they are. Now, in terms of resistance, looks like there is certainly resistance at $4, and that's been a period of days. You have on the 8th, you rejected off 4. The 11th, even the 12th yesterday, we weaseled above it quickly, but look where we closed, south of 4. And again, we're having trouble with 4 today. Even though we weaseled up into 4 1/3, we're below it right now. So it seems as if locally $4 an important level. Now, that's obviously the bad side of the trade, the resistance side, especially if you're going long. What's the good side? The good side is higher lows. So even though we retraced off that 520 break and take, look at the retracements, all the troughs incrementally higher than their predecessors. So not a bad look there. If you're trying to swing trade this, obviously you should be wetting your beak into the highs there. I say buy something off, a dip, but make sure that you are very cognizant of that $4 level, because even though you're putting in higher lows, that can change, especially $4 really does act as a level of resistance. So let's look at that's a 30-minute chart. Let's look at the 5. Quickly, yeah, I'm not going to give you any opinion on the 5 because it's just not doing enough volume today. I can't. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Right? It did much more volume yesterday. So swing trade, not bad. But keep your eye out on the $4 level. Again, on MVST, we work into 84 pennies, this time 84 and a half. I'm waiting at 85, and again, we reject. So, we're putting in higher lows and incrementally, not much, incrementally higher highs. I've moved up my stop to account for my entry now that I've taken the majority of the position out, but I'm trying to be patient because I know if we likely break that 85 penny level, we may squeeze a little bit over here. So MVST, keeping my eye out on that one. I'm also very intently looking at Rocket Labs. I'm very aware that it's got a 5-candle hold-up pattern at the volume weighted average price. It hasn't broke down, nor has it defended it. I don't need to be first to the trade. I've got eyes on it. If it wants to defend VWAP, I will be weaseling my way back into this. We already traded successfully today. We'll be looking to do even better on it if it does hold generally that 2050 area. It's ranging 50 pennies, 2050 to the low side, about 21 or thereabouts to the high side. We'll pack our patience there. Now, it looks like I will get stopped out of PL. Oh, Rocket Labs just flushed. Okay, so be careful, guys. It just broke VWAP decisively, giving that 2060, giving way at 2060, weaseling down almost into that third of a dollar, trying to recover back now into the $0.50. Be careful with this one. VWAP can hold it up for a minute. It doesn't have to hold it up forever. What I was going to talk about before I got interrupted by Rocket Labs is PL, Premier League. No, it's not Premier League. You know what I mean, though. It's my affinity for soccer. Even though my team is not hard garbage, but we're not living up to our standards. Who
is it?
Arsenal.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not hard garbage at all, but who keeps hitting the fill? Oh.
Baby Ed.
I know, bro. I'm hurting this year, Katina, man. I'm hurting big. Oh, I like that. He brings the good side of the picture. He's like, you got some Bitcoin now. So even though your teams are crap, you've got other areas of your life that are not so bad.
You could put a smile on your face.
No. But to finish talking about PL over here, it's coming into VWAP. So I'm in it at 309. I'm 10 pennies out of the money because it's at 299 right now. I'm not going to take this out until it breaks the volume weighted average price. I'd like to see if it holds up there. If it does, I'm going to add. Simple as that. And we'll look to move up. But I got to tell you, the bad side of PL, volume, kind of poop. So be careful with that one. DYN, did I get a print? Let's find out. No, not yet. So we're above 35. We're at 35.28 right now. Good look. Now I'm waiting at 40s. So DYN is going 20%, over 20% now. Where do we get in? We got in at 67s. We're printing 28s on the ask. I'll wait at 40. Let's see if we can get a print up 20% today.
Awesome. So as of right now, I am looking at NU. There was an order that I actually forgot about, to be honest. And so we're not looking on the week. We are looking on the day. And so I'm looking on the 5-minute here. And so I had this order sitting here near the low of day here. And so I like my low of day breaks. I like the fact that it's below a VWAP, which is really good. We are trending down. We have been trending down since the morning. And so I'm going to make this red because psychologically I'm going short. And so I like the trend line to match, kind of the direction that we're looking at. And so this is looking pretty bearish here, but I am being aware of this wick here around 1570. If we kind of struggle with that area, I'm going to take a look at the tape and see what we're kind of doing here. So let's see what the tape is doing. And so I'm seeing a lot of mid prints as of right now. And so not necessarily giving me too much action, but we're going to Adara.
The small caps, I want to point out here, RBLX on watch, Roblox got a bit of a volume candle to the downside, bit of a volume spike there. Daily Dark Web reporting that Roblox was basically the victim here of a bit of a security breach. So keep an eye on RBLX, though again, those reports unconfirmed as of now, not a lot of details, but RBLX stock reacting to the downside. Here's the IWM, also reacting to the downside, up on the day, but continuing to make lower highs and lower lows and rejecting off that key level of $240. We're taking a look at some of these small caps and mid caps right now, starting with AISP. This is Airship AI. They have a float of 30 million shares, I believe we're seeing here for AISP, getting a positive note here from Benchmark, initiating coverage here with a buy rating and a $6 price target. Then we have here LUNR, Intuitive Machines, making a bit of an intense candle here, a bit of that topping tail candle for Intuitive Machines. But LUNR, and watch ahead of their earnings tonight, they do have a short float of about 31%, so keep an eye on this one. Last but not least, Ginkgo Bioworks, DNA is the ticker for this one. They're up about 20%, near day's highs. It's worth noting this is a larger market cap name, talking about a $16 billion market cap, so more of a mid cap, but they're moving here on day one earnings, beating EPS and sales estimates and raising their guidance here for fiscal 2024. So good look for DNA. And again, if these or any other tickers are on your mind, make sure you go in that chat and vote. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. We get a lot of Mag 7s, so if you want to see a different type of ticker, make sure you put it in the chat. This is our audience segment. Hi, Sharif.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. So as of right now, I'm looking at NU. So I was saying before we threw it to Adara that I am looking for the short here, but I am a little bit aware of this wick here that we had previously at this 1570 mark. And so I do have my stop loss around these highs of 1580, 1582. If it does get above there, then I'm definitely going to hop out of this. But I want to stay convicted in this trade as of right now until I see otherwise. And so I'm going to take a look at that and keep that going. And I feel like I do have a reasonable risk level where I know where I'm wrong. I'm not going to, hold it to the high of day because that is completely absurd. But it definitely, because I'm waiting for this break, it definitely shouldn't get above this 1577, 1580 mark, or else, we're going to jump out of that. Let's see here. Someone's saying coin. Let's take a look at coin here. Ooh, this looks pretty decent. What I like about this trade is we are on this kind of downtrend here. If I look on the tape, let's see what's happening with the tape here. So we're going on coin. Yeah, this looks, for right now, like I'm looking short, but then again, we want to see what it does at this level around this 305, call it, 305 mark, 303. And so I want to make sure that there isn't really a bounce there if I am looking, for the short here. And so I would just be a little bit aware. It's currently 12:30. Let's look on the 30-minute and see what we're doing here. And so, okay, it still looks like it's pretty bearish as of right now, but I feel like the potential bounce level that I'm looking at is around this 304.80. You can catch a scalp. I think that, if you got in here, catching that scalp to that level could be, in play. But I like to wait for a little bit more confirmation if we do, because I don't want to see like a wick off that level like here. That happened at 1140. And so I want to see a break below this level if I am looking short. But, we can get bamboozled. And, coin doesn't always necessarily follow Bitcoin. So we should just be wary of that. But I think that, Bitcoin being at all-time highs, I'm, a little bit cautious. And so I do want to see what it does at that 305 level. What else do we got here? ASTS, quick look if you find a second. Of course. Let's take a look at that. Oh, ASTS? Okay. ASTS. Let's take a look at that. I would say that like for this one, I'd maybe, if you're going long, I'd be waiting for the dip by 2870, waiting for that. That looks pretty decent as well. Wouldn't necessarily get in here just because we are making that consolidation, but I feel like my bus stop level, pull back to VWAP, and then if it wants to, continue the trend, then it should happen at VWAP. But I want to see what it does at that level, 2856. Put an alert there and then, see what the price action is at that level. I would say if it breaks that level, see what it does at 2850. If we break 2850, I would be a little bit cautious, to be honest. But if it breaks 2850, say it went to 2820 and then went above VWAP again, then I would be convicted in the trade again for the long. But I want to see it hold that VWAP level, and so not necessarily getting involved here, but waiting what it does, 2860 and then 2850, and see what we do from there. How about you, Sharif?
Good. I wanted to mention, I forgot to mention this to you guys earlier. It's a little late now, but MNTS did make its way onto the scene. It's a little late. I did have this up about 15 minutes ago. The reason I'm saying it's late, because look where the volume spike is. The highest volume print on the day is not in the pre-market, not at 9:30, but at 12:10. And I like these ones. You've heard me say this before if you've been watching the show. I like the small cap gappers that have the meat of the move, not in the pre, not the open, but whatever, midday, 11:30, 1:30, 12:30, whatever. The ones that start moving midday. Why do I like that? Because I'm not taking the scraps of the move anymore, trying to get off a key level of support. Usually you're in the trending phase when you get that midday pump. So good look right now. Volume really dropping off though. We were printing 700,000 shares per 5-minute candle not that long ago. Now we're down to 100,000, even though this one just opened up. It's a minute deep right now on MNTS. So I like something off VWAP, obviously. The 10 exponential for now is holding. As I say that, it gave way. Let me load it up on the side chart over here. We're going to take off MNTS. There it is, momentous. Yeah, now it's breaking down into 80 pennies. Now, it does have support at 80s. Look at this 4 candle, almost 5 candle hold up at 80 pennies, where the high is 80 pennies. So right there, it just dipped into 80 and got bought back up. So we'll see. We'll see with this one. There is a support level, though, of note at around 80 pennies. And this bottom wick on the candle right now kind of not confirms that, but just, yeah, showing us that kind of look. So MNTS, I wonder if I can weasel into this one or what the situation is going to be. I'm going to have to think about this one. It's kind of given way there. I'll load it up on the trading screen and see if we can figure something with that. And now the other one here, PL, back into this one. It does hold VWAP, so I had to take it out because it did breach VWAP, but it ended up holding it now, curling back above, so I'm right back in. So we're in at $3. It's 302. I'm looking at wetting my beak, 304, 306. We'll see what we get there. Now, last one, DYN. We got the print at 40s, but we didn't get the print at the 2/3. And look what this one did. This one weaseled back below 35. So even though we broke and took 35, it's showing you that the propensity of the stock is to remain below 35. So somebody's pushing this down, taking profits, whatever, above that $35 or at $35. That's the bad side. The good side is putting in higher lows. So if you're looking at area troughs, each successive trough higher than its predecessor, let's see if we can use that trend to our benefit or our favor. I've already moved out my stop. Nothing is going to go against me on this trade. So we've moved it up to break even on this. DYN. Bang! We just got MVST. Finally, happy with this one. Weaseled up to 88s. Now I got to layer my orders on MVST. How many do I have left? Yo, we still got some. Okay. There we go. Now Joe was making fun of me yesterday because I was fumbling the keys. And he's like, I've never seen anyone hit keys like that.
Hey.
I'm like, Joe, leave me alone, bro. Like,
let him be. Let him
yeah. Yeah, I know. The chat chimed in. Everything was going on. I don't know why. Because he doesn't trade small cap gappers. You gotta be fast. Yeah, man. Yeah. They don't hang out at the price for that long. Unless you got resting orders, you're gonna get, it's gonna leave.
No, for sure.
So I've layered up over here. We're gonna put at 88s, and now we're gonna also put it at 90, Satya, to take advantage of that. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset there. Keeping my eye on BTCT. Your stock is back at VWAP, Katina, man. He knows. He's watching it. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. And Fat Figure, I want to let you know that QUBT still hanging out at highs, man. I wrote this one's obituary way too quick. We were talking about that local resistance level, not local, on the daily at this level. And, well, this is a level we were looking at, that triple top from back in 23, mid-23. We're back at it right now. This one looking very flat top breaky, Fat Figure. Let me know what you think about this, because it kind of dipped into the 20, held beautifully at the 20, and now it's right back at those highs. It looks like an ascending wedge with a flat top break. So we'll see. There it goes. It's breaking into highs. 187 new high you hear. QUBT. Fat Figure was telling me that they're reporting quite soon. Let's find out. Bring down trade ideas and have a look at QUBT. When are they reporting? November. They already reported. They reported November 6th. Okay, so that was probably why we're running up in this. All right, sounds good. We'll keep an eye out on that one, and we'll work into it if we can. What else is moving over here? Premier League still at 301. Not much doing there. Satya, what do you got on your side?
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the chat. Thompson Johnson, that's kind of a funny name. SPY 5-minute W pattern from 11 to 12 today, dropped back to test prior resistance at 598.20. New support thoughts. 598.20. Yeah, this looks really good as of right now. I was like a little bit wary when, we first asked about it, but I do like the fact that we are, trying to break through this pre-market high, so 598.70. This looks really good. It's holding above this trend line. Really like that. I really like the fact that it's hugging the 9 EMA. Periodically it will break through it, but the trend line is still pretty strong. A hold above VWAP is still really strong, and so that looks really good for the long. I would say, my take profit level from this level would still be 600, maybe a little bit. Maybe if we don't reach that level, 599.90, 599.85s. And so, seeing if we can reach there. I would want to piece a little bit off from there just because, if there is a rejection at that $600 level, I want to make sure that I take a piece off before if there is a potential rejection at that level. And so, yeah, that SPY, it's looking strong. It's looking great, looking really good. So I like that. Let's even look on the hour here for a little bit more confirmation. And look at all those green candles. 1, 2, 3, looking really strong, trying to break above that pre-market high. And then also another level that I'm looking at is 599.32. That was also a pre-market high level from yesterday. And so that looks really good on the SPY. Let's see here. Yeah. So that looks decent as well. If there is a little bit of a pullback, maybe around 597.69, I would wait for a little bit of a pullback there, but I think the trend is still long. What else do we got here? Gorav, AMD is at a critical level on the 4-hour. Now puts in a strong 10-minute candle worth a shot to take to VWAP, small size. Let's see. AMD for 2 VWAP. AMD. In the 4-hour now puts in a strong 10-minute candle worth a shot to take at VWAP. Yeah, so I mean, if you are looking for the long as of right now, I still feel like sorry, I was just trying to figure out what you were saying here. Yeah, I don't know. Like, as of right now, it's really not giving us confirmation as of yet that this is a long. I mean, there is a little bit of a resistance here at 140, but the thing is, like, those green candles are not strong. Like, it gets up to that 9 EMA and then it's kind of banging down from there. I feel like more confirmation that would give you like a better, retracement to VWAP level is if we see, a cross of the 9 EMA, so around 140.95, 141. We want to see it at least cross that 141 level, and we want to see it hold above this level. I feel like here it's still too early. You're still trying to time the bottom, which, I mean, if that's part of your playbook, then hey, go off. But as of right now, at least for my playbook, it's just not giving me, the confirmation that I need to see, because the thing is, if I were to get in here, for example, say it breaks through this 139.96, I'd be getting out there, and then it's just like, you want a precise out level. And I feel like once it breaks that 141, at least you can risk to the low of day so that that's where you're wrong. Whereas here, you don't necessarily know where you're wrong. Like, where are you really going to put your stop loss? But we're going to Adira first.
Just be aware here of PCG. This company here getting a bit of a spike to the upside with strong volume. I'm seeing some reports here circulating on Twitter that NVIDIA is partnering with PG&E for a nuclear deal. So keep an eye on PCG, up about 0.8%, but this volume spike is really notable. Again, not seeing any confirmation on this, not seeing anything on Benzinga, but a couple accounts on Twitter circulating here that NVDA is going into nuclear with PCG, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. I want to answer. Bro, Sharif, SP Williams, thank you for the kind super chat there, $2. Sharif, where did you learn how to trade? I'll show you. He's over there. Show him. It's him. Sean. This is how I learned how to trade. I was a viewer for 2 years before I weaseled my way onto the floor. So that's your answer right there, brother. It's really that simple. No, that is the truth, though. I was a viewer every day. Obviously, we were all locked into our homes during the pandemic. I don't have to tell you all about that. And so the offices were shut, everything was done there, and so that's what I got into. And one of the first things I did was searched live day trading on YouTube, and that was the first hit. And I never went back to another channel. I didn't need to. So
awesome.
yeah, that's literally the truth. So
And while we're on that topic, you need to share, like, subscribe. Come on, we're giving you free content, free sauce.
I pity the fool
what
that doesn't
more
hit
can
the
you
like
ask
and
for?
subscribe
So
button.
share, like, subscribe. Come on now, guys.
love it.
Yes, that's all you
Thank
need
you for
to do.
that.
No
Thank
problem.
you for that. Yes. Okay, a couple of things here. So MNTS weaseled into VWAP. There he is. That's the guy. Weaseled into VWAP over here. I got in at 78s for the MNTS retracement into the volume weighted average price. I already wet my beak at 80s. I'm setting up my orders into 82s. High of the day, 87. Don't be too lofty with your price targets. I've already set my stop though. Anything below the $0.75, and it's gonzino. Katina, man, that's the truth, brother. I mean, that's what it is, right? So that's a look there. Let's look now at this one, because we're doing well. Bang on MVTS. We take out 94s. Now we're really moving up. How many outs do I have on this one? MVTS. Not MNTS, MVST, excuse me. We're long at 73s. We just got 94 prints there. Let's see if we can weasel up into $1. This is the bad boy that was up into that dollar and then, was really rejecting. They got up into $1.05. So right now, 94 pennies local high. We'll see if we can keep ascending to the high side. Are we going to do the ad read, guys? 40 seconds. Got it. Thank you very much. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Guys, Rocket Labs is decidedly now breaking below the volume weighted average price. It's not a quick wick or a 1 candle close. No, it's a 4-5 candle close now on RKLB. Now here's my look. Yes, it's below VWAP, but there is an area of support of note at around 1950. I'm not going to have a resting order anywhere neither, but I will be watching to see if it wants to hold up at that 1950, okay? So pack your patience, see if you get the print there or if it holds up there. And then what comes from that. Did I get the print on DYN? I know I was waiting at a lofty area over here. Let's find out if they got the print. No, not yet. Okay, now we got to read we're doing trade the pool, baby. Ever wish you could trade without risking your own savings? With Trade the Pool, you can trade real shares using company capital, meaning you're not risking your own funds. And here's how it works. You choose the evaluation according to the account size that you'd like to manage. You have options from $20,000 all the way to $260,000 of buying power. Once you meet the profit targets, you become a funded trader and you start trading with Trade the Pool's capital. And the best part? You keep up to 80% of the profits. It's a game changer, especially for traders looking to bypass that pattern day trader PDT rule and access capital without the usual hurdles. So go on, head on over to tradethepool.com and check it out. You'll see exactly why traders are loving it. All right, yeah, I added that little part there on my own there. I'm sorry. Maybe they don't like that.
No, they don't. Love
I definitely can't sing. So you're getting some love there in the chat, Katina, man. Shout out to Sean the Guru. Thank you again to SP Williams for the super chat. Appreciate you, my man. What are you looking at today?
Awesome. So I am looking at NVIDIA. I think it's finally doing the move that I really wanted it to do. So we drew this line here at 146.51. Earlier, I was looking around here, 11:45. I was looking, for a retracement at this level. It was a little bit too early, but the fact that we're crossing this level again gives me a little bit more confirmation here. And so I'm looking for the short here. And so as long as, we don't cross around 147.27, I think I will be convicted in this trade still. And so if I pull up my 9 EMA as well, I like the fact that it kind of came up to this level, rejected a little bit off of that 9 EMA, as we can see, like from this wick here. And then I do want to see that candle close red. And so that is decent as well. So that's what I was looking at. And then I was touching upon AMD for somebody. So yeah, I was looking at AMD as well, and so yeah, we were just talking about like risk levels and things like that, and so you do have a better kind of defined risk level once we do cross that 141, rather than you kind of holding if it potentially breaks this low of day and continues to the short side. So that is my look on that. Let's see what else you guys are looking at. TQQs. Let's see here. This looks really good. I really like the look of this. Why I like it, it's holding the 9 EMA. We have a little bit of this gap here on the 5-minute from the 9 EMA, and so that looks really good. What is really distinct with this is like this wick here. So we came up, came down, wicked off that VWAP level, and then we're just continuing this uptrend here, which I really like. And so I really like to see like those wick levels because it really tells you a lot in terms of, you know, what the trend, you know, wants to be. And so this looks like a long trend, and so this looks really good as well. I really like the fact that we're breaking through. It's not necessarily the high of the pre-market, but this is a distinct level that I'm looking at, 82.30, and so that is looking really good as well. As long as we can hold above that, as long as we can break through 82.50, which is coming in soon around like 7 pennies, then this looks really good for the long. And then my bus stop levels would be this pre-market high, 82.82, and then also the previous day high, $83. And so that is a really good look as well, going long for those TQQs. Ooh. And then Starburst is looking at Tesla back into VWAP. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, you see, this is why I was really scared with this bus stop level, because I was like, okay, we need to break that VWAP level in order to really initiate that long, but it just went to VWAP and then it's breaking down here. And so I don't know necessarily what to do like at these levels as of right now. Like I'm not really convicted in the shorts like as of right now, just because we do have this kind of support level here, but I am still waiting for the break of that VWAP level. Are we necessarily going to get it today? You know, maybe, maybe not, we'll see, but just put an alert here, 333.50, and then see what it does at that level, because if it comes up to this VWAP level again, then, and breaks that VWAP level, then I would be more convicted, because it seems like, you know, the bears really couldn't push this down to the low of day, and so if we do get up to that VWAP level, I would be more convicted in that long.
I wanna engage you in a question. I asked the NOS boss this, and the reason I'm asking, because somebody was asking in the chat. So I asked Michael NOS. I'm like, what do you think happens when we hit 100K? If I should say we hit 100K on BTC. So he had a different opinion than me. I had been reading an article on the weekend that said fund managers, people, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, who weren't involved, Satya, in the move up, are going to get in at 100 because they're going to want to save their jobs. Because otherwise, you know, they're going to be like, hey, you know, look, this guy performed 6 times. He got 6 times his money this year. Where's my 6 times, right? So there's going to be some pressure on people who weren't involved. NOS doesn't think that. NOS thinks there's going to be profit taking at 100. So when you weasel up into that 100, everybody and their mother's third cousin is going to be selling, taking profit. What are your thoughts?
I definitely think that it's a psychological level, right? So I think that there definitely is going to be, you know, some take profit levels, you know, taking profits at that level. Yep. I would say that like if we cross, say, 105, get to 105, and then we get to 100,000 again, then I would be worried. So like the first cross, I wouldn't be too worried. People will take profits from there. Sure. And then 105, 110. But once we see that 100 mark again, I feel like that is the true pivotal level. And so if we see it twice, then I would be like, okay, I don't think that this is going to like 150 now, because that's the psychological level, right? It should hold, right?
Yeah, fair.
And so yeah, that's what I think. If we see that 100,000 twice, I'd be a little bit scared. But that first cross, like if it wicks off of it the first time, I wouldn't necessarily be scared.
Fair.
Because people need to take profits, right?
The crypto queen has spoken.
It's the game.
Yeah, no, seriously. I really wanted to hear your opinion on that. We asked Joe that same thing yesterday.
What's his look
Joe?
on it? Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks people are going to be adding.
Adding?
Yeah, he thinks people are, well, because, you know, he's an IBIT.
Okay,
so,
fair.
A little bit. Obviously,
but the real question, though, is yes, people will be buying, but like, is it enough to really like sustain that same pressure, right? Because like, I feel like the meat of it is now, and
right.
Right.
But hold on. Well, I think we're probably going to get to 100,000 soon. So I don't even think Donald Trump's going to be in. My personal bias is that we probably hit 100 before he hits office, right? So we're not even going to really know how the regulatory landscape will have changed yet, because he wouldn't have made, well, maybe he makes the appointments, but they're not in office to affect change at that point until January 20th, right? So it's going to be super interesting. And what I mean to say is we don't even know the extent of the regulatory changes. So it's a variable that we don't know about yet. It could be good. It could be bad. It could push crypto over 100,000. It could maybe not be as bullish as we had anticipated. Maybe there is going to be some reservation among some people in his administration. Who knows?
Sometimes I think it's kind of like a sell the news. I feel like I like to get out before everyone starts to pile in, because it's reminding me of like 2020, 2021, where everyone was just like, oh, let's get in. And like that was the top.
Yeah, but there's no stimmy money this time.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Thing, right?
So like we really have to see, like, is that pressure really going to sustain itself? And a lot of the time when, like, think about the NFT boom, when everyone was talking about it, I'm like, I'm scared. This seems like a bubble. And so like, yeah, I feel like once everyone and their grandma is like, hey, what's a Bitcoin? Let me get into a Bitcoin.
I love
then
it.
you should be a little bit wary, right? And so that $100,000 level, yes, I mean, people will be adding, but I feel like the people that are like in now or even before now should start taking profits and get the heck out.
Okay. Yeah. Crypto Queen has spoken, baby. Look, I tend to agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens, man. I'm just excited to be involved in it. Finally, if I end up getting rinsed on it, I get rinsed on it. That's just how it's gonna be. So I'm invested now. All right, guys, let's have a look at what we're trading right now. DYN continues to elude me for that last little beak wetter. I've got my my out at a lofty 35 2/3. We're certainly having trouble with that $0.50, but we're reascending above 35. So now I'm not so worried about 35 being a local area of resistance that we only wicked through and then rejected. Now we've reclaimed 35. I like the look. I like the ascending wedge. I like the higher lows. I'm going to hold on to this one. Let's see if we can get that 35, 67 print, and we can hit the dollar club winner there. That would be first dollar of the day if we get it. Haven't got it yet. No, we haven't got it yet, Adair. Soon, hopefully soon. The other one I want to mention, I got stopped out of this bad boy over here. Where is it? It's MNTS. There it is. Okay, so we wet our beak quickly there on a 20 penny winner, but it did dip below 75. So I had my stop below that 3/4, and I gave myself room. VWAP is above 75. It's 77 and change, so I gave this one 2 pennies. It looks like it might be moving back up now. Now, if it does and it makes a first 5-minute candle make a new high, I'll get back in. I got no problems with that, but I had to manage risk on this bad boy, so we're going to leave that one to be. Now, this trade I'm quite happy with. MVST, we got that 94 print, almost top wick, 97 top wick. It dips down. Look how aggressively this dipped down. From 97 to 79, quick as you like. Now we're moving right back up into the mean, into around 87 or so in between them. So good look right now. MVST up 375%. Light day for it today, no big deal. But Fat Figure, I think I should have listened to you on this one. QUBT. Blowing through that 187 triple top that we gauged from last year. This is what I'm talking about on QUBT. It was a rejection May 23rd. It was a rejection June 15th. And then again, believe it or not, on August 1st, we took out that level. So this is, well, it's a year, almost a year and a half highs. Is it 2-year highs? What was this level over here? This is February. No. So we're not at 2-year highs yet. We're definitely at yearly highs, and we're taking out key levels of resistance on the daily. Let me look at the weekly here. Is this rounded bottoming? Oh, this is the one that won't show me the weekly for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. We'll look at that later. But yeah, this is a good look right now. QUBT looking like it's going to hit $2, 194 HOD. Good look. It's printing at the day's high on QUBT. So yeah, this one I definitely missed, and it was giving me all the opportunities to get in. 10 exponential retracement, 20 exponential retracement, higher highs, higher lows, you name it. It showed it to me, and I didn't take it, so I suck. We'll look to do a little bit, but no, I don't actually think I suck, but I'll look to do a little bit better. Okay, I think we got up into my level over here on that DYN. Did I get the print? Okay, so now we're above it. As you can see, here we go. We got up into 68, but we didn't cross. So I still haven't gotten the print. 54s on the bid, 65s, bang, we take out the print there. So that's a dollar winner. Happy with that one. DYN up 21.5%. Let's see if this one wants to run a little bit more on the day. Let me go back to see what Robbie V was saying, because you and I were discussing the Bitcoin 100. I want to see what people were saying here. So many different opinions on this 100K BTC. I think selling 99K, then 99 to 100K, then pop up through 100 to 102 within a couple of minutes of it breaking, you're probably not wrong. It's a definite mover, so I think you could easily see 102 if you breach one. Elon saying 100K Bitcoin for bag holders. Yeah, I guess I'm one of those. Right? So that's a look there. Let's see what else people are saying. Mal Inelski, been holding 5 coins since 2014, my man. Yeah, Ram, this one was running back in that's when I first heard about it, 2013. What was it, like $100, $150? It was something like that, right?
I wasn't even looking at Bitcoin. I was in high school back then.
Yeah, I know. I'm not dating myself at all or anything, but Fabian said he was in high school looking at it at $100, 99.
What?
He said he saw it at.
That's insanity.
He didn't know how to buy it though at the time. He didn't know how to buy it.
See, I saw all the ATMs, but I still didn't understand what it was. I thought it was Chuck E. Cheese money at that point, so it was harder to buy, I guess, back then.
Oh, it is. Yeah, certainly. Like right now, you just go on your phone, you buy it in a few minutes. It was a different world back then, right? So we all know that. Shout out to my man, Fat Figga. Let's see what else people are saying. Robbie V goes on to say, interesting move on TLT today. Initial reaction, good to CPI data, but has sold off big since TLT. In case you're wondering, guys, a 20-year treasury. Not something we cover often on the show, but important nonetheless. What are you looking at there, Ste?
For sure. So I was looking at NVIDIA. So I was short, and then, we kind of bounced at this level, 146.50. Didn't like the look of that. And so I'm going long as of right now. And so it is looking like it's curling a bit up. We did have that distinct bounce at the 50 level. And so I want to take it at least to VWAP around 147.50. If it rejects at that level, at least I'll take profits a little bit before VWAP, but that's my look on NVIDIA. What else do we got here? CLSK. Let's take a look at that. But we're going to Adair first.
Take a look here at Dogecoin during our afternoon version of our crypto segment. I think this is pretty apt given the fact that this is one of the crypto names, from what I'm seeing, that has benefited the most from Donald Trump's election. Of course, Bitcoin making new all-time highs, Ethereum getting a bit of a pop as well. But Dogecoin apparently has been up about 153% since election day. So look at Dogecoin. On this chart, you can see a nice rounded bottom look here, clearing past that previous resistance level here, actually bouncing into it. Then this was as of, I guess, a week before the election. You're bouncing off that 0.17 level. Now here, of course, up. This is, again, on the daily chart here, at 0.4, so great recovery here for DOGE, and is also benefiting today from the announcement that Donald Trump is going to start this Department of Government Efficiency. That, of course, is DOGE. So Elon Musk, who's been a noted proponent of Dogecoin in the past, is actually going to lead this initiative alongside Vivek Ramaswamy. It's going to end here on July 4th, 2026. So very patriotic initiative, apparently, here for the Department of Government Efficiency. And this is worth noting, too, because in the past, apparently, Elon Musk, as you've seen, he has been able to move the price of Dogecoin. He's called himself the Doge Father. And during his appearance on SNL in 2021, he called Dogecoin a hustle and sent the price to the downside. So we'll have to see if Elon Musk remains optimistic right now about this Doge and the Department of Government Efficiency. He's already joked about merch. Let's see if any of this enthusiasm can continue to send this one barking to the upside, guys.
Yes. You for that, Adara. I want to mention that I was just looking at this Rocket Labs with Obe. He's looking at the move down, but I was seeing possible support here at 20. Now, this is pre-market action, so you never want to base too much on pre-market action because the volume's a little light. But now as I analyze the actual volume candles, each 15-minute had about 225,000. This one has 356. This one has 300, 300, 380. So there was good volume in and around this area. It's definitely not the millions, about 5 million, 7.5 million during regular market hours. Certainly not anywhere near that. What I was looking at this for was really simple. Support or resistance flips to support. And it's also at that $20 level. which is psychological, either support or resistance, depending on where you're coming from. So I'm going to be very interested here if Rocket Lab starts putting a couple of green 5-minute candles to make new highs. So this is interesting here. RKLB up 36%, but well off the highs here, giving about $2.50 offset highs. And this is the 5-minute look. Sorry, I was looking at the 15, guys. Yeah, this is interesting here. Let's keep an eye out on this one, see what it wants to do. We already have it up on the side chart. QUBT, bro. Come on, man. Come on. This one dipped into that 180 at the 20 exponential, rocketing up into 204. This one's breaking out, guys. Here it is at the high of the day, up 47%. Very consistent. This one is. Initially, we had trouble with volume, or at least, that was my gauge of it, that we didn't have enough volume on the day. Now we're about 11.5 million, almost 12 million shares now, which isn't great for a $2 name, but the volume, look locally here. Look at 1245. The volume candles on QUBT rivaling the volume candles that we put in at the open. So even though, relatively speaking, for a $2 name, not that much volume, when you compare it to what it was doing earlier, not too bad. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, QUBT. What's going on here? Bears versus Bulls, tag SEDG. Who wants to know about Solar Edge? I was looking at this. I don't want to say bad words, but this is some flaming, you know what? I need to show. Yeah, it is Ram. You want to know why? Have a look at this weekly. Yeah, it is a fantastic look. I mean, bro, what is this?
It looks like a McDonald's M.
Yeah, man. I don't want to disrespect it. I hope nobody's bag holding this. I don't mean to make you feel bad. That's not my goal here. There was obviously a $200 support. It was about 350 resistance. We had that for a hot minute from essentially late 2020 to when we gave up the ghost in mid-2023. It's since that time, look at what's happened. I mean, eek. That's all I can say to that, eek. Now, we can explain this a little bit. So we know Solar Edge imports their panels from China. And when you do that, you're going to subject yourself to big boy tariffs. Even under the Biden administration, we were talking about 25 to 50% tariffs on imported solar panels and related products from China. That's why you had FSLR, First Solar, rocket while the entire other industry was going down. Why? Because they create their solar panels in the United States and they wouldn't be subject to that. Now, add to that, the new administration that came in, which, if you believe what's being said, not very friendly to solar and wind. So you add the double whammy there. Tariffs from Biden, more tariffs from Trump, and then the disinclination to want to adopt that kind of, power source. So this is a short until you see something different. And I mean, quite frankly, what could you see here that is a good look for the long? Obviously, for the short, a different story. So Solar Edge, yeah, it's suffering there. Let's see what else people are saying. Rocket Labs now pushing up. Said, who's this? SRMRM. Yeah, it's curling. It's not showing me the biggest curl, though. I mean, look, it's 8 pennies above that $20 level. You don't have to be first. Let's see what it does. I don't need to weasel into this too quickly. Now let's look at the trade that we've got currently on. Bang! We take out more here on PL. Happy. We're long 3. Took it out at 306. This one is holding the volume-weighted average price on Premier League. So we're going to look to weasel out some more here at the 10-penny level. So, Tay, what are you looking at?
Awesome. So someone in the chat said, Dave, don't sleep. And so I'm looking at that as of right now. And this looks really good. This is part of my playbook, the break of, it's not necessarily at the day's high, but we broke up above it. But I do like the fact that it is above the day's high. And so that looks really good as well. We are also approaching the pre-market high, which I really like as well. So shout out to you for bringing that to my attention. So that looks really good as well. I mean, not like crazy volume or anything like that. I think it'll definitely be like a small trek up. But it looks really decent as well. I think I might wait for a little bit of a pullback. I don't know if I'll get it, to be honest, but I want to be on the safe side. I want to do a dip buy around 92.75. That looks really decent. Just because, maybe we might see a little bit of a rejection here at the pre-market high, but I just want to make sure that I get the best price. And so I am a little bit late to the party, to be honest, and I wish, you brought it to my attention sooner, because I would have liked to get involved around here, around this, the break of this high. But you know what? You can't have eyes on everything at the same time. So that looks really good. Shout out to you for that. And then CLSK, someone also shouted this out as well. And so this looks decent for the short. Why I think short? Well, my bias is below VWAP short, above VWAP long. So it is in this downwards trend here, which I do like. So we do have this trend. Gonna draw this trend line here. And so we had this downwards trend from the morning. And so this looks really interesting as well. I do want to see a little bit of a break around that $16 mark. I want to see it at least get to like $15.90. Just for a little bit more confirmation. I feel like this is a good look as well. It's breaking through this consolidation here, so I don't think that is a terrible look as well. I feel like as close to the trend, the downwards trend line is, better than, maybe a confirmation at 15.90. But so I think, getting in here, that's not a bad look either. Just for me personally, I just want to wait for a little bit more confirmation. Even if not 15.90, maybe like 15.97, 15.96. And then if that can come in, then I would be more convicted in the short. But this looks really good even at market price, so I can't even get mad at you there. And then someone's saying AVGO, Meta, Amazon, $20 super chat. Shout out to you for that. Let's take a look at that. AVGO. Let's take, oh yeah, that is a play. That is definitely in play. Look at that. VWAP,
nice.
all green candles. Get in now. I feel like that is not a bad look either. I would have liked to get in, maybe around 174, but beggars can't be choosers. I feel like it's a good look right now. So this is really looking good. I like the fact that it consolidated before, below VWAP before it made this distinct move. And that gives me even more confirmation for this long trade. So that looks really good as well. If you are a little bit wary, to get in at market price, maybe a dip buy of 173.70. Are you going to get that? Maybe not, to be honest. I feel like it will blast off before it kind of does pull back, before it pulls back to this price. If you are waiting for a little bit more confirmation, 175.25 is a look as well. And so, those two levels, 175.25 or dip by 173.75. That looks really good as well. And then you also wanted to mention Meta. So let's take a look at that. Meta, I would wait for a little bit of a dip buy. It's still, in an upwards trend, but I do want to make sure, you're getting the best price. So maybe a little bit of a pullback, 582.60, 582.50 for the continuation of the long. So we'll see what it does there. But I think, a little bit of a pullback is, in play there. And then Amazon here, and then Amazon's just still blasting off here. And so we all are at like all-time highs. And so if you don't want to weasel your way in, I would say maybe a pullback around this level, 212.30. But if you're looking, to get in, as of right now, let's see if there's maybe a dip by 19 EMA level, 213.17. That is a look. If I look on the hourly, maybe you might get a dip by 212. But those are my looks on Amazon as well. I would say, just wait for a little bit of a pullback, because I do think the trend is still to the upside. But you just want to make sure that, you can be in the money as soon as, you get into the trade. And so I feel like if you get in here, you might, be out of the money a little bit. To be honest, wait for a little bit of a pullback. And then once you see that base, load it up and get into it. And so, that's what my look is on those. How about you? Any looks on that?
I just got into. Oh no, which one was that? Amazon?
AVGO, Meta, or Amazon.
No. I'll look at that in a second from an intraday perspective. I have thoughts about AVGO from a wider time frame.
For sure.
But I just weaseled into QUBT, guys. We're long 17s. I already wet my beak at 28s. I'm looking at 30s now. This is squeezing, guys, and we know already that this one has a higher short float. I'll remind you about what it is in a hot second. Okay, so this one's not as big as I thought. That was another one I was thinking about. 6.6%. Not that great, but it does have a smaller flow. No, it's medium. 66.86. So it looks like this one's squeezing for maybe different reasons, real reasons, I guess, rather than technical reasons. I took out already half the position so far. Now I definitely want it to hold up above 210. That is where kind of we bull flagged a little bit. Here on the 1, we moved up over 2. We kind of did a little bit of a 5-minute bull flag, kind of, it's not even a pennant, it's a flag. And then I got in on the breakout of the flag, and now I'm looking for a break and take of a third. So I'm going to move my stop into 209s. Now, if I end up getting stopped out, that's fine with me, but I can get back in. So actually, I'll give it to 208s. So there we go. So that's what we're going to do. Stop is in place right now on QUBT. I want to ask you, though. So I was watching the local news. That's kind of my thing. They make
CB24?
No, but yeah, it's similar. It's CTV News. Same company.
Got it.
They make me pay for cable in my condo. It's included in the condo fee, so I'm not a cable cutter.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so they were talking about Taylor Swift. You know she's coming in as Adira's favorite.
I did see.
The second
ads.
you said that, she groaned. Okay, hold on. Can I tell you that people were lining outside the Rogers Center, formerly known as the Skydome, for everybody else, yesterday to buy her merch ahead, and they were interviewing a couple of people in the line. They're like, "Oh, that came out of the line." These women dropped $700 on merch. Do you know what the markup is on that? They paid like $5 a shirt to make those, and they're selling it to you, God, for I think they had like 5 or 6 things. It was 7 bills.
$700 for a shirt,
bro?
A shirt
for shirts, like gear. They had what do they call it? Merch, yeah, Taylor merch or
like with their
Swiftie
face
merch.
on it. Like I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. $700 for one shirt.
No.
Okay.
Multiple.
Oh,
it was
multiple
like 5 or
shirts.
6 shirts, still 7 bills.
Oh, it's like a package that you can get.
I don't even think it was that. I think they just went, they went bonkers.
That's wild.
Buying that up.
Anything more than $100, I mean, that's still a little bit steep.
That's too
but
much for me, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
The reason I'm bringing it up is I just saw people are lining up there as we speak right now to get merch. So, Ram sending stuff. Or is that the Chilean Nightmare? I think it's the Chilean Nightmare from Ram's account. Here it is. Oh, it's you? Are you selling those, Ram? Okay, how many tickets are those? God, I can explain to everybody. 2. So Ram's friend is 1 ticket. 1 ticket. Okay. Ram's friend is doing, public service out there, right? He's going and yes. So the ticket, the 1 ticket that they have for sale, $4,332.86. Bro, you can keep the ticket. Bro. What is happening with people?
What is here for a couple of hours? I could buy 1 Ethereum for that price.
Thank you.
That is insane.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
No,
that ain't for me, bro. That ain't for me, bro. And it hits home too, because my niece is all about that, and my sister's got to fork over money for that. And yeah,
if you have a family, oh my gosh, you're taking out, a loan on your house for something.
It's not a good look, Satya. It's not a good look. I mean, I personally wouldn't be happy being a parent in that situation, but yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. So thank your friend, Ram. Good person. All right, let's see what we got over here. We just got stopped out for the remaining amount here on QUBT, but let me see exactly what we do here at 2. So big boy retracement off that $22.30. Just dipped into 2. Let's see if this one holds up at 2. If it does hold up at 2, I'm getting back in. There isn't too much support, though, at 2, other than psychological possible support, initially resistance. To me, the better level looked at like 185 to 190. There was a whole lot of chop and churn in and around that level. So I don't know if getting in at 2 is the move here. We'll see. If it bounces off 2, I hope it doesn't spike off 2 so that we at least have an opportunity to chase it. But QUBT is one that I'm really focusing on now. The volume is really picking up here on QUBT, higher than it's been the majority of the day, and I do like that because it's the midday, and usually we don't have too much in the way of volume. I'm getting in. I got in half the size here. I'll be looking at dollar cost average into that 185 if it gives it up at 2. So let's see what we get here. Stay, what are you looking at?
Awesome. So I was just looking at the chat and someone's saying CLDI, so I'll take a look at that. This is like one of your small cap gappers, $3, but we'll see what we're doing here because Sharif is busy. So we'll see here. I like the fact that it had this rejection here at 250. And so usually I'm not like a person to really like have a good look on this, but I feel like this is really distinct. We had the earnings on Tuesday, and so that gives us extra catalyst so that there's like, you know, more momentum. And so it was an earnings beat, so that looks good as well. But what I'm looking at on the day is the fact that it went to $2.58. Let's close enough to the 50 mark. And so we had a wick at that level, couldn't get to that level. And then we had a wick here again at $2.70, had a wick at that level, couldn't break that level as well. And then we're holding above VWAP. And so I really like the look of that. And then we are at this $3 level, which is like a psychological level. And so I think that, you know, if you put your stop loss 274, 258, to call it maybe even 250 if you want to give it a little bit more room. This is a great look for the long, to be honest. I think that there is no qualms there. Psychological level, that's a tick off for me. You know, wick at near a psychological level, you know, in the morning, that was a tick off for me. And so, yeah, getting in here, don't think that's a bad look. If you want to wait for a little bit more confirmation, 310, getting in between 310, I think that is a great look. So that is my take on that. Someone's saying coin 300. Let's take a look at this. Oh, coin, what are you doing, girly? I mean, yeah, this one's a little bit like hard to read. Like as of right now, it looks like it's trying to bounce off this level 303. I don't think that 300 is like a bad look either. I think that I would rather get involved at that level rather than trying to time whether it might go there from here, to be honest. I would say wait, you know, see what it does at $300 level if you're not currently in the trade as well. See if there's a bounce off of that level or if there's a break through that level. I think that that is kind of the pivotal level that I'll play off of. Bounce off of 300, say it goes to 300. I'll just draw a line, like hypothetical here. We'll get rid of this line. So let's just say it goes here and then bounces up. Then I'd want to get involved because this is kind of a place that I would risk off of. And even though I'm buying at a higher price, at least I have a confirmation of where I would get out. And so I would rather, you know, get in around 306 once it bounces off of that $300 level. Or if it breaks, if it goes to that $300 level and then it breaks through that $300 level and I see like 299, 298, or even as far as 295, then I would start initiating that short. But I do want to see more confirmation at that $300 level because I feel like it will tell us what we really need to see. So that is my look on that. What else do we got here? Let's take a scroll. Comment in the chat. What do you want to see, guys? What do you want to see? Comment quickly. But I'll just go to other things that I was looking at. Someone mentioned Dave before. And so this is why I was a little bit wary of this pre-market high. I was saying, you know, we don't want to see a wick at that level. And so it looks like it went to 95 and then it's banging back down. And so, you know, I'm waiting for this pullback now because we didn't break through that level and I really wanted to see the break of that level to get involved at that 95 level. So I'm going to be waiting at that 88.21 because that is my next bus stop level. And then once, you know, I'll see the price action that happens at this level. If we can hold above this 88.38, then I would be getting involved around 90.32 just because I can have, you know, that $3 kind of risk level. For my trades, I really want to see confirmation and then I'll risk, you know, below the bounce. So that's just kind of how I trade and that's just, you know, it's worked for me. So that is the look on that. Someone's saying ARM. So let's take a look at ARM, not ARK, ARM, sorry, a little bit of a typo there. ARM. What are you doing here? I mean, I don't really, I like it, but I don't like it. I mean, if you're swing trading, let's take a look at like higher time frames here. I mean, on a higher time frame, this is kind of the level that we're looking at. 132.36. That is kind of a wick level that we're looking at, and then we had this high. So it's kind of like in this range here. And so I want to see what it does at this level, 136.36. We're closely approaching there. If we see at least 2 15-minute candles closing below that level, then maybe we would initiate that short. Maybe I want to see a break of that low 135.08 for the initiation of the short. So I'm looking at that level, or what we do at this VWAP level. Maybe we possibly get up to VWAP and then reject from that point because we are already in this downtrend. But I think that rather than getting in here, we want to see what it does at this level, because you can get in here because it does look like it's curling up, for the long. But I think that 137 gives me a little bit more confirmation that push, that volume is really there. And then if it gets to 137, if we can see at least like 137.20, then I would be more convicted in that trade and then go long rather than getting in here, because what could happen is you get in here, it gets to VWAP, and then it just continues its downwards trend. We really haven't broken that trend yet. And so when I see chart patterns where we're in like one kind of downtrend, I use VWAP as a possible, change in trend, or at least we need to see more momentum there. And so the trend doesn't necessarily change at this level because it's still a downward trend. The trend doesn't really change until I feel like we hit like above this high of day. But at least at VWAP, we really need to see that buying coming in, because if the buyers are not coming in at VWAP, then I'm not convinced. So yeah, that's my take on ARM. And then BA, let's take a look at Boeing. I same type of look. I feel like I want to see what it does at this VWAP level, or if I see a break of 141.10. So the two kind of levels that I'm looking at is the break of, or even 140, call it 141, 141. I want to see if it bounces off this level, and then we continue to, the long side. Or if we just get to VWAP and then continue this downwards trend. I feel like that is kind of the pivotal level that we need to see as of right now. If I look on the hourly time frame, this looks really nasty. I wouldn't even be looking for the long as of right now, just because there really is no confirmation as of yet. I do want to see a cross of this 143.25 if we're looking on a higher time frame, in order for kind of a change in direction, more of like a right side of the V kind of action in terms of Boeing. But not too great of a look as of right now. How about you, Sharif?
I'm really happy with this trade here on MVST. I took what I take there, 72, 20, yeah, my math is really bad, 26 pennies on a less than $1 name. So I'm happy with this one. We got in at 72s with the beak multiple times. I just got the best print I've got on the day, 98s. It's up 418%, but it's having a lot of trouble with $1. Right now, it's gotten above $1 before. 105 was the best it could do. Right now, I just took out top wick at 98s. Happy with this trade. This one is done now. Uh-oh, DYN. We're short DYN over here. Let's have a look at this bad boy. I think I got into this one accidentally. Yes, I did, because this is this triggered me on the stop. Now I need to analyze, is this a good short? It kind of does look good. Neil always says, if you get into a trade by accident, get the hell out super quick. That's what he always says, but I want, okay, let's see how much I have short. Let's find out over here. Yeah, I can hang out. I can hang out. I can hang out. We're going to hang out. We're going to give this a try, Satya.
Sharif doesn't want to lose not even a penny.
No. I got in by accident. Maybe it's an omen. No, but it's at the 20 exponential. I've got very, very, very little shares because it stopped me out for the remaining amount that I thought I had left. Then we got the print at 35.65. That was the last amount that I had. Now it's going against me. So I'll give this one a minute. Just a quick minute to see what it wants to do. If it weasels up, I'm going to flatten out. Now, this trade's working, though. Where is it at, baby? Bang on QUBT. Second time in, baby. We get initially 217, scalp out into 28s. Dips into 206. We get 206 again. Just took out two 16s right now. Let's set up a little bit higher now. We're going to set up at 18s for a beak wetter. And I'm going to set up at 20s. And then, let's see. QUBT, yeah, we're good to go there. Let's set up at 22s as well. So I'm going to look to, take a whole bunch of prints. If it can squeeze, I'll be able to catch this one in the squeeze. So I'm layering my orders right now, trying to catch this one on the squeeze up. We know the high of the day is $2, and 30 cents. Let's see if we can ascend. We're printing 18s. I'm waiting at 18s, but it's got to cross. Otherwise, bang, we get it again. Let's see if we get the print at 20. Come on, QUBT. This is a good look right now, up 58.33%, looking to go higher. We already know, at least if it works its way into that high of the day, we'll get the print, but don't want to call it too soon in case we don't. So that's a look there. Let's go back to DYN because this one's going against me, Satea. So I think I got a flat note here. Thinking about this one. What is this one doing? What is this one doing? It's curling down. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to put a stop. That way I don't need to manage it, right?
There you go.
That's the move there. So what we're going to do is we're going to put, let's say, 34.85. That's where I see the breakdown over here. Let's say 34.86. We'll look to cover if it hits anything above that, and there it is. So now we don't need to worry too much about it. I'm still keeping an eye on Rocket Labs, guys, because it's really hovering at that $20 area. It's not doing a hell of a lot, man. There's a whole lot of chop and churn right now on Rocket Labs. I've been waiting to see what it wants to do. It's below VWAP. Really hasn't given me an indication of anything, so it's not going to trade it if I don't have a good read on it. So that's a look there. Where's the other one that we were trading? How come I didn't get the print there, bro? What is this? Like, I don't get that. Like, it crossed into nines. I don't get why I didn't get the print. I'm talking about PL, but we'll get back for Madeira and we'll talk more about that.
We have here a lot of Fed comments to go over as we take a look at the US dollar. The DXY here actually dripped pretty early. I have the 15-minute chart up. So here's 8:30. We get that CPI print. We get to 105.7s before bouncing pretty heavily. Now we're near day's highs in a bit of a bull flag on the 15-minute chart and at 106.50. So up almost a whole point from that drop. That drop did come as we got flat CPI across the board. All of these numbers, so CPI, month over month, year over year, core month over month, and core year over year, all exactly in line here with estimates. Then we did have here some comments coming from Fed's Kashkari saying that shows there, I guess, that the policy is on the right track. Fed's Logan saying that the economic activity is resistance and that one of the biggest threats here, or I guess risks to the monetary policy challenge would be a change in financial conditions, specifically if we continue to see an increase in bond yields. Then we had Fed's Muslim opining here at 1 p.m. that apparently will have further rates easing here. It'll be appropriate to lower rates further if we continue to see a drop in inflation, which of course makes sense, but said that the economy is actually on track to have a solid fourth quarter. Fed Schmidt just started speaking right now here at 1:30, saying that it remains to be seen how much the Fed will cut and where the rates may settle. So lots of uncertainty, I guess. Not anything crazy new coming here out of the Fed, but generally seems like they're looking to lower rates. We're just not sure when and the timing of these rate cuts. There's one more comment here I wanted to read from Muslim, which is basically saying, I expect the economy to grow closer to the 2% rate going forward. I would say that summarizes all of this plethora of Fed speak really well in just one sentence. Just to note here as well, if you have any tickers you're keeping an eye on, you only have about 20 minutes left to vote. Go in that chat, !join, space, $, and whatever ticker you have to be looking at, guys. Back to you.
Dara. So I just wanted to cover SPY because someone was asking about that and how it was kind of struggling with that 599.23 mark. It didn't necessarily go to that 30 mark. And so I think that this is still in play, to be honest. We haven't really broken below the trend as of yet. And so it's still a very strong trend up. And so, again, I'm not worried until, if it gets up to these levels again, 599.25, let's say, and it doesn't break through that level, then I would be a little bit wary. But we are looking like we're trickling up. It's lost a little bit of steam. I'm not seeing like as much volume as we were seeing like from like 12 and before 12, and so it is going to the upside. I feel like a little bit more chop to the upside, but it's looking pretty good as well. And so I wouldn't be too worried until we get to these highs again. And I feel like that is the pivotal level around 599.23s and then that $600 mark, and really paying attention to what it does at that level. And so not to be wary, not to be afraid. And so I think that this is still looking good. So if you're involved in this, not to be worried as well. And so that is looking pretty good as well. And then Dave, I wanted to touch upon this as well. We did reject off of that 95.12 mark. But then we're going, at 94, 93. But then we are kind of trying to get to the upside. It made a little bit of a retracement here, which I feel like is significant because it's near this local high, 92.97, and it looks like we're curling back up. So a little bit of a pullback, and so I think that once it touches like a high twice, I think it gives you more confirmation on that second touch. And so it could reject off of this level, but if I do see a break of that 94.80, 94.88, 94.93, then I would be more convicted in the continuation of this long. So that looks really good there. Wouldn't necessarily get involved here. I do want to see that confirmation come in at that high there because, we could break down from here. But that confirmation, 94, 93, gives you just a little bit more. And if we see that buying come in, then we should see some steam, and that is looking pretty decent. And then I was also in this NVIDIA trade. So I've been waiting for the break of 147.22. So I was in a little bit of a drawdown here, but then as it broke through that 22 level, I did add, and so that is printing as well. I want to make sure, I might take a little bit of a piece off at 57s. I don't want to see a rejection there. I don't necessarily think that it will, to be honest. I think the fact that it made these wicks 1006, 1040, 1142, and then we also had kind of a base here around 1245. Gives me more confirmation that the downside is kind of over. You really try to exhaust those shorts, and then the longs are coming in there. But it's just part of my playbook. I really like to, stay to my rules, right? And so regardless of, how the trade is playing out, my take profit levels are at VWAP and then taking a little piece off of there. And so that's what I'm going to do despite it looking pretty strong here. So that is my take on that. What else are you guys looking at? XOM, or OKLO. Let's look at that first. OKLO. I don't like this. No. I don't like this at all. Why? It's just consolidating through this level, 2240, and then again at VWAP. Not making, too much of a distinct move. We do want to see a break of either level, and then we will do this ad read.
All right, guys, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite trading experience. It's going to give you an opportunity to analyze. It's going to give you an opportunity to strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll be able to capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with a platform that you need. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. It's also got fantastic charts. Some people would say it's got charts that change the game. You can customize and analyze the markets faster and in the way that you want. And we all know a sound trading strategy requires good backtesting. That's what you get here. You get better backtesting and scanning. You'll be able to predict the future by understanding the past. It's got reliable, real-time data, up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's everything you need, all in one place. So don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan the QR code or check out the link in the description. All right, guys, lots to talk about here. First of all, thank you very much, George, for the $5 super chat. Really, always appreciate it from our viewers. Been watching you all since 2020. You're like in my party there. Okay.
Beautiful.
What are your thoughts on AVGO? Love the encouragement you guys spread day in, day out. Love you, man. Thank you for the kind words. Let's have a look at AVGO. So everybody's wondering, AVGO, it's Broadcom. It is a semiconductor company. Lots has been made about this Broadcom name, mainly because NVIDIA. A lot of analysts couldn't stomach the price of NVIDIA, and so some people were saying, hey, look, have a look at AVGO, Broadcom. So this is the weekly chart on Broadcom. So you can see, in 2022, we got to the lowest part. We've been in a while, obviously, that $45 area. Since then, it's been up and to the right. It did a bit of a 10-to-1 split back earlier this, I believe it was July, mid-July. We had that 10-to-1 split. Let's look at it intraday. So I think Satya was covering this quite well. in that she said she really liked the look. And I can't disagree with that at all. You had one attempt at VWAP here at 1125, but rejected, came back into essentially the consolidation area had been putting, and then the green really turned on here. We decidedly took VWAP. And this candle is kind of the one that did it right there, 1255, right before 1. We got into that level where we're trading at right now. We're at local highs. We're not the high of the day. Obviously, that's reserved for that 175.50 print that we put in right at the open. The implied balance high didn't hang out there for very long. You can tell it was a quick wick. And that candle has quite a range, 175.50 and also 173.50. So $2 of worth of range on the opening print, not unusual, but it's curling up quite well right now. No new headlines specifically for AVGO today, but it looks like it may be in sympathy with NVIDIA, which did have a big boy headline. It had the SoftBank headline. Even though NVIDIA is red on the day, down 2/3, probably some profit taking as it was near highs, all-time highs yesterday. So AVGO, good look. It's still negative on the day though, I think. Just looking over here, making sure that I'm accurate on that. Hey, where the hell is it, bro? AVGO, there it is. Yeah, it's down 0.83% on the day. So still 176.25. That's where we go green on the day. It's a nice rounded bottom, but we obviously have technical areas of resistance. I would submit to you 175, psychological resistance. And then as you get up a little bit higher, if we take it, 175.50, the implied balance high. And then you're looking at 176.25, the closing print from yesterday. So lots of technical levels that we got to break through in order to ascend a little bit higher. But good luck so far and for a while now on AVGO. Now, QUBT. Very, very happy with this trade. We defended that $2 area. It looked like it was a good decision. Last little out there, 2 1/3. It did weasel up to 250, but then it was a topping tail candle, and it's an ugly topping tail candle on the 5-minute. But again, I want to tell you guys that the topping tail candles are not decisive on these small cap gappers. They're a little different than when they show up on a large cap or a mega cap name because of the profit taking, the intraday, the kind of like most people are trading this intraday. So you're going to get candles that may not have manifested on some other names that are not just specifically for intraday. So right now, what we're doing is we rejected that 250 level, but look at where we're holding up at that 2 1/4. Well, what is that 2 1/4? Well, it's local area of resistance. We tried to weasel up there before we rejected and came back into 2. So 2 1/4, an interesting area. You could get in here. You're still above the 10, you're above the 20, and by extension of that, obviously you're above VWAP, and you're above psychological support at 2. So you've got a good setup here. If 2 1/4 doesn't hold, what I'll be looking for is a 10 exponential hold up. With that, currently it's at 215, 216 or so. It's up 64%. It's off the highs, obviously, about 25 pennies off the highs because it weaseled up into that 50-cent area. So QUBT, baby. It's a great day for it today. Very directional and non-bamboozling. That's what I like about it. I mean, for the exception of this topping tail candle, which you should anticipate because you're getting into that $1/2 level, which is often psychological resistance. You haven't gotten too much bamboozlement. I mean, it's been consistent in how it's made higher lows and higher highs. It's been respectful of the moving averages, both the 10 and the 20. So, if every small cap gapper would trade like this, it'd be nice. But alas, that's not going to happen. So, keeping an eye on that. We're still involved in PL. We're 5 pennies in the money. But that ain't the move. Obviously, we're looking for this one to hold VWAP and continue higher. I don't really have a whole lot of ambition with this one because it has been a slow mover. And there goes QUBT holding that $0.25 level. It's up 10 pennies into that third. Let's see if it can work its way above 250 again. That 2 1/4 ended up holding, guys. So good look right there. Let's flip back now to see what that CYN trade, that one that I accidentally got short into. Dang, I still haven't taken out profit nor been stopped out. So I'm just going to let it go, see how this one ends up working out. But it looks like Rocket Labs may be breaking down. Let's have a look. It hasn't gotten too far away from that $20 area, but it's at 180.80. What I'm seeing here is a rejection. It looks like it's rejecting the 10, but it's not really giving you that direction. That's a thing. So I'm going to stay away from this one because it seems like it's basing out at 20s. This could be just chop and churn. this dip below 20. Now it's trying to work its way back into 20. So interesting look there. Okay, a couple of super chats, baby. We got to get to these.
Let's go.
It's me, $1, $2, $3, $10 super chat. Okay. Sataya and Sharif, your analysis is consistently on point. I've learned so much from y'all. Thank you from Hill County, Texas.
Let's go.
That's that big boy state there. Everything
Yes.
bigger in Texas, right?
Absolutely.
Everything big. The Lone Star State.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go on to the next one from my man Ian Respeto, $9.99. Super chat. Thank you very much. Hi, Sharif. Can you take a look at ANET? Been thinking about picking it up here for a long hold. Just had earnings recently. They were good. Has stock split for 4-1 on December 3rd. Say less, my man. Let's have a look at this one. ANET. All right. Nice look for it today. Really straddling VWAP there. Let's start obviously with the weekly. How about whoo-hoo? That is what you want to see when you pull up a weekly. That is what you want to see. Okay, so for everyone who doesn't know, ANET is Aritzia Networks. They're a provider of data-driven client-to-cloud networking for large data centers, campuses, and routing environments. They deliver, I'm just looking through here to see if they do any security or they're just cloud. Looks like they're cloud and AI. So I don't know what happened here with this topping tail into 470. Let's look at that a little bit more. Okay, so this was earnings, I'm assuming. So that's the indecisiveness of earnings. You can see it zigged and zagged, and now it's basing at 400. Look, Ian, this is a good look, man. What's it trading at? Let's look at some fundamentals. 47 times earnings. Okay, let's compare it to Snow. Let's compare it to some of the counterparts. So Snow's trading at minus 41 times earnings. So ANET makes money. 47 times earnings. I like it. I like the trend. I like the industry. Obviously, we know cloud has the opportunity to incorporate AI. We see AWS doing it. We see a lot of Azure doing it, Google Cloud. The other side of that, Ian, is that the CapEx, capital expenditures for building out data centers is big. So you have to look to see what they're projecting in terms of CapEx and how that could have an effect on their balance sheet, both in terms of profitability and some other things. So keep your eye out on that. But the chart, dude, very nice. Very nice. Didn't look at their earnings, just from the chart and from the industry, I kind of like it. Let me know how it goes, dude. But that's a looker right there, certainly there. What else we got over here? Anything doing? Not much doing. What's going on your side?
For sure. So I was looking at NVIDIA, and so me and NVIDIA, we were beefing, to be honest, all day, all night, and I was really trying to force that short, and then once I saw, this kind of action, I was just like, you know what, I gotta flip. There's just no way that this is gonna be a short, and so we're breaking through VWAP, really like the look of that. I do have my stop at break even, so my stop is at 147.40, and so I'm gonna hold it for the dream, because you know what, I'm not going to lose on that trade. And so it's doing what I want it to do. It's blasting through VWAP. Look at that green candle in the 3-minute. That is looking nice. And so I definitely feel like I was down on the day, to be honest, a couple bad trades, but I think that this trade will really give me back my money. Give me my money. Right?
Love it.
And so that's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking to take profits around 148, take a piece off of there. And then around 148.76, take a piece off of there. So hopefully we do get to that level and then just break even stop, just, for peace of mind. So yeah, and then someone said SPY. Let's go back to SPY because this is doing something, because we are waiting for that $600 level to come in. And so it looks like, it's gearing up to get there. We do want to see that break again of that day's high, 599.26. So we do want to see that break, but that looks really strong. I like the fact that we bounced off of this kind of trend line here, pulled back, came back up, and so that looks really good as well. But we don't want to see any lack here. We don't want to see slack happening. We want to see strong green to the upside, and so that's what we want to see. And then someone is saying AMD. So she wasn't looking too great when I was looking at it, but we are seeing a lot more volume coming in here. And so what I do like is the fact that we are attempting to break through this level. And so, look, it's not in my playbook to really long, like, below VWAP, but I wouldn't say that this is a bad look, to be honest. We had this bottom, like this distinct bottom here at 140, psychological in terms of like an even dollar price. And so that is a good look there. So I really like the fact that it got to that $140 level. Just boom, the bids are coming up. So it bounced 1206. 1212, 1223, and then again at 1223. This is on the 1 minute. If we look on the hour, a lot more distinct there. Look at this green candle, just boom, got down there, and then strong bid up. So this looks really, really good as well for AMD. And so a kind of pivotal level that I do want to see a break above is this 140, 150, but I wouldn't even be mad at you if you got in around now. But I think just for a little bit more confirmation, 140, 150, but this does look like it's curling to the upside. So that looks great. How about you, Sharif?
QBT's flying, and we're not part of it. So I'm kind of disappointed there, but I'm happy for everybody in the chat. You guys are killing it. I'm all done with this one. We took out everything at the third of a dollar. I should have gotten back in at the quarter. I didn't, and now it's really going. So now we need to do some technical charting because that 180 whatever we talked about, that's gone. That's ancient history. This is the level that we were talking about earlier as resistance. This 185 level, it's gonzo. So now where are we at? Now 3. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. 350, the next area of resistance. So it looks like obviously if we get back by 3, that's going to be psychological resistance, that $3 area. And then the technical area, we got to go all the way back to February of 23 for anything around that 3.5. Above that, then we're looking at 4.25. And you have more chop and churn at that 4.25 than you have at 350. So we could, who knows, we could blow through that 350 if we really get going here. 4.33, 4.25. That takes us all the way back to June of 22 and August of 22. That's how long. It's been a hot minute since this bad boy's been up there, and it's above everything, guys. It's above the 50 exponential, the 200 exponential. It's above them all. So now we got to look at technical price levels for resistance because there's really nothing holding it back right here. So good look, up to 2 2/3 right now. What a move up for QUBT, up 90%. Shout out to my man in the chat, Malinowisky. Malinowisky. Am I saying that right? Let me know, because I don't want to butcher your name, man, because you killed it on QBT. You deserve to have your name said right. Shout out to you, my man. I saw you there. You were getting in. So shout out to you. Great trade there for Malinowisky on QUBT. Shout out to my man Fat Figa as well, who called this one out earlier. Shout out to you. Great trade for there. Great trade there by the guys in the chat. Let's see what Dan Undisputed says. Sharif, please, could you have another deep look at Rocket Labs? Absolutely. Look, my man, I really wanted to get back into this, but it's not giving me a reason. Every time, number one, it's consolidative. That's number one. It's not trending. Number two, it's putting in lower highs and lower lows on the 5. Number 3, it's rejecting the 10 exponential. It seems to be straddling it from the south side, not the north side. So I don't like a lot of it. Now I know Ob's been watching it. He's more of a different type of trader. He tape reads and book watches. I'm more of a chart trader. And right now, it's just not screaming my name. I don't like it currently. That doesn't mean that it's not tradable, tomorrow or as a swing or anything like that. Just intraday, it's below the levels that would, get me to come into it. It's below VWAP. It's south of 20. It's putting, again, for all the reasons I just listed, lower highs, lower lows, etc. So I don't like it right now. But that could change. And, the volume could come in, completely change the dynamic, completely change the chart pattern. And that could come in very soon because we know that power hour starts at 3. But people are usually too exuberant to wait for power hour. They start weaseling in at a quarter 2, or even half or 2:30. So we'll keep an eye on RKLB. But my man, I got to tell you, it's not calling my name. It's not. There's really nothing that excites me about getting into this trade. Astis just woke up, guys. Here we go. I just took out local highs here, so it looks as if it was doing its best hold at 29.50. So this is one of the candidates, what I call a VWAP hold high of daybreak, that have a big move up in the regular trading day from the bell onwards, and then that midday period comes in when the volume dies down. It doesn't give up VWAP. It rather consolidates at or above VWAP. The idea here is to build your position as it consolidates at or above VWAP, for the idea that when the liquidity comes back in the later part of the day, you get that high day test or break. And that's what I'm seeing right now. Great hold at 29.50. It didn't give up the ghost despite the fact that the volume dropped off significantly. There was not enough selling or shorting at any level here to really make that 29.50 break decisive. It did wick below it, but it didn't really break and take it. So good look up. It's above 30 bucks again. Let's see if this one wants to curl up. Ask this. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is still short Palantir at these levels, and he's printing up a storm. He's short at 62, by the way, for anybody who wants to know what he is doing. QUBT continuing to go. Satea. 2 3/4 now, man. Every time we look at this, it's a little bit higher.
Go.
And there it is. What the Chilean Nightmare just threw on there is more Trader TV. It's a separate channel, Satea, that we've got in concurrent with this one. And what you see is you got Sean's positions on the right, Obi's positions on the left, and then even more to the right and to the left of that are all the outs and ins, denoted by the buy, short, sell, or buy or short, yeah, right there. And then below that, you got the economic calendar, you got top stocks. Adara takes care of all that. She's throwing in that stuff. You can see on the top there as well, we've got the little ticker with all the new headlines coming in. Adara always doing the absolute most in a great way, taking care of this channel. And you can see, we even have the charts on there for you.
Absolutely, looking beautiful. So go check that out. More Trader TV Live.
It's a separate stream though, so it's a separate channel. It's not on our. You got to go type in literally More Trader TV. You get that. Say that again, Ram. Scroll on our channel. Ram says it's attached. It's in the description of the video. Got it, Ram. Thank you for that. All right, man. QUBT is going. We're gonna go to Adair. What do you got, Adair?
I have a nice pop-up here for Occidental. I'm going to switch to the 15-minute chart because I feel like this shows it a little bit better. Look at OXY here, bouncing here around the start of that midday session. They had earnings initially not super well received. We had a push down with volume in the morning. Now we're increasing in volume to the upside as their conference call goes on. The company said that Trump's election is actually going to be positive for their carbon capture project, and that's what sent us in this last volume spike to the upside. Keep an eye basically on OXY, which is seeing a bit of a V-shaped retracement, not only with its chart, but also with its volume, guys.
It's fantastic. I'm just I'm talking today about the carbon capture technology, guys. I think it's pretty dang cool, because it helps you kind of keep industry going, and then you can remove the carbon that you put into the air. Some people, they don't really buy into that whole thing. Some people are, they kind of, they're digging it as an extra thing.
For like a company, like a warehouse or something.
Yeah.
They're pumping a lot of carbon.
Yeah, exactly. And like if you're like them, Occidental, they're extracting oil. They're an oil producer, right? So they're obviously polluting. Let's call it spade a spade.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice if they could capture some of the pollution that they put in. 100%. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way it is. Guys, QUBT's flying. We're about to take out 290 here, guys. We're going to squeeze into 3. It's a 110% mover. It's a midday move. There's a seller of note, though, guys, at 90. And that was really, there we go. Just took them out. 91s, 92s. This one is squeezing. Here comes 3s, guys. Go ahead.
No, I was looking at that chart.
Moving. And I'm out at 2 1/3. Like a dingbat. But it's okay. It's okay.
You got out?
Yeah, a long time ago at 2 1/3. Yeah. No, I would have wet my beak on the way up for sure. But this one rejecting 3 for now. Guys, watch out. 250. I like this at 250. Guys, remember, I always talk about this. We're getting a little extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5, and that's I use as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions, not for large caps, but for these small cap gappers exclusively. I don't really use RSI for that. I don't use RSI intraday ever. I do use it a lot for swing. But there it is, $3, high of day, QUBT. It's a dang monster, and it's a midday mover. Oh, baby. What are you looking at?
For sure. So I'm just looking at my Nvidia trade, and so this is like my playbook trade. I did get a little bit. I got in a little bit early, so I kind of broke the rules in that regard. But I did see lots of buying coming in there, and so that's why it's not just because I felt like it's because what I was seeing on the charts. I was just like, I need to get a good price, and so I can get more leveraged here once it does break VWAP. So I got in around 147.20, and then it broke VWAP, and then I added some more here, and so that is a good look as well. We're consolidating above VWAP, really liking that, and so the take profit levels that I'm looking at is 148 and then 148.45. So hopefully we do get up there. If we do break below VWAP, then I'm just going to hop out of that. And so, yeah, that's just, my take on Nvidia as of right now. Nothing too crazy. Someone said Dave in the chat. Dave is curling its way up there, so that looks decent as well. And so, yeah, that's my take on that. But yeah, just make sure you like, subscribe. Make sure that, I don't know how many views that we have on this video, but share, like, subscribe, because we give you free information every single day. And so why wouldn't you want to tune in, right? And so help your portfolio and, tune in with us.
And the more we grow, obviously, the more we're thrown back into the show.
Absolutely.
That just kind of goes without saying. We're always expanding, always adding. They're always building something here. I can just tell you that from personal experience, having been here a few years. Guys, it is now 2 o'clock. It's time to send you over to the Big Kahunas. But it will be Joe and I on tomorrow. He's going to have an options lesson, and then Satya is going to drop hot lines on Friday.
Yes, sir.
And she always keeps us guessing. I like that. So make sure to join us again tomorrow and Friday. But until then, we'll see you. Same bat time, same bat channel. Get it, Big Kahunas.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, we're back. Yes, who's back? Back again.
Back again.
All right, so, let me take a fill on Palantir here so we can see the old position board load up right now and get going. We are short. Come on, Palantir. There it is. All right, now it should go up. All right, there it is. Boom. All right, we're short Palantir. Check out this IBIT. Oh, damn, right now. IBIT, we just take something out there at 53.08. Shout out to 92.8 right now. It's 92.6. I believe the high was 92.8 there and in around 93. Nice move up there. We take another piece out. This is the trade all day, baby. So we're still in that one. And, oh, yeah. What up, BTCT? What's going on with you? I mean, we're just going to wait to see if it pops up. I now have like a couple percentage points left of this trade. We're able to get out just before we went over to the gym, did a couple of laps there. Again, that's 11 o'clock. We got out right there, right as we ended the show. Now we just have one little small piece left. It's like, I think it's like 3% left or something, just to hold out for the dream. I was actually talking to Wayne in the background, and he's like, dude, this trade was insane. And I'm like, thank you very much. He's just like, how do we, get more of these? And it's just like, you know what? This is what small cap is all about. You got to find the right names, hit them when they're there, and make money when available. And I feel like we definitely did that. It was really fun trading this all live with everybody here today. So that was a hell of a lot of fun. Thank you again. Over $6 in the money right there. Over $1.30 in the money here. And then you want to talk about having the ability to flip it up on its head. We were basically flat on Palantir. We went long again. We got stopped out. We got stopped out there on that first long, stopped out there on that second long. Then we went long again. That was okay. And then all of a sudden I was like, you know what? Although Palantir is up today, oh gosh, I got to take something out because look what we're at, Obi. We're at that 50 period moving average. So we'll take a piece out right there. But at the end of the day, I was noticing that, hey, why are the longs so hard to get, but the short is so easy? So what we wound up doing there was, obviously, I would have loved that to have been a short up there, but we were already long. So we went long off that bottom, long again right there. Once it broke here, I was like, scratch that. We're going to go short. Palantir is way easier to grab this short. So then we put the short on, and then boom goes the dynamite, able to hit this. I just had a meeting with eSignal. eSignal is going to be coming out. They're asking for our advice. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this. Brendan ain't here, so I'll talk about whatever I want. What's up, Satya? Don't apologize. I said what's up to you. They're working on something. I'm going to leave it at that. They're getting the input, and I think it's going to be hot fire. It has something to do with how we trade.
Signal is on its way.
And I'm working for everybody. I'm going to try to get this product going, and we're going to demo it, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we talked out with top brass there over lunch. So we'll it was not over lunch, but between 1 to 2 was our meeting. And I said to me, my guy, I got to go. I got to be back on air right now. So we let that go. I just filled up a nice little coffee, put on put on yield makeup, phone the wife right here from the desk. Nice. See how she's doing. She's getting ready. This is some sort of a Parmesan potato crispy thing that she's working on for tonight. So I'm very excited. She made this curried noodle dish last night. No meat though, tofu. It's all right, it's all right. Carrots, like shredded carrots. What else was in there? I can't even, lost my mind. What's in there? Oh, onions, lots of things. The sprouts, bean sprouts. Okay. That's what I was looking for. What'd you have for dinner?
That sounds beautiful. I think what I had pizza. Yes. Pizza.
Pineapple or?
No, there's no pineapple. It was nice.
Oh, Neil gave an update. He didn't send any pictures, but he Hellfire. What's up with that? Oh, here, I didn't do this before. What's up, Ozan, if he's around?
Cash cow.
What happened to our Bulls here? What were we talking about again?
Stocks?
Stocks. Oh yeah, by the way, stocks only go up right now. Yeah, buy Dogecoin. That's a good one. Maybe we were possibly talking about that a little bit there. But no, I'm just excited about that product. I think it's going to be really interesting as we work to get more and more stuff to our viewers, right? And I think that's going to be really exciting. And I mean, I use it all the time. The one thing that it's going to be similar to, you see how this has a trade rate here? I was telling the guys about this. I was like, if you drop down a hot list and you get these different options in here, the one that I really like is trade rate. And why? Because it's going to give you ideas on names that are just printing a lot right now. So Mara right now moving around, right? So we can click on that. NVDA, QUBT, like what is even that? That's moving around right now. What is that? QUBT. But this is the point, right? Here, quantum computing, exactly.
Wow, okay.
So look at
hello.
Look at QBT.
What's going on
You
over
didn't know
there?
about that stock, Obi?
Oh boy.
Come on, man. What are you even doing over here?
Oh boy.
Yeah, quantum computing
Where can I get some
right now.
borrows?
Starting to go crazy. So I'm doing all that. Yeah, welcome to the show. Not just a pretty face, because good thing I'm not just that, because then that would be a fail. We're trying to work harder for everybody, and I'm trying to work harder for myself as well, right? The more opportunities we can find for ourselves and bring to everybody, the more money we can all make as a group, and that's really what we all about over here at TTV. All right, Obi, any initial thoughts before we go over to Sharif?
Nothing much, man. I just just watching some of this price action on the day here. Pretty crazy. Just waiting and watching. NQ and ES actually both broke day highs, but actually pulling back right now. So nothing else. Let's see what's going on with the list.
Loving that intro. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Obi and Sean, you saw, they're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to take the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during that midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers, but only the top 5 make it on. So make sure you're getting your friends to vote your way. Guys, let's look at the triple Qs first, a little bit off the highs. Last time I looked, the Qs were up about 0.25%. Same thing for the ES, was up 1/3 last time I looked. Likewise with the Dow, it's the Rust that's just flat at the moment, was mostly red on the day after a big day yesterday for the Russell 2000. Let's have a look at the first name as decided by you guys, Tesla. Well, it's been making it onto the top a lot lately because it's been moving a lot. Today, flat right now though, currently was red for most of the day, currently flat. There was this little tidbit, 2,400 recalls for the Cybertruck. It looks like there's a bit of an issue with the accelerator. Separately, obviously, Donald Trump announcing that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are going to head a new government agency called the Department of Government Efficiency. Just happens to be called Doge, guys.
It's good stuff. Some of this stuff can't be real, but yet it is. First of all, Palantir. Money. I don't know. I mean, here it's falling into the low of the day. Palantir. So let's just let it fall down. I mean, I hate saying that about this stock. I'm going to put another bid here at 48. 28 to see if we can get that bid. Tesla, Obi. So again, a name there today. I came back from the gym there, and you had mentioned to me Tesla ain't got no bid, and it didn't have one for a very, very long time. Right basically as we left the show, then it came back in, touches view up, comes back to this 328. But right now, I would say it looks like we're catching something down here. I don't know if it's a cold or what, but it's catching something at 327, 328 or so. So looks like for now, I don't think Tesla, I think Tesla goes lower. The futures right now, I don't I mean, the trend is right here. It looks like you're going to try to break in. We are below the 50-period moving average, but we still are so far away from VWAP. So I could see sort of this afternoon be trending. I like the move back, and this is just a scalper mentality, and it is because I'm short Palantir, but long on IBIT here. But at the end of the day, it's this move down in. I think we can come into VWAP. So when I'm going to look at Tesla here, I would say let's try to stay short in and around where they already told us would they want to short it, right? Right here, right at VWAP, 332 and change. That's 333. I think it's a short into that level. So if we can build that position starting in and around 333, let's not get too worried about the exact prices. We want to be short into this area, in my opinion, as the trend looks like it wants to continue lower. Underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200 period. If you're going to look at a larger time frame with the 5-minute chart, not that this is a huge time frame or anything, but we're still trying to get underneath. And I just say this, Obi. Am I allowed to say this? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
If we break that right now, this 325, gap fills are going to be happening right there on Tesla. So you break that 325. I definitely think we go right to 324 and then have a look there. You break that, it's a problem. So right now for me, Tesla remains the short. It's funny that it's still up on the day, so I'm not worried about it. It's still fine. I just thought with all of this rumbling there on Elon, and I don't know which way to think about this, to be honest with you. There was talk when he was invested or interested in, now he obviously owns Twitter, and people were wondering that, hey, is he spending too much time worrying about this asset and not worrying enough about, Tesla? Is he worrying too much about Starlink? What's he worried about with, the super tunnels and the super highways and all that kind of stuff, and crypto and all this random stuff? But still, Tesla continues to work. A great quarter there. We wait for robo-taxi. No surprise here that it's coming back in. A couple red days on the Trump trade. That is Tesla.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're allowed to say that oh boy there, Sean. And on the downtrend, look, when you were there, I was like, yeah, there's no bid. And I was just like, would you look at that? It's just crazy to the downside, back to back, right there, pre-market low break. And then, 322s, it found a bit of a bid, I guess, and broke trend. Now we're just going sideways, so nothing too crazy going on Tesla as of right now. We did have a bit of a breakout through this consolidation, which I guess was nice on some volume as well. But look at that, it's been kind of flagging down into this support here. So let's see, 328s with that wick low, 327. So interesting stuff here on Tesla. I think the move definitely off the open. This fade was quite nice, a bit of a continuation off of prior days levels as well here on Tesla.
We're almost $1 in the money. Palantir continues to get lower. I feel pretty good about that reversal spot there. I'm going to take out a little bit here, punch out some at 22. I just bid some 20s and missed it. So we'll see right now for Palantir. Again, still up that 2%, but I believe we can fall like a knife here. This made me nervous. When we fell $1.30 right there for no reason, I couldn't figure that out. We did rebound back into those spots, but now Palantir again. What goes up comes down. There's no doubt about that. And it looks like Palantir is having its day in the sun right now to the downside. So yeah, all right. By the way, that rundown thing there, that is super legit. Who
the intro,
Fabian,
right?
who made that? Because that intro is worthy of accolades. I don't know how to do it, but I really like that. So my hat's off to the production team for that, because that was really nice. I actually want more of those. So whoever made it, sorry about that, but now you might have to make a couple more. All right, let's go back over to see what Sharif's talking about.
NVIDIA striking a deal with Masayoshi Son's SoftBank for big boy GPUs. So they're selling them an undisclosed amount of their new Blackwell GPUs, which are going to be actually combined for the first time with the Grace architecture. The Grace architecture is an ARM-based CPU that they're actually incorporating with the Blackwell GPU. It'll be the first time it was launched. Again, we don't know how much this contract is worth because they didn't disclose the amount being sold, guys. But NVIDIA selling off on the news anyway, down 0.75% after coming close to all-time highs.
I didn't. So there's a chat up there right now. So I posted that. I actually closed it. What are the numbers on that chat? You still have it open?
Are you in
I don't know. I
crypto?
dismissed the poll. I don't know how I can.
Here,
but what are the numbers
we can
like?
Take a
there?
look here.
So vote. Just vote.
Boom.
Okay. Now what are the numbers? So this is what I don't understand.
with 300 votes.
Can you believe that number? Can you believe that half of the audience is not invested in crypto? Is that
realistic? I don't know.
mean,
I really
yeah,
don't know.
are
I really
people-
don't know.
Why would people? I know, out of the people watching right now, that's
people
what I'm saying.
watching.
Half the people watching right now, if you would have
300.
asked me about that number, I would have said like 75-25. I thought involved. Like at least 3/4 of the audience involved in crypto. Of course, I'm not involved in crypto. I'm involved in crypto. Okay, so NVIDIA right now, we've been involved. Look, not only am I involved in crypto, I own horses. What was those NFT horses called again? Like, do you know how
horses.
many? Yeah, people will know. My wife will know. She was like, "Oh, we got to get these. We got to get stable going through there." You know how much? You know how many ETH I lost? Like, do you know how many these? What were they called, man? And oh, by the way, I own also. No, someone will know what it was called there. I'm also involved in the NBA Top Shots. I have a bunch of NBA Top Shots that at one point were fun to trade, except for when you look back and figure out. Oh, I do have a hoodie. I do have my jacket. Oh, I do have a Meta World Peace ETF NFTs. What was I doing? Well, I wear it all the time, man. It's a spring jacket, my guy. It's zero degrees outside, Sharif. Okay. All right. NVIDIA. I know I really do like that. But the thing is, out of everything, at least I got a jacket.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a cool jacket.
All of those,
you know?
right? That jacket.
It
cost
might have been a
couple
pricey,
grand.
pricey jacket, but you know.
I'm gonna find out.
It's like
if those horse things are still running, I'm gonna find out what they. Not pudgy penguins. Didn't Justin Bieber buy like? Well, everyone did. First of all, I own property right beside Snoop Dogg. No, I don't. But remember that there was those. Okay, let's go over to NVIDIA here really quickly. There was property. Snoop Dogg was buying up all those NFT. You could have like a house beside him and grow weed or something. But anyways, that's all fake. All right, so NVIDIA right now. Wasn't GME in NFTs? Maybe that's what's.
Maybe they got into it. I think like everybody was getting into NFTs. You know, it was kind of like a boom.
Were those NFT horses called? Asking my wife. We'll get an instant response here. All right, so I really liked NVIDIA today. I wrote down 147 as a possible hold spot. The reason why, here we go. She's answering me as we speak. Z-Run. ZED Run, Z-Run. It's ridiculous, but you guys look it up. It probably still exists. All right, so right down there, 146.50. Look, sometimes trading isn't super hard. It's a little off when you're wrong, but NVIDIA will be a flat stock today, and the reason is that we did not look long enough. Yesterday, this 146.50, we actually had this long and how good it was all the way back. Wow. We are now officially $1 in. Palantir is coming in. Palantir is coming in nicely. But that 146.50, it still remains trying to hold it. But look at this drop down here, 145.90. Like, you're going to have to give these things 40 to 50 to 60 cents. So all we're trying to do is learn here. And honestly, those bids, pretty nice for NVDA. So I still like this stock here coming back in. I like the long. I don't like the short. But today, down 0.95. Unfortunately, I think the short is right. So we're going to have to wait for a bump up into this 147.50, 148 area before we execute on that one. And oh boy, we got a little bit of face slapper right now. John Travolta's like, hey, dude, I thought you liked Palantir. Yeah. I do. I do. Yeah. But, we'll take a Royale with cheese. And right here, it's a nice move down to the downside, 61. That's officially $1. We're short at 62.04. So we'll take a couple pieces out right now on PLTR and see how low can we go. NVIDIA, and then I almost think AMD might be a better trade, but we'll talk about that as the show goes. Any thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. This thing cannot get past this 150 as of right now. Again, I was curious to know if today is going to be the day that we get past that 150 all-time highs on NVIDIA. We can see that Friday it tried a couple of times, pre-market and off the open. We sold off aggressively again on Monday, Tuesday again, yesterday, 140, 149.60s, and then 149.60s again. Today is the high of day, so a bit of a hold there on I guess a held offer, I guess you can say, in and around that 150 as of right now on a higher time frame. So let's see whether we kind of trade back kind of into the range. That's what I'm asking. Is this now a range because we're holding these tops as highs and maybe a little bit of a bid down here in the 144s, 145s? I have no idea, but catching a bit of a sell going into the end of the day right now, lower highs. And trade the pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of $97, you will receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and a fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description.
AST Space Mobile, no catalyst, so likely running up with Rocket Labs or in sympathy to Rocket Labs. Again, no catalyst, up 20%. Give you some details on this one. About a 34% short float, about 120 million share float, guys. Coming off the high, still up 20% though.
But just real quick right now, we are falling back in for IBIT. Like, remember I said this, and again, I try to pride on telling you guys, how much position we have left and so on and so forth, because I talked about this. I think that's important to know that. Remember I said we had like 1 or 2% left of IBIT? Well, that's what we did have left. So right now, as it comes back in, right into this level again, we're going to try to see if we can support it. We've already been back down here. So right now I'm long at 62. We've averaged it in. My stop right now to get out of every single thing that we have is a break of 51.30. So it looks like that's probably going to come in right now. I was watching out for that 90,000 marker. So here's 51.30. It's right here. So it's kind of like these levels that I'm looking at. If we can't hold that, then we bounce on Bitcoin. Look what's happening right now to BTC. It is really getting clocked. I mean, this is a nice move down. 93 down 3,000. Like it's really just shows you what can happen here. You grind basically the whole move. You grind up, right? Take out levels, grind, and then all of a sudden, boom, it grinds you back into the downside. Wow, Palantir. Who's over there? Sharif, is there news? Well, you're busy. I don't know if there's news on Palantir right now. But Palantir is absolutely cracking to the downside. So we're going to get rid of, sorry, I don't mean to get rid of that one. I'm going to get rid of Bitcoin. I'm going to let you talk about ASTS, so nothing new right there. Okay, here we go. Back up to the upside on IBIT, and it's starting to go upside now as well. So we just averaged into this position. Oh boy, Obi, we got a decent spot here right now. As we rip up another dime, we'll see if we can get going there. But this is what Palantir is doing. Palantir is going to be, I said that we were having ourselves a day, and we are, right? But I did not think that Palantir was going down this low. It's a nice move to the downside right there. We had that BTC name that was our number one stock for the day, but Palantir is trying to take that over right now as we feel more comfortable trading bigger shares on Palantir than that BTCT name, of which we have $7 in the money. But right now, Palantir is coming in, and the futures aren't really doing anything. Let's take advantage of this. We are bidding right now 80s. We got that out. We're now bidding something in the 70s, a little bit lower than where we are right now. And oh boy, are we doing it again. It's Hydration Nation. It's everything going right now. IBIT going back up there now to the upside. Yeah, let's go. We are here, baby. We are in the building now, Obi. Nice little move upside for IBIT. Good bottom take. And again, remember what I said to you, what we're trying to do. And I appreciate all the comments in the chat. It is what it is. But I'm sitting here every day just being normal. This is how I trade. Oh, we catch these trades sometimes. Sometimes we miss them. And geez, it's a hot dog kind of, that's it again on IBIT right there. Like cash out the top, buy the bottoms. Like, okay, we're having a good time right now. Let's leave it at that. Why don't we go over ASTS, or you can just skip right over to Rocket Labs because it's not even on there.
Okay, if you want me to do that.
No,
sure.
No, whatever you have ASTS.
I have ASTS open right here. A bit of I wasn't really watching this ticker to begin with, but it seems like it's broken this shelf that we've been kind of holding for, I guess, the past almost 3 hours, 2.5 hours, attempting to push some fresh highs. But you can see the volumes kind of has died out a little bit there. We're starting to get that selling coming in off of that shelf break. I guess that's all I can see over here on ASTS. We can talk about Rocket Lab as well if you want me to. All right, so
He just had a little song.
Yeah, he had a bit of a song there.
I feel like if you don't do it, he's gonna be pissed.
Yeah. So a little bit of a strong drive that we had off of the open there. Now we're just consolidating underneath VWAP as of right now. This is kind of that pre-market area as well, but a bit of a shelf happening. Tight consolidation nonetheless. We have kind of given back a decent amount of this morning's levels here. Some strong wicks from the morning session down at 1940s. Maybe confluence with that early morning high as well, but a little bit sideways here underneath VWAP right now. So let's see what this thing does going into the close. I guess I am sitting a bit short right now, but we'll keep it tight. Let's see what it does going into the close. Bless you.
Got it. All right, SMCI.
All right, before we get to that, guys, new headline here, NBC projecting that the Republicans will take the House. We kind of already knew that it was going to be the thing. Now they're actually projecting that, so keep an eye out for anything that could run. Separately, I was speaking to Adara off camera. It looks like there's a lot of social media talk about shorting Palantir. I was looking at my computer to look at the change in the short interest. It did decrease somewhat, but still around 60 million shares, or that was the last data point that we got. Now to SMCI. What can you say about this one? 4 3/4 in the negative as it continues to bleed. We are talking about possibly this company being delisted off the NASDAQ if they do not report, I believe, by the 15th. Separately, they did have a contract canceled by YTL Corp out in Asia for umpteen amount of Blackwell servers that were supposed to find their way. In addition to that, if they do get delisted off the NASDAQ, they're going to owe to their bondholders about $1 3/4 billion that will be due, guys. Could have an effect on their balance sheet.
Yes. Yeah.
Look, it's over. I not that it's over as a stock. I mean, just the story's out there. And I think, we need to, there it is, SMCI. We need to just be going short. I mean, it was a short idea for us today. I had written it down on the sticky note, wherever that is, right here, that we like $22. All right, IBIT really ran up there. We covered some at 52, so just FYI on that one. Yeah, so again, this is probably a candidate right now for the breaker, right? Because if this does break this, you're underneath everything and you have the momentum to get even lower than where we are right now. So you do not want to be delisted off the NASDAQ. That's going to be obviously a huge problem, as just almost said Brendan, as Sharif just mentioned out right there. So I would be very, very careful with this name. And in fact, I like the way this is setting up underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200. Momentum definitely downside. Are there going to be better names to short? I don't know. You're down 5% right now. The only fear when you trade names like this, and again, fear is not something that I have right now, is just the fact that the news is already out there. You know, like you're talking about, it's not like you're going to get a delisting warning again. We already have that news. We already know the dates. We already know everything. Everything's already sort of, you know, piled in right now. So that's where you kind of worry that why isn't it down even more than this? But at the end of the day, the rise and fall of SMCI remains pretty epic. I have to show the E-signal chart because ours won't show the split adjusted move right there. But this is it right there, right? 48, huge move down to $20. This is when the whistleblowers, this is when Ernst & Young and everything, we were trading it live on the show when this happened. I mean, you're right back to, we can call up weekly supports or anything. I mean, we can just, you know, as, again, my guy Sharif always says over there, I've never used this terminology before, but we could wax poetic about what we're underneath. And right now we are well underneath all these levels for SMCI and looking to break. This goes back to July or May of 2023. We're already underneath it. I think we go lower. SMCI for me is a break and take. So I'm going short if we break the 52-week low, which is, well, we have it as 2020, but I'm going to take this 2060 break right here. Good enough for me right there. 2060 break, I'm taking that.
Yeah, no, this thing has been a nice little downtrend. We're getting more of that selling coming in today after an attempt at, a bid. But look at that, we're pushing into some of these prior lows here. So potentially some support turned resistance from prior days here. 2175s is, I guess specifically 2179 is the high a day right now. Trading pretty much near low a day. We're about to break down. So a breakdown into some fresh lows is what SMCI is looking like. Now we only have about an hour and a half left in the trading day. And I have this alert down here. Earnings reaction lows, earnings day one lows. That's where we're pushing up into. 2020 is that low on SMCI. Not too far away from that one.
So I am, just as an update to everybody right now, I am panicking to get shorts. So right now, okay, it's nothing. It costs absolutely nothing. 20 cents for 1,000 shares. So we're going to hit submit on this one and get ready to go. We are paying for shorts right now for SMCI. So now, good. Now we're locked and loaded. Good. We got those bullets right now. So we're ready to go here on SMCI. So if it does break that level, we're in. Breaking through 2060, we're in. So 5 more cents, we're going to be in. Did I say that already? All right. IBIT has pulled all the way back. So we did get out of more than half up there as it ripped right into here. Actually, a little bit less than half, I think. I'll have to figure out how many shares we did have. But right now, IBIT coming back down a little bit there. Doesn't look like it wants to break that 91,000, but we'll have to wait to see. Obviously, it's a living, breathing animal here, crypto. So we'll give it another second to go. I'm going to put another offer up here at 51.80, 51.90. If we can get something there, I think that would be worth going. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and see about Amazon.
The good times continue to go on for Amazon, up to almost third right now, about a quarter. Look, there was a couple of headlines today. This one, really the one that I really focused on a lot, Temu. They're looking at launching a Temu competitor, which is basically low-priced goods. They are going to be shipping from China, so they will be able to, use that $800 tariff circumvention that Temu and Shein and the others have been using as well. So we'll keep tabs on that. Separately, there was this headline. I don't think this is really market moving here. Amazon shuts down a secret project to develop fertility tracker, reports CNBC, guys. But off the highs of the day, but still in green.
This is insane. Like I'm sorry to be off the cuff a little bit here, but like IBIT just went up again. So we'll go props. Like it just did this exact move again. Like we could have just bought. This would have been the third time that we would have been able to buy this dip. I mean, we want to talk about making money here. Like that would just fell right into our lap again, right there on IBIT. Like I am so glad that we have these products here. You can trade GBTC, IBIT. There's a few other ones. HODL is another one. But yeah, for right now, Bitcoin continues to be quite impressive. All right, a name that you used to be Palantir. I mean, this short right now, running things to the downside right now into the short. All right, a name that's near and dear to your heart, Obi. What do you got to say about Amazon?
Amazon is looking nice here. I didn't really have eyes on it earlier, but a very strong trend to the upside. Since off the open, you see that it kind of claimed VWAP in and around 10:30, 10:45, and broke that opening range high. Made a bit of a pullback into this 12s. 212s right here for a continued push up, but it seems like we're taking a bit of a pullback here. We can see the market is also kind of breaking trend, definitely a bit of a trend break here on the ES. Again, just simply drawing a couple of, there it is already. I drew it in a little earlier there, so I just had that off. So right there. So we've already kind of broken this trend. I think 214s, but this is a bit of a chase for me right now. This could come into VWAP. That's usually what I'm looking for. But if we make some higher lows as well, and that bid is just slowing down going into the end of the day, again, it depends on what it's showing us, right? It could show us multiple different things, but as of right now, some straight selling coming in back to back. These are 15-minute candles. There's 13 minutes left on this candle to print, but already it started to sell off quite extensively, about the same length as the past two red candles there, 15 minutes on Amazon. So that's what I got on look there. I see that you're already kind of short.
I mean, I'm just short Palantir. I mean, the thing about this IBIT is it's giving me a little bit of ways. We talked about that and trying to feel out what's going on with some of these names. So I'm going to get out some more now on IBIT. Like that was just a dramatic. Now we have way less than half. We have about a third left now, as we did cover some of that on the way back up. So we're just kind of like, I know it's 232. Like generally speaking, I like to be a little bit longer, a little bit earlier, and hold for a little bit more. But 4 o'clock is still so far away. It's just watching this Bitcoin is giving me a little bit like just don't know where it's going. We'll wait to see. I mean, I could easily see this crack through that 90,000 again. Yeah. I mean, if we're just going to have a quick little look here, we've been looking at the 1 minute chart. That's not going to tell us too much, but we just had a couple, we resisted it there and then a couple times more. Like if we break that 90, that's 89 flat. Like, I don't know. We kind of just went straight up from there. So, looking for some support. I'm not sure where it comes if we break it. So we've already bounced off there a couple times. Let's make sure to take out a little bit of profit there. Looks like 91.3 has been sort of the high. Again, this is just a 1 minute chart. We can that might not be enough for a lot of people. I mean, this is just day trading, right? I don't think we need to, no panic to sell any of your Bitcoin on a daily move like this. But there it is right there, 89. So that's 90. So this is 90. So you break this, that's that's only 88.8, so that's $200 down. Then you get a little lower move. So we'll wait to see what happens now for Bitcoin. I still want to hold it, but it is making much more nervous than the Palantir. The Palantir trade, we're getting lighter and lighter on it, obviously, as you can see. So we have about a little bit less than 10% left on this deal. So we'll wait to see where it goes. And then the other trade looking at was NVIDIA, but I don't know if we're going to get back to VWAP. I still like the short as long as we're underneath the 50-period moving average. I said we're going to make our way into VWAP. We got halfway there, and now we're trying to revert back in. So okay, so happy with everything here today. Just looking to make a little bit more trades and get something that's cooking. So looks like IBIT. Remember where our out is. I'm gonna put on 10% more. That's it. So now we have about 20% of a position here on IBIT. Well, there it goes. So we're going to give it one more shot. There's 90. It's you can see on my screen right now. Forget about even watching IBIT. I have the offer breaking 30s. So if we break 30s, that should be close enough to this level right there of 90,000. I'm only talking about it because it's right here. So if we break below there, I just don't want to be caught up in all this, because if I don't get out at 30, then we're going to get out, like, that's 51. Not worth giving up 30 cents. So we'll wait for it. If it works, guys. If it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't. So we're going to wait for that as it comes through. But right now, IBIT, that's my position. We are long at 50. Sorry, we are long at 51s. So a breakthrough of 30 necessarily isn't the end of the world. It'll be a 20-cent hit. We just scalped out 20 cents right there. So I like the stock. I like the trade. Let's see where we go right now with IBIT. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. I know you have Rocket Lab. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching this Rocket Lab here. It's like chopping around this $20 level as of right now. But yeah, no, I wanted to run through some of the tickers that have been doing some decent volume on the day here. So we can just run through those together here. Because I'm just like, where's the next trade? I'm not really seeing too much. Things are kind of selling off here. But let's see what some of the top volume leaders are up to. So NVIDIA, obviously, today is the top of the list there. Attempts to break, like we talked about it earlier, attempts to break that 150. Can't really get that. No real follow through on that level just yet. A bit of a held offer on a multi-day frame. Rocket Labs, again, second most traded on the day today, and consolidating underneath VWAP after selling off quite extensively in terms of giving back a decent amount of those morning gains here. Taking a bit of a slowdown on that sell at this prior level where we did kind of find a bit of a bid all the way from 1944. As we can see, that anchored VWAP was a bit of a level in the morning, but as of right now we're just holding below it. So let's see what we do relative to some of these prior levels on Rocket Lab. Tesla as well. Tesla. Third volume leader, pretty heavy to the downside. Again, we said that prior day's levels pretty much rejected. Some of these are anchored relative to I guess some of these tops and some of these bottoms as well. The gap up on Tesla last week as well off of the elections. Those are kind of the anchors that I have put on here. But we are trading much lower, pretty much in a downtrend off of some of those highs. That intraday high was 358 and some change right here on Monday. 358.63 I have on this chart over here. So Tesla with a bit of a backside move coming into the beginning of the week, or it's beginning of the week right now. Rivian as well. They had some overnight news there with more of a deal with Volkswagen. And off the open, I guess it was very beautiful as that drive came in pretty clean. Let's go take a look at the 15-minute chart. Damn. Actually, no, let's take a look at the 3-minute chart here. So yeah, pre-market high break on Rivian. Wow, that's super clean right there. I'm curious to know what the tape looked like on that. But pretty much sideways and giving up a decent amount of the volume. Look at that volume drop off, man. Absolutely crazy. Not really doing anything too crazy as of right now, though. But Mara, we know that Bitcoin's in a bit of a push, but a lot of these crypto tickers are on the fade. But now something to note: IBIT, not so much, right? Or earlier it was not so much. Now it's really coming in there. I guess I hadn't taken a look at it since about 1:30 or 1 o'clock, 1:30. So it was pretty much following Bitcoin there. But yeah, no, a lot of other tickers like MSTR and Amara and Riot, they gave up a lot of their gains earlier on in the day. IBIT was following that Bitcoin move a little bit closer here. So I guess we've been fading off on that one there. What do we have here? Lucid Motors. So Lucid Motors doing some decent volume on the day as well, about 69 million shares traded. This ticker's been kind of chilling in this $2 area for a few days, so nothing too crazy. We know that Palantir is in and around its all-time highs, and we actually hit those this morning, kind of a consolidation tops at 63s right there. So we did push past 63s, got to 39s, and look at these retests, man. Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. Bit of a level here at 63s, finally kind of grabs that piece, goes all the way to 63.20s for a flush down all the way to back to 60. So back through low day, back through pre-market levels, pretty much now sitting on top of prior day's highs on Palantir. So what's going on with you, Sean?
No. Fabian was just telling me that the poll's actually at 50-50 right now, and I'm like, what? How does that even make any sense?
50-50.
Yeah, that's crazy.
With 1,000 people. That's
1,000 people. So half.
You tell me only half
are involved in crypto. That is wild to me. Wild. Like, I just think that crypto is something that, and again, it's like I said that comment about Sharif last week, and then he comes in and tells me he got in basically the day I made that comment. It was just like, if you believe in it, it's worth taking a little bit of a shot. Remember, you don't have to buy full, and anyways, there's my stop bet on IBIT. So, I mean, I don't have to, I don't think we have to tell people this, but you could just buy, parts of Bitcoin or parts of, I guess you could buy parts of IBIT. I'm not sure actually if this is one of those stocks that they divide up and you can buy part shares in. But anyways, that's just I'm surprised by that stat. So that's interesting to me to hear that. So again, congratulations to anybody that's in Bitcoin over the last little while. It's been a good one. We are now $2 in the money on Palantir. We celebrated before that it was $1 in the money. Now it's $2, and I mean this is the stock for me. It's too bad about that IBIT that dropped off there. You had mentioned that you hadn't looked at it in a minute. We had looked at IBIT. I mean, I again like the stock here, but at the same time we were very, very cautious of that level breaking, and it's just sometimes you use that example there today. To me, you talked about the beach ball effect there.
Oh, yeah.
When, you keep on pushing it down into the water and eventually it pops back up and blows up in front of you there. And you take one to the face. Well, that would be...
That's what squeezes are made of.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be an example there. So I just didn't want this to get kept on pushing the bottom here of IBIT and of Bitcoin of 90,000. And then I'm stuck there holding the bag when said coin continues to tank. So it would be the opposite of it blowing up, but just the pressure of it keeping down. Once eventually that breaks, then, how low can we go? And I just didn't want to be holding that and quite frankly, giving everything back. I mean, we wouldn't have given everything back, but at the end of the day, a losing trade is a losing trade, and we didn't want to have that on board there for IBIT. So we'll get out there for that 20-cent hit on not even that much. We reloaded it at 40s. Looks like 46, 47, and then out right there on the break of 30. So yeah, about 15 to 20 cents worth of a hit there on IBIT. So that sucks. We did wind up giving some back. There is no doubt about that. All right, on to the next, right? That's what this show's all about. So what about the futures? So right now the NASDAQ's coming back in. And by the way, I don't really, I just make calls based on what I see. When we started the show, what did I say we were going? I said I thought the trend was going to be down, which is why we held this Palantir. And I said we could probably move into VWAP. So guess what? We're moving into VWAP right now. So as we move into VWAP, again, we'll pat ourselves on the back a little bit for that and for the hold on Palantir. It didn't work for Bitcoin, obviously, as that fell through, but it worked for Palantir. It's working for the market right now, and that was a nice fall back into VWAP. So if we're going to look at the TQQs, I think we could buy VWAP. So that would be something very interesting for me to maybe potentially look at right now as the next trade would be to buy something in and around VWAP for the TQQ. So that's like this 8180 area. So let's see what it does. I'd rather be wrong and miss it. So what I mean by that is let's just see what it does. I don't want to necessarily sit here and get run over. Let's see the reaction of the stock to VWAP. So that's what we're going to look for right now. Palantir continues to go. I mean, I don't even know what's wrong with Palantir right now. Maybe there's absolutely nothing wrong, but we are pulling back in. Sorry, that's still NVIDIA. We are pulling well in now on NVIDIA. We just broke 60. We talked about this as a key level yesterday. Let's take another piece out. There it goes, man. Palantir. It's not going to take over BTCT because this was an incredible move and an incredible name today for me. But we've made we've made a little more than half of our net on BTCT on Palantir. And this just looks like we're planting flowers here, but honestly, this looks ridiculous. We're just getting out like 3, 4, 5% at a time. I don't have the strongest conviction.
You're like buying every price there.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow. I'm just kind of just layering it out there. I didn't know where it would stop, so pardon me? Yeah, sure. Right now? Oh, in a second there. Obi, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just kind of, again, market's taking more of a pullback here. Tesla's coming right back in. 325's trading right now on Tesla. So that's what I have on watch, just kind of looking for the next trade. Like I said, some of these reversions, I guess I missed. I was looking for that reversion on the spider there earlier today, and that came in, I guess, in and around 2 o'clock. So kind of missed that one there. That one's taking a real pullback as of right now. A Bitcoin on the pullback as well. Softy as well. Oh boy, Softy is bouncing off of one of my alerts. So interesting stuff there. Amazon on a bit of a trend break there. We covered that a little earlier.
I want to introduce a new discovery on the NASDAQ. It's ticker WKSP. It's Worksport. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. So that's Worksport, WKSP. Let me have a quick look to see what exactly Worksport is doing. All right, 90 cents. So nice move up here on Worksport. If you come over to the screen, Fabian, so there it is. There's the product. I think it's pretty awesome. We've had these guys on the show before. Worksport looks like it's trying to break higher right now. So good job, Worksport. I mean, we've been talking about this for a minute. Down to 42 cents, up to 86. Good job there as it continues to climb a little bit higher. WKSP, Worksport, go check them out. What's up? What's TV?
TV.
Government. Who is that? Arnold? Okay.
Oh, nice.
Arnold, get to the chopper, he's telling everybody right now, because we've got Bitcoin. I mean, by the way, that helipad that I keep telling Adair that I'm building on my house, I'm not.
Yep.
Building a helipad there. I did not get the approval. I did not get the permits to do that, so there is no helipad.
There was no truck bringing in materials over the weekend.
I am building a Hyperloop, though. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, for me and Ramin, we're gonna get.
Where's that? Where are you connecting to?
Just her place and my place. We can work faster.
Nice.
That's it. Yeah, here. Yeah, of course. Here, then to our houses, you know. And it's going to be, the thing is, Obi, I'm sorry to tell you this, but fingerprint enabled and stuff. You're not like only certain people able to ride that thing. It is what it is. I'm tired of this. You know what I mean? So shout out to Ramin there as well as we work on that Hyperloop. But that's another thing. Like Elon just has his hands into everything these days. Right now, including DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiencies. All right, Tesla. So we had talked about a nice downside move here for Tesla. We want to get shorter. We weren't able to do that. Tesla continued. Oh man, that cracking of the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. My eldest there, my 12-year-old, soon to be 13. Holy crap. He cracks his knuckles all the time, and it's like I'm in the car trying to talk to him or something. He's like, and I was like, ah. But anyways, yeah, good. How does that make I've never been one to do that. Is that like, people crack their knuckles all the time? Like, is it like just a...
I don't know. It just feels like, I feel like, I don't know, a little tense sometimes. Right, so I'm just like, okay. It like loosens up a little bit.
Yeah. No, all good. Do it as many times as you want. It's just one of those things. All right. Do I think it's going to be a lot of selling since chill vibes when Bitcoin hits 100K? No. So I take a little bit of a different view on all of this. Like Bitcoin finally now has so many tailwinds, you know, because like President Trump has come in and said, bye-bye Gensler. You know, he was speaking at the crypto conventions in Miami, all over. I think another one in Philadelphia. You know, was all over the place here promoting this, talking, and now has Elon Musk involved. Now has here, we can talk about IBIT. I don't know, whatever, we'll just look at this. Wow, yeah, we got stopped out at 51.30, so that was basically the bottom. All right, all this kind of talk, for crypto to all of a sudden stop now, like, sure, will there be selling at it? I mean, does this count as selling at 90,000 here? I mean, if we're gonna look back and we're gonna go like for a 30-minute chart, like, is this considered like, oh, we got to 90 and then we sold a little bit? Like, to me, that's not that much of a sell-off considering where we're coming from. So to answer the question a little bit better, let me just look at, and this is to chill vibes again. Like, On daily charts, we generally look at 200 period moving averages, right? As a place to dip by. The 200 period, I have no idea. The 200 period moving average is at $64,000. Like that's not, the people are gonna come in and dip by well before $64,000. If they don't, they don't. But that would be my idea. So even if we get up to 100 and sell off, like I don't think we go anywhere near any of these support levels. I think maybe you sell off a couple grand. I mean, as an example here, breaking, so we tried to break, I mean, that's 75, I guess. Obviously, it faded out, but it went back to 62, 63, so that's about 10,000 off of that. The other major milestone we hit, and I guess 80, we didn't really look at it, but it broke 80, didn't even come back. Broke 90, we just showed you as we zoomed in. That broke back about 3,000 or so. So here's 90. There's the move back into 80, 86, 87. So $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. So I don't know, 10% pullback. I mean, Obi, you have an opinion on that? Like, I mean, I don't.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. But I just think logically, I could see a pullback. I mean, look, if Nvidia breaks 150, can it pull back 10% off that to 135? Yeah, good.
Sure, yeah.
Doesn't mean that the trend has stopped. I mean, pullbacks are somewhat healthy. You're going to need people to get out, get rid of those weak hands so that people can buy it back and hold it. So, I mean, we had a story about, what was it, 80% of the Bitcoins are still stuck in major wallets. Like, they're not going anywhere.
Yep.
So I think the people that are trading it will be people that are just in and out, programs and things like that. But generally speaking, the thousands and thousands of coins that are being held in these wallets are being tracked. And until you hear something about somebody major dumping it, I think we're okay for Bitcoin at that 100,000. But there it is. Yeah, see people saying 88K for a pullback. Yeah, that would be fine to me. I think a pullback at 10%, we load it up. Joe said yesterday that if it pulled back to 84 grand would be a spot. So I guess he was commenting on 90. So again, that's a pullback about 7-8% there.
I think the thing you do have to consider is just go back and look at how the pullbacks in the past have been on crypto, and I think that the volatility is definitely a little bit more significant. But you'd have to go look at what it's done in the past in terms of like percent moves, and I think you'd get a better idea of how much of a pullback that it's capable of doing. I have no idea what it can or cannot do, but yeah, no. Sometimes I think you're right as well. A lot of it's like locked up, and like again, just like anything that you trade, all it takes is like one whale to be like, all right, well, I want to get out of this, right? I don't know if that's how it'll happen, but again, it only takes one trader, right? That's something that's been said before.
I'm getting some out here on Palantir.
I have no idea, man.
Yeah, I know.
That's my answer. If it does pull back, yeah, sure. It can pull back significantly, and that's perfectly fine in the bigger picture. We've seen it do 50% pullbacks. We've seen it do 60% pullbacks, right? So it's like, okay, well, where's your stop?
I'm not sure anybody's going to be wrong. It's just a matter of like basically kind of like trying to pick your poison a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And which levels are you comfortable buying yourself, and which levels are you not? And I think that once you can answer those questions, then it's just a matter of the holding game, right? Because it depends if you are trading it to trade it or trading it to hold it, right? And that's the other thing. That's part of the magic of crypto. Is it seems like the hodlers have been definitely winning, as have the traders. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of bots and whatnot and programs that specifically run algorithms regarding crypto. So I think that's something that's important to figure out. I was hitting keys there. We got some out there at 31s on Palantir. You might have heard me doing that. We just put a dip there into 60-30. So Obi, are you ready?
Yeah.
And let's go.
So we got some exciting news from VinFast. VFS is the ticker, Vietnamese pure play electric vehicle manufacturer. The company has just secured substantial financial backing to supercharge its growth. Vingroup, Vietnam's largest private conglomerate, is committing a hefty $1.4 billion by 2026. But that's not all. VinFast founder and CEO Pham Nhat Vuong is stepping up with a personal injection of $2.1 billion, reinforcing his belief in the company's bright future. This funding isn't just a show of confidence, it's a strategic boost designed to power VinFast's path to break even by 2026. This move by Vingroup and Mr. Vuong underlies their strong support to VinFast's long-term success. And there's more. Vingroup is converting 3.3 billion of its existing loans into non-voting preference shares, easing VinFast's financial obligations and giving its balance sheet a serious lift. VinFast.
I like that, Obi. Thank you, Obi, for that one. Yeah, VinFast, another interesting name. We've seen moves happen with Rivian. We've seen all of these stocks continue to sort of light some fire here in the market. Not so much Tesla these days, but there's Rivian. Rivian was at its highs today. Remember, Rivian closes that Volkswagen deal, so good on them. And at the highs today, it looks like it was trading up to $13. Little bit slight, as they may say, slight pullback right now in RIVN as it continues its move a little lower now on Rivian. This could be a breaker. Hey, whatever happened to my SMCI trade? I thought we were trying to, all right, didn't break, so did not break yet. This could be something to look at, no? Here for not for VinFast, for SMCI, I mean, that level held. Now we can maybe short the 200 period moving average. I mean, this has been something that we've liked, although the market seems to be coming back up. What's IBIT doing now? Bad out for me on IBIT there. Palantir, though, good cover there. Yeah, SMCI, I think that this could be a decent short opportunity to get back in here on SMCI. So maybe we'll have a quick look here to see if there's anything going on. Shorting in and around 2085 for SMCI could definitely be something that we look at. So maybe we'll have a quick look over there on SMCI. So $20.88. I like it. You can give it up to 21. That makes sense, right? 12 worth of risk there should give us some sort of smoke there. So I like that play. We could see what does now happen with SMCI, you know, back up into 2085. I'm going to put an offer there and see if we can't catch that. So that's going to be on my mind there, 2085 for SMCI. Palantir, I'm just going to let it go. We only have 5% left of Palantir. So as that continues to go down, that's fine. I'm going to try this short, 2085 for a starter position. We'll take an average in and around 21 if it happens. Not give it that high, maybe give it to that little wick there, 21.15 or so. So my stop area is going to be around 21.15. So trying to properly associate the right amount of risk on that trade. So yeah, man, so far so good. Palantir continues to go down. Gold down today, GLD down. Bitcoin up, so this could be, I don't think we got to change a guard here. I still like the gold trade, but we've seen the US dollar. We've talked a little bit about that as that gives back a little bit. Look at the gold. Gold's really fallen off here after that Trump election. Nice move to the downside, 260 top, back into 235. Maybe soon I got to talk to somebody about this. Well, Michael Noss on the show on Friday. We'll see what he wants to talk about with gold because down to the 200 period goes all the way back to August. If you can get something there, I like that trade, a little bit of a diversification. So if you missed the gold run up, I mean, it is starting to move around even more now. GLD coming back into the downside.
I'm still kind of watching this Rocket Lab. I did get a little aggressive there in and around this 20, but price is really compressing pretty tightly here in and around this 20 mark. So I guess, like I said, I got a little aggressive, but keeping it pretty tight, covering most of it right away when it's not going. I'm looking for that continuation to the downside. But again, if it's going to consolidate tightly like this, feels like I'm, this is crazy. It feels like I'm trading like a buyout or something. This is so tight right now relative to what it was doing earlier, kind of pushing multiple dimes at a time here on Rocket Lab. But this consolidation, let's see, I think if and when it makes like a decisive move on the break of this consolidation, then maybe I'm more than willing to get more aggressive into it going into the close here. So, because again, we've given back a decent amount of the morning's gains. I'm just looking for to see if which direction we pick. This consolidation is, whoa, here we go right there. It's breaking down now. 78's coming in, so the consolidation break, as I'm speaking of it, 71s is the low of that consolidation. This low right now, this candle low is 76, and so we got a little crushed on that right there. In terms of the bid, is what I mean, getting crushed. So as soon as I said that, there's a wipe of the bid. That's absolutely wild. So I guess I did get, I got out of a decent chunk there as it kind of consolidated in about a 5 to 10 penny range here. But it's finally coming in. Let's see if we can get a crack down. Again, in terms of, I guess, moving averages. Again, that's what the midday show or the How to Trade show today was about. I'm using the 8 moving average, the 21, I guess maybe the 50 and the 200 as well, just to see what's going on in those places. I don't necessarily want to make decisions in and around there, but I want to see what's happening in and around those areas, just to kind of get a feel for I guess potential participants there. So sideways chop, pretty much what is it, 20 pennies above the dollar, 20 pennies below the dollar. It's about a 40 penny range on this Rocket Lab, but slowly kind of trending a little bit lower there. If you throw up a 8 EMA on a 15-minute, that's what we're holding as of right now. Again, that anchored VWAP as well. That's anchored to earnings. We're holding or hovering below that as of right now as well. So I don't know if that's an indicative sign for anything, but that's Rocket Labs. Let's see what we do with this $20 level. That's what I want to work with right now. Tesla still kind of holding sideways here, a bit of a wick on my chart that I do want to, I guess, edit out right there. The low is not $399. Let's make the low $326.90 because that's the opening price right there. So that'll give us here we go. All right, so the chart crashed, and that's perfectly fine because we can just open up.
You will not believe the information I just got.
What is the information?
Well, you may believe it because we are the #1 trading show, period, in the world. So it should not surprise you to what's about to happen on Friday.
Oh boy.
Over 1 million followers.
Yes.
Peter Schiff will be here on Friday.
Wow.
We're going to talk to him about gold. This guy's been the biggest. First of all, he hates Bitcoin, so we'll figure that out right there. But Peter Schiff, right now, I mean, some of the stuff that this guy talks about, rising bond yields, sticky inflation, so we're going to get that continued away on gold, right? So we just talked about that right there as well. The problem is CPI numbers will soon surge as used car prices stop. This guy's a lot of opinions. Go find it out right. See, I'm finally coming around. Bitcoin fixes Social Security. I've got the plan. This might be Social Security. Anyways, you can go about read all this. We're going to talk to him more on Friday. It is Peter Schiff. Million followers. I mean, the guy, whether or not you like him or his opinions or not, at the end of the day, very, very smart and very, very passionate. So we'll have Peter Schiff coming on the biggest and the baddest show, and that will be the midday, I believe 12 o'clock. That's what I've just been told. So we'll get him 12 p.m. Friday is now confirmed. So that's
another one.
So get ready, man. I just said we're gonna ask Michael Noss about gold.
Yep.
We're going to ask Peter Schiff about gold. So there we go, man. All right, DBGI, Digital Brands, DGBI. Big spike in
DBGI?
DBGI right there. Digital Brands right now getting a little bit of a DBGI. What did I do? NASDAQ, right there. Okay, it's only 13 cents. Okay, so watch out now.
Watch out.
Announcing some sort of a marketing partnership right now. I didn't realize this was so done, down to 10 cents, but this name has a very good opportunity to run. Obviously, it's coming from 50 cents right there, coming from 30 cents down there, sub 10 cents a couple days ago, now trying to go up. Here we go. So there is DBGI news right now, and getting some sort of a marketing or licensing deal done. We'll get more of this information as it comes through, but DBGI right now up 12% and starting to go. So Digital Brands, nice little move right there, now upside. So we're excited about all of this. Okay, that's what's happening right now. I still have this BTCT. I'm only holding, maybe I should get out of this. I'm only holding a little small piece just for fun. If it breaks there, I did put a stop on breaking through 1540. So if that does happen, we'll be out of BTCT. So if that breaks this little level right there, we are out, and then we'll just take $2 on it, but that's the level. 1560, 1540. Actually, I have it breaking 15, and I'm out. I'm going to change that right now. 1539, break that. We're gone on BTCT. So what else are you looking at over on that side? 3 o'clock now, hour of power.
Yeah, it's definitely power hour right now. 3:02 is the time. I'm kind of just looking at some of these large caps, man. I'm like, all right, well, some of the missed trades for me on the day. After that bid kind of falls off, I guess I was telling you, Softy was pretty strong, and I was like, oh boy, look at the whole market's running, sure, but Softy's catching a bit of a strong bid there, and take a look at this. Off of.
Look at that.
Would you look at that right there? Pre-market high break right there. A bit of a trend break going on as well. Again, that is super not clean, but again, you get the gist there. Bit of a trend break happening on Softy as the market takes a bit of a pullback right here. We couldn't really get past off of this 21,260 mark on the Nasdaq and 60.35 here on the ES. So. Bit of a pullback happening on Softy. Again, in retrospect, sure, looks pretty nice, but let's see how solid it actually was. If you were to play the trend break, I guess, you know what, if I were to be a little generous, I'd be like, all right, you're getting in on this 428 push, maybe risking to the high there, or a pullback maybe in towards VWAP right there. So that's what, about almost a 2.74 to 1. So just over a 2 to 1 right there. But if you're getting in here and really kind of sniping that position, that risk reward can definitely jump a decent amount right here. So if you were literally to be like, all right, well, maybe I have this trend line on and I want to take a break down of that trend, maybe initiate the position and get more aggressive for that. Right there, you go from a 2.75 to 1 to almost a 8 to 1 right there if you're trying to be a sniper right there. And the trend hasn't really broken back to the upside. Again, you want to measure that as well. There's that trend. And right now I'm like, I missed this move, so maybe I can get that move for the push a little bit higher. So going to continue watching that one there, but a bit of a pullback happening across the board. Something interesting to watch as well is Alphabet, Google, is pushing to the downside right here, making some fresh lows. Not yet. Day lows at 178.78, trading at 79s right now, Sean. So a bit of a sideways action there on Google. Are we looking for the breakdown right here coming in on Google with that the market pullback right here? Bitcoin as well, 89.5 is what we're trading at. Almost 93.5s was the high of today. So.
Yeah,
all-time highs.
Yeah, not happy about obviously where Bitcoin's trading now, as we own some Bitcoin.
Oh, you're still in that BTCT?
Yeah, man, but it's not doing anything. Wow. BTCT, no, it's coming back in. We talked about that. Right now, looking for a little bit more. We're still in Palantir, which is a good one. That's the $2 winner right there. We did not get that SMCI fade. So we tried it, man. We were sitting there. My offer on SMCI is 85s. Got to 82s. Oh, it looks like, okay, we still have this breaker on. So hopefully that breaks. I mean, it just came back in again. We'll take the short on SMCI. Why not? Market coming to the downside. And by the way, if you're joining us for the first time, we're going to go to Adair in a minute. But when we started the show, we were up here. We talked about this play. So maybe it's time to look long. What's up, Adair?
We're going to take a look here at DBGI. I was just reading through this story here in Digital Brands Group Inc., which is now up about 20%. It is a penny stock here. We've got a short float of 7.8%, float of 2.7 million shares, and a market cap of around $2.5 million. So really small float and market cap, a notable short float. Basically what happened here is this company has announced that it has this partnership with VaynerCommerce for marketing. But the thing is, this partnership actually has already been in effect. So this partnership began October 21st, apparently from the period between October 21st and November 7th. So the first 17 days of this partnership, the company already found a 34% boost here in their digital revenue and a 7% boost in their average order volume compared to the previous 30 days without this company. So apparently VaynerCommerce doing wonders for digital brand groups marketing, and they're looking to expand this partnership into email and SMS campaigns. So basically Digital Brands Group announcing the results of its already existing partnership and its plans to expand said partnership with a pretty notable short float and small float in market cap, guys.
All right, so yeah, we're still in that BTCT there, and we're still in right now as well, our friend anyways, right now Palantir. We really like that stock, but for a day trade, we are out of it. So we are still in this as it breaks down through 60 now. Our best bet, our best bid so far has been right here, but it looks like we want to even go lower right now. OB, so here it comes. It looks like we will, I mean, my next trade should be this SMCI break low. Again, I like the trade. I mean, the market's now trying to break. We're at VWAP. It doesn't look like it wants to hold VWAP. I mean, we can clearly see that. We'll see if it does, though, eventually wind up holding VWAP. But for right now, I like this SMCI break lower. It's too bad we didn't get that opportunity. Well, we probably had the opportunity. We just didn't take advantage of it, of getting that short. So, you know, we missed that. Fine by me to miss that, but at the end of the day, something that we would have liked to get up here around that 2080. So I'm not going to take as many shares maybe now as I would normally, but again, potentially missed opportunity there on SMCI into that short, but we still are taking that. On that. Oh yeah, Disney is reporting. All right, so I thank you for that question there. So for me on Disney, I actually like Disney here, and I know that's gonna sound a little bit, I mean, I buy this stock all the time. I haven't bought it lately. We were used to, and I asked Brian about this yesterday, Brian Shannon on the recap show about Disney because they report Thursday. And that is that I've been buyer down here at $80 many times right into here. And I still own a piece of it. We were able to get out on the Nelson Peltz bump upside. We still did hold a piece. But again, I think Disney is primed to go upside in here. Look at this sort of happy little face there, trying to go back up on the 50 period just today, taking out the 200. So I didn't realize that happened. So it's a good question. Thank you for asking me this one. I love a 200 period break. I really want to buy Netflix stock. It's so high up. I already own a piece of this. I think that Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight is going to put up some crazy numbers. And I mean, I just look at the streamer, look what Netflix is doing. If you're not in, you're not in. And I mean, I think that's the FOMO trade with a lot of these names. So yeah, Netflix, man, continues to work upside. So back on that track, Disney's streaming. I like the Disney streaming factor as well. So I think they're going to report a good stream number. Agatha has been doing pretty good as far as I know. They just got that. I don't know if you saw this. I'm waiting to see it. The Deadpool, the new one with Wolverine.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
So that is now on Disney Plus.
Oh, no way. Okay.
As of either this last weekend or yesterday or something. Yesterday. So I got an email for that, so I'm trying to see it. Nice. The problem is I like watching movies with the kids, but I think there's some questionable Deadpool stuff. You can watch it. Okay, so I'm going to watch it with the 13 to 12-year-old. I'm not going to watch it with my 10-year-old girl, but there could be something there. So I just think that's a reason for Disney. So I like the stock. And I still own it. So thank you for the question. I like Disney stock in and around this level. So yeah, that's my thought. I'm going to take out some more PLTR.
Yeah, man. This Rocket Lab is actually kind of coming in there. I'm kind of no regrets, but might have covered a little too much too early there. Yeah, no, I hit it at the 20 with I guess even more than I had this morning, to be honest. But where is it? RKLB. Yeah, so this I really like this consolidation here underneath that, but it wasn't really going anywhere. But as of right now, getting some strong selling coming in to the low of the range here. Again, we talked about that low of the range being about 1971s. We did get kind of a push into that 1971 area here. What is the low on this bar? 76s on current bar and then 76s on prior bar as well. This is a 15-minute chart, but this is the consolidation area that we've been kind of holding as of right now. So interesting stuff. Let's see if we can take another leg down. Again, I guess I can show this chart over here, multiple frames. Pull this in. Yeah, I don't really have this one charted, so I don't mind. Okay, so yeah, a lot of lines. Let's take off some of those. These are the moving averages I was talking about right there. But look at that 15-minute chart, absolutely beautiful. And I only have like the anchored and the current day VWAP kind of pinned there. Earnings anchored, so we're trading below that. Nice tight little consolidation as of right now. The hourly chart, how beautiful does that look, Sean? So it's like we slow down, the selling slows down, but for the past 2 hours, we've just been consolidating underneath this anchored VWAP, and it looks like we're getting a little weak. Again, like I said, what's the story that's been kind of printed on this chart? Opening drive, absolutely beautiful. We're breaking out through 52-week highs. We break that pre-market high, pull back into that anchored, holds, and does well. So there's definitely participants involved there, and a push towards high a day, which was printed at 2254s, and then a break of that trend. Beautiful reversion. I'm not, that's definitely part of my playbook, and I was not involved in that short trade or the reversion trade here of that morning momentum. But absolutely beautiful. And now it's consolidating underneath that anchored there, that anchored again signifying the volume weighted average price. So the average participant's price on the ticker on the day that's anchored since this morning or prior days after hours at 4:15 there, 16:15. I use a 24-hour clock. So 16:15 there. And we're trading below it. So that's the information that I see on the chart. Let's see what we do going into the end of the day. Now, I have I took a bit of a bias on it where I'm like, all right, I'm looking for this to continue lower. But again, that could very well not happen. This is a tight consolidation, meaning that this could blow either way, and it could have a bit of an explosive move going into the end of the day, or we can just consolidate right here and it's done for the day. it is only earnings day one. Day two is going to be interesting with reference to this level here because this has been doing a lot of volume in this $20 range. Again, just to point out, we've been trading sideways here for over 2 hours in about 40 penny range. So decent amount of range for Rocket Labs. The normal ATR for this name on a regular trading day is, I can just pull that up, is about 1.29, so about a point and 30 pennies there on a regular day. So we've done about a 40 penny consolidation. So it should be interesting going into day two there on Rocket Labs, but that's kind of what I wanted to show there. Also have a daily and a weekly on watch as well. So this has been a long thing coming. This has been trending since about the low of the year, which happened on April 22nd. April 22nd of this year. So we've been only in an uptrend. It's pretty much starting to go parabolic now off of this earnings report on Rocket Labs. So definitely living up to its name with that crazy launch. So let's see where that rocket will land if we do take a bit of a pullback. I have no idea. Earnings day one's been quite nice though. Other things that I'm watching right now, people are talking about Coinbase. A lot of these crypto-related tickers, like I said, have been pulling back. So let's take a quick look at Bitcoin and what that is up to as of right now. So Coinbase, what are you saying? All right, so a bit of a VWAP bounce happening right now. Wick low happening right here at that 89.4 mark. We're trading back above 90. So we've been kind of holding above. I guess we're holding above this prior consolidation that we were having over the past couple of days. So this week, let's take a look at the weekly chart as well. Take that VWAP off, and you can see how beautiful, oh boy, this thing looks, Sean. So this consolidation that we were watching over the past couple of months, we were like, yeah, if this trend resistance breaks, we could definitely see 75. That's just the break of that high. Now that came and went. Now we're trading all the way 93 halves is the high, all-time high on BTC. So intraday right now, let's go down to a 3-minute right here and see what's pulling back. Why are some of these crypto tickers pulling back? I have no idea, but Bitcoin seems to be kind of pulling back off of its highs of the day right here. A bit of a double topping flat action after that morning momentum all the way into that 93.495 I have as the high here. A bit of a push down back through that 90. So let's see what we do relative to that 90, but I'm also watching some of these crypto names like Mara. You can see right off of the open, oh boy, this thing has been, here, I'm done with, okay, I don't want to do that. Second.
Looking at Mara?
I just overfilled on Rocket Lab. So that's fine. I dealt with it. Mara to the downside, it only caught a bit in the morning, right? So it kind of faded off after that all day fader on Mara. Absolutely beautiful action though. Look at that after hours. This was earnings day one, right? So definitely missed trade on Mara as it grabs earnings reaction high by what? By 19 pennies and then sells off for the rest of the day. Oh boy. That one's really nice there. Not really too often you see like a significant level lick grab right there come in so clean, but Mara's doing it today. And Coinbase as well. Again, straight sell-off off of the open. So a lot of profit taking happening here as Bitcoin kind of looks like it might be reaching in towards those 90s, that 100 mark, well within range here. If it decides to go, we'll take a look at it over the next couple of days there, going into the end of the week, to see if that 100 mark comes in. But MSTR, I combined Microsoft and MSTR there. So MSTR, maybe taking a bit of a turn here. Whoa, okay, so that's a strong volume bar right there at the low of day on MicroStrategy. We're attempting to break this bit of a trend here. So let's see what we got in store here. So a bit of a trend break happening on the shorter frames. So let's see if we can get back up into VWAP here. We've consolidated and sold off of VWAP since the morning session and an extension past VWAP going into the last hour. Now only about 33 minutes left in the day today. So let's see what MicroStrategy is going to do going into the close. Bit of a turn here on Coinbase as well. IBIT, what are you up to? Probably very similar to the Bitcoin chart that we just saw. Yeah, right there. So a bit of a bottom there formed at that 50.86 mark. That's the Bitcoin look right now Nothing too crazy. We've been selling off. So if you've been short, oh boy, been printing. Another earnings name kind of that was on watch is Cava, C-A-V-A. Cava, similar story here, man. So these bit of a slide to the downside here on Cava, pretty much recovering everything that it did off of its earnings report. Very strong push off of earnings. This was on watch for me for sure, is doing some funky business off of the open. So I was like, all right, yeah, next. 172.65's pre-market high, 172.23's intraday opening range high, whatever you want to call it. And can't really even get through those pre-market levels. Pretty much can't get through this as well, where a decent amount of that volume was done in the after hours off of the earnings report. And that opening range low, look at that, a bit of a confluence over there with some of those support levels, breaks that down as well and accelerates to the downside. So this, I guess, looking back at it, this backside is looking quite nice there. There was a lot of opportunities right here on this as it extends past that VWAP. So Cava, oh boy, that's definitely a meal for the shorts.
I mean,
today.
That's, again, another great IPO name, Cava. We saw Reddit continuously moving as well. Shares of McDonald's moving around. Hold on a second here. Going to find out what's going on. Report from, get ready.
What's happening? Oh, McDonald's.
104 people infected, but this is already known as far as I know.
Has this thing been trending down since that report, or just sideways? Yeah, it's been sideways. Since that,
sorry, that's TQQ chart. Here's McDonald's right now. So there's the tick down right there. So yeah, just hearing, I don't know if it's a live, like not obviously it's live, but I don't know if it's already a reported thing or not. But yeah, they're just talking about a couple 104 cases there. I guess salmonella. I don't want to misreport it, but that's what I just heard in my ear there for McDonald's. Yeah, good question there in the chat. What's up, VRO's trades? Why am I holding this? Yeah, it's just not moving. I already have my stop there. This is about 5% left of this stock on BTCT. And it's just, honestly, there's absolutely nothing to this. I'm just waiting for it to see if it goes back up. I don't even have any offers. All I have is I should put an offer somewhere. All right. Yeah, I mean, if we can get to $19, that'd be fine. I'm losing less and less faith, sort of, in this SMCI trade. If SMCI might not, okay, we're still on here. Okay, we'll put that up at 18. Here's SMCI. I'm going to cancel everything. So I like the idea, but now that it's 320, I don't know if we're going to need this SMCI break and take right now. I feel like it might just false break us to the downside if that winds up happening. So we'll wait to see what SMCI is going to do. But for right now, sort of off of my radar now, SMCI. But a good name for sure. What's up, Adara?
Here with McDonald's. MCDs, you can see her falling below this range. It's been kind of trading in all day with volume on this catalyst. The CDC saying that as of November 13th, so as of today, there's now a total of 104 people impacted or infected there by that E. coli outbreak. That's from 14 U.S. states. So I think the last count we heard was in the mid to high 90s. And 13 states. So we added a state, we added a handful of people there. Does not seem like there are any more fatalities. We know there was one fatality announced there on October 22nd, unfortunately, when that was first announced here. So it's been a couple of weeks since we had that initial outbreak, and it looks like we now have a few more people who have been infected. I'm also seeing here, apparently, a woman in Billings is suing McDonald's with regards to this outbreak. So something to keep an eye out here for MCD. There's actually going to be a Montana-based lawsuit against McDonald's related to this E. coli outbreak, but that came out earlier today. Again, it just seems like an update on this E. coli count, guys.
For like statewide, like any sort of like class action suits. I mean, we'll see. They're going to lawyer it up, and I thought that I read that they dealt with that pretty good. So McDonald's still nice name right there. We have 1% left of Palantir. It's trying to go higher. Stop out 60.80. So put that in right now. Our stop on this trade, I just canceled it, was 62.20. So we're short right here at 62s. We are giving it to 62.20. As you can see now, $1.44 in the money. So 60.81 to get out of the remainder of that trade. BTCT, I just put a silly offer up at 18.50. So if that hits, then yeah, we'll be in that one, BCT, BTCT. For those of you asking about that, we did get a question here on what I'd sort of thought as one of my recent positions that I've been in anyways was Uber. And we talked a little bit about that one a couple times here on the show about how much I liked it or didn't like it or whatever. I still like Uber. Like, I think this is going to be a name that winds up working. Well, I'm not even on the chart, UBER, right now. Look, we all of us are all nervous about those cabs, right? So we're worried about it, but is it going to be a non-starter? I'm not sure. But for right now, yeah, not happy. We recently bought some at 80. We bought some more at 72, and we did not get out. So we did not get out when it ripped up to 76. This is going to be a position I'm going to try to build into. But right now, I'm not going to add to any of it. Where is the 200 period? Just waiting for this to get going. Yeah, so see, we've now broken below. That's basically why I added it right there at 72. Now we break below. I think we can now wait. This looks crazy, but maybe $64. Yeah, just trying to wait to see what happens with Uber right now. So thanks for asking, but I'm going to wait on it. We did have a good report from Lyft, LYFT. Hit a button there. All right, Lyft. We had a recent report from them that was pretty good. That definitely gave this stock a little bit of a bump upside there. You can see on the chart, but we started to fade back a little bit. So that's that earnings report. I still like Uber for what they represent, and that's the Uber Eats side of it. They have Uber Freight and a bunch of different things and a bunch of different opportunities partnered up really well with different promotional aspects, credit cards and things like that. So I like Uber. Whenever a word becomes like it's a dictionary word all of a sudden, it's a company, I like to buy that, just like how we're Googling things. Everyone's taking Ubers, right? So yeah, I like the space. I want to get into like technology like this, and especially ones that I think are going to be around for a while. So I like the stock, but it's not at a buying opportunity for me anymore at these levels. I think we got to wait a little bit lower, but a good question there on Uber. Let me know if there's any stocks in the chat there that you guys are looking at that you think might be worth a hold there in a position. So I like Uber. I'm going to try to buy some more XBI soon, and then really just buying SPY on dips. I really like the fact that I can have someone else index for me and just have the top names and hold on to SPY, because if you're just going to ask like how much SPY, like what is SPY up even this year? Like when you're going to look at some of these stocks and you're going to see like, oh, McDonald's is up 30% on the year, something like that. That's all well and done. Where is this for the year? There it is, 26% on the S&P 500. So that'll probably carry into the end of the year. So that's a great year for that. The Q's up even more than that. Where did that go? It was just over here, wasn't it? That's the same percentage points? Oh, I thought the NASDAQ was outperforming the S&P 500 this year, but it looks like they're both 25%. So no matter what you kind of did right there, those are good returns. So I'm thinking about getting some of my money out of these big tech names and being solely invested in, I'm invested in a lot, I'm very diversified, but a lot of the holdings have gotten outsized now. NVIDIA, Google, Meta, Palantir, things like that. So I think there is opportunity to rebalance. So I'm trying to do that with a little bit of Uber. I want to buy some Home Depot on dips. We've recently been buying some Berkshire as well. Again, kind of like an ETF. So I like some Berkshire B as well.
Yeah, no, I think Berkshire is definitely one that a lot of people miss as well, but definitely in the top 10 constituents there of both futures. Still kind of, just watching this Rocket Lab, watching Tesla as well. Softy still kind of continuing to the downside right here. So I'm watching that one going into the close now. Again, we're only about 24 minutes left. 34 minutes left here on the day. So a few more 15-minute candles left to print here. So let's go to the 15-minute chart and take a look at what Softy has been up to. So VWAP, where you at? Right here. So VWAP, we're pretty close to VWAP right there, about a point away from VWAP on Softy. So this thing has done pretty much all, most of the move that I was looking for there for a reversion. Unfortunately, I don't really have that trade, but I guess it works out quite nice there. Some of the other tickers not really working as well. We were talking about Amazon. Amazon here, it did kind of break that trend, but that trend got picked right back up way before VWAP there, holding that 213 level, 213.80s trading as of right now here on Amazon. So not really selling off as aggressively as Softy on the break of that trend. So this is the thing. Sometimes you want to play that market beta, but maybe sometimes you have to be able to find the best vehicle, and that's what I'm trying to get better at as well. It's like, all right, I'm trying to take a pullback on the markets. Markets have constituents. Which ticker would it be the best to take that pullback on right here? So market did pull back. When did we start here? Around 1 o'clock. So look at that selling coming in at 2 o'clock. So it's like almost an hour later. We did get that little bit of a pullback. Maybe that's when that bid kind of started to slow down. We still made a fresh high, though. That is something that you do have to consider after you do feel that bid kind of step off as well. That's what I'm realizing. It's like, all right, cool. You're feeling that bid step off. You're watching that bid step off. But doesn't necessarily mean we're going to start falling off right away. We could still have a bit of a grind back up before that selling actually happens, or we actually shift hands here. Rocket Labs breaking that consolidation low as of right now. What's up, Adara?
I have some more updates here from that McDonald's E. coli update from the CDC. I actually read through the CDC's update, so I'm going to give some information here. Basically, apparently 99% of the people they were able to interview about the outbreak said that they had eaten McDonald's apparently in the week before they got sick. Also, apparently, it might not be the onions that caused it. The onions were the assumption because apparently 84% of the people who were able to remember what they ate at McDonald's had recalled eating a menu item with onions, but the FDA actually tested the onions, and they found an E. coli strain, but it wasn't the E. coli strain that infected the people. It's also worth noting here, basically, they apparently of the 98 people they were able to find information on the total of 104 infected, 34 of the 104 people infected have been hospitalized. 4 people developed a severe kidney-related issue here that can cause kidney failure. And then, of course, we did have unfortunately, the one individual in Colorado who passed away. So here's some updates with regards to that E. coli investigation from McDonald's, which may or may not be related to some onions. If I see anything else, I will let you know, guys.
All right, I like that may or may not be related. So there it is right there. I mean, pretty much a full recovery right there in MCD. So they are loving it, and they are not worried too much about said breakout of E. coli. So we'll wait to see. And I don't mean to be like, that's a very serious thing. They're going to have to be held responsible for all of that, and I'm sure they will be held responsible. And it looks like they are cooperating. So a nice little move down there for, I was going to say for Bitcoin, but for McDonald's as we continue to watch out for that next big move. Let's have a quick look at Bitcoin, 90,500. So IBIT with only a half hour left. Again, thank you everybody for watching again today. Another big show. I want to thank Obi for being here one more time. Obi's here with me tomorrow again.
Yes, sir.
What day is tomorrow? Thursday and then Friday. And then I think Neil's not even back. Neil's taking
Monday
an extra day off as well.
Yeah,
so he's got Monday going. What's going on around here? He's got Monday coming off there as well. So this BCTC stock, I'm going to just go to $17 right now. If we do get that move upside, I'm putting an offer right there, 16.80. If it comes back up, let's just get out. We're kind of holding this very foolishly right here. We were just trying to see if there was any sort of a pop up there. We have 2% left on this position, so this is a double up. We got $24 out. We're in at 12. So big move up. Most of our outs were definitely on the way up, 15, 16, 17. Every time it rehalted, especially in here, we kept on getting out on these halts. Some 23s, some 21s, but right now it doesn't look too healthy. Trying to come back in. I mean, great stock. Yesterday up 300%. Look at that. Like 2 days ago, this was a $2 name. So, up to $25. Not bad at all. Probably worth taking a little bit there as we continue to go. What's that crypto poll at right now? Maybe Fabian can get it for us. Because
I can check right now.
There it is.
So
18.
Right
it's.
there.
I'm
54 by 46.
Still astonished by that. I'm going to ask Neil.
Yeah.
When he comes back, what would he think this ratio would be before we put it up? Right, so I'm going to ask him that. I'm going to see if I can remember that, because to me, I thought it, like I said, I thought it'd been 3/4 invested there. So you could see, to me, the poll is still live, so you guys can get in there and vote. I just like if it's true, but like, how many people are missing this trade? Like, there's a lot of people not in this, so it makes me think that there's a lot more room to go on Bitcoin. So we'll wait to see if that means anything or not, but that's my initial thoughts there. So again, good job there for anybody that's trying to hold on to Bitcoin. And if you're just in it now, welcome to the party. It's the water is definitely warm, but can get cold at points. And there's a dip down again into $51. That was a good hold. That looks like 90,000. So we're gonna have to remember $51 coming up very, very soon on the names. All right, man. Today is Cisco. Today is new holdings as well. So we have CSCO. Cisco's been on a real nice run. This is a security name again as well. It's not the same way as in it's a Palo Alto or a CrowdStrike, but again, with all the routers and the data and everything coming into play there, Cisco has a big part in this AI boom. And there it is right now, $59. Cisco, great old name, reporting there tonight. We'll see if Cisco can report a good number and surprise everybody there. Cisco well up. I don't know if I'd go long on this name, but $59 with a report coming later on today for Cisco. We've got Adara at the big screen.
As we wind up here this Power Hour, what I wanted to do is take a look at some of these S&P 500 names moving sharply to the upside or downside. Actually, I just realized they're all going to be concentrated as well today in that electronic technology sector. So a bit of a sector look. And what I wanted to do specifically for the theme for this segment for today was take a look at some names that have been a little bit beaten up as of late and see what they're doing. Starting with Micron, MU down almost 4%. No catalyst on this today, but it's been really weak over the last few days. From what I'm reading, this has to do with a comment from Edgewater Research. We saw Monolithic Power, MPWR, down about 20% on Monday from comments from Edgewater. Then Edgewater also giving Micron the same kind of treatment yesterday, basically raising some concerns about its business. So MU continuing to the downside, though definitely not getting as hit as hard as MPWR has been. Then we have INTC, which is actually at a high of days right now. Only catalyst I could find in this was apparently HPE announcing that it's going to be working on this liquid cooling supercomputing system. This involves AI, apparently featuring NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel accelerators. INTC, though, of those names, the only one to the upside. And then last but not least, we have Boeing. BA actually bouncing nicely off the bottom, but still very down on the day. Apparently, according to Reuters, the company is looking to lay off 17,000 employees. That'd be 10% of its workforce. Also, apparently, Southwest Air, or LUV, sees Boeing strike cutting into its 2025 delivery prospects, according to Bloomberg News. So, BA, more woes, guys.
Me, says BA. Yeah, thanks, Adara. Good report, good update there. I love those sort of midday updates there. Thank you to Adara. And by the way, it's a puff pass kind of situation right now, because you can see what's happening right now. MSOS. Sharif dropped that news to us, I guess, around 2 o'clock, that they will take the house, I guess, as well. So, yeah, I mean, maybe now we push forward with cannabis. I didn't, I always sort of thought this was maybe more of a left agenda, but I don't know what's going on here with MSOS as we continue to make that move up. So what's the timing like, Fabian? What are we doing this? Now, is it? In a minute. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, so MSOS continues a nice little move to the upside. All right, there's that, dramatic move down. This is what I was talking about. This is like the anti-Trump trade, I guess, with this move back in. And we just took out like a lot of lows on cannabis. Some of these names continue to be a problem, as maybe it's not on the agenda right now. We just heard that Marco Rubio, I guess, President Trump has said that will be his appointee for Secretary of State. So like it or not, that looks like that's who's going to be coming through right now. Was it little Marco Rubio, or who did he talk? There was some guy, was that who it was? Back in the day when he was throwing shade everywhere. But anyways, as he get ready to go, so we'll figure all that out with China and what that means for China. Let me see what FXI is doing right now.
A bit of a bid on the market.
Yeah, it is a nice bid on the market. So we actually, oh boy, there we go. I was going to say, what happened to all my positions? Right there, 2, 1. BTCT, nice move up. We just get out of that one. We do want to make sure that I did talk a little bit about eSignal previously. And eSignal right now, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to your elite experience with eSignal. Remember, get the best charting available, period. Get those watch lists, analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Click that link right now for a free trial on eSignal. Get infinite data and instant trading. Charts that change the game. Better backtesting and scanning and reliable real-time data. I couldn't do half the things that I've been doing without eSignal. I love the backtesting, the tick replays, the tick charts as well. I don't know if you look at tick charts over, but they've got there. It's everything you need in one space. Get ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code on the screen and get involved with eSignal ASAP. I just love the fact that it's an entitlement-based program as well. So you want to trade Hong Kong, Hang Seng, any of those different opportunities, you could do that with eSignal. I'm trying to find the numbers here. All right, thank you for that, Owen. eSignal, thank you for sponsoring the show. So I got a headache. I don't know what it...
Yeah, you see that? I saw that this morning. No, scroll even higher. The number's a little bigger.
What do you mean?
That's
This is top 10 traders.
oh no, there was a 4 in front of that, I think, or instead of 35.
No. So this will show you the top. Okay, that's just the Nasdaq. So
okay.
so pretty much someone yesterday made $40,000 on the Nasdaq.
Oh boy.
What was crazy moving yesterday? Everything.
Maybe
Coinbase?
Tesla. Maybe
Tesla,
Coinbase.
Coinbase.
Maybe, yeah.
So
some
this
crypto
one
names.
trader lost. See, we can do math here. So they made 40,000 on Nasdaq, but then lost an aggregate, I guess, of another $4,000 or so on New York, CME, Blue Ocean, Amex combined. But these are the top traders as here at Real Trading. So not OB or I. We're down more in this area down here. But you can see there 7,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. A couple different markets there. There's a Blue Ocean there again. So that is the overnight trading. So you can see that with Compare Your Profits on Real Trading. We are brought to you by and sponsored by Real Trading. That's who we trade through. It's a prop firm that I've been with my whole life, 23 plus years of trading life. I know I'm not 23 years old. I mean, that would be crazy if I had a 12-year-old. But okay, so out of BTCT. Oh, and by the way, out of Palantir. So Palantir does break that high. And you just mentioned catching a bid here in the market with only 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, I was watching that Rocket Lab, man. I was like, I got a little distracted. That flush finally comes in. And I was short in the 20s. I was short a little bit above the 20s, looking for that consolidation breakout. But, oh, man, look at this price action move. All the way slams down to 1942 and then wicks right back up. So pretty much as if nothing happened. And I'm just like, I was waiting on you, but you're not nice. You're rude. Oh boy, coming right back in. So let's see, going into the end of the day here, only about 20 minutes left there, and pretty much back into the range. So nothing crazy happening as of right now. The flush came in. That was the trade that I was looking for, but doesn't really come in how I was looking for there. Or I got a little distracted. I wanted to be short on the 20s. You can see that I have multiple entries here in and around above the 20s, kind of covering in that low of the range. We talk about that bid coming in the 80s, 1980s there. So a bit of a churn. But if finally that kind of breaks down and I'm not really involved here, I actually flip long to be like, all right, are we going to wick because it started holding again in the 70s? But oh boy, we're coming in a little bit harder here. 1963s here after a strong, almost over 2-hour consolidation is in that range there of 40 pennies on Rocket Lab. So trending a little bit to the downside here on the day. Again, trading below that anchored VWAP as well. So that was kind of the trade that I was watching there. Tesla coming right back into VWAP there. So VWAP is where sellers were earlier on today in and around 12 o'clock right there. So 333s, sellers brought it back down into 324s. 324s being a little bit higher than the low of day there. Now we're catching a bid back up into VWAP. 332s is where that VWAP area is sitting at right now. So good look there on Tesla. People were talking about Intel. Intel is breaking high of day as of right now. So absolutely crazy action there. Extension off of that VWAP from the morning session. So you can see that that VWAP held quite nicely. We're holding some prior anchors as well. I got to go back and see where some of this stuff comes from right here. So that's earnings anchored right there, and that's earnings kind of a level that I liked from that earnings pop right there. And seems that we've been holding in and around that area. Prior day lows confluencing with pre-market lows as well for a push even higher on Intel. And I guess I think there was some catalyst on this as well. I think Adara was mentioning it earlier. Something with the liquid cooling for some of their supercomputers there. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here in MSOS, which is popping here with volume. Actually, not much social media attention on this. That's usually what accompanies this rally. But from what I can see here, based on what I've gathered, it seems to have to do with the fact that Donald Trump has announced the appointment of Matt Gaetz, which Matt Gaetz has then confirmed here as his attorney general for his incoming presidency. Of course, he'll take office in January 2025. Now, why this is moving marijuana from what I'm seeing has to do with the fact that apparently Gaetz is one of the most pro-cannabis Republicans, that his history reflects that. He was one of apparently a very small number of Republicans who voted for cannabis legalization. And so the idea that he's going to be overseeing this process is very promising for people looking for that legalization news. So MSOS getting a nice pop on that news, guys.
I mean, we were wondering about that, so that's a good little report there. Thank you, Adara, for getting us into that. I want to say shout out to Starburst on here. Just saying with some of the trades, he said, you must be pretty conservative with your position sizes because some of the trades I see you win with, you could be putting up huge numbers. Look, I mean, we've made a decision here on the show to not, show the position sizes or anything like that because, again, a lot of us will trade different opportunities, different position sizes, and then we just don't want to have that being what it is. You guys can see the trades that we have on board, and if you have any questions or anything like that about any of the positions, then I think Obi and I will have no problem answering those and trying to talk about how conservative we are or anything like that, because at the end of the day, you're just trying to put up winning trades. Whether or not you have 100 shares, 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares, that's going to be up to you. We trade on a prop floor and realize that is completely a different world than a lot of you are out there trading your own capital and things like that. So the fact that, I'll have a couple million or whatever in buying power has nothing to do with that I'm putting the own risk into this, right? This is firm capital. So there are some upsized positions that do happen. And I just want you to know that, we're here for that. And we try to do our best to try to show you the positions that we really like and, why we're in them and things like that. So I think that's important. This BTCT, obviously, I would love to tell you I had 10,000 shares down here or something like that to make $10 on that, right? But we don't have that. We're trying to trade pretty reasonable. At the end of the day, we want to take home paychecks and things like that, and that's ultimately all that's important. I've often told you that what my winning days are to red days, right? I think I'm probably the only one on the show that does that, and I'm proud to do that. Other hosts can choose not to talk about that. I've had 12 or 13 days in a row winning, and not many losing streaks, but at the same time, and I don't want to. This is not trying to be this is not humble bragging or anything like that, because at the end of the day, everyone makes their own, and everyone decides how much money is reasonable for them, what their kind of risk appetites are. The purpose of this show was always to teach and train and open up eyes to day trading. I mean, Real Trading is the #1 sponsor of the show. I still do work for them, obviously, and help train thousands of traders worldwide, and that's what started this journey of YouTube and getting on in front of everybody. So it wasn't about let's put on the best traders and show you guys what it's about, right? Neil does a great job explaining his positions, so on and so forth. I hope that I do a good job of showing you what it's like to, to have some of these trades. And at the end of the day, everyone's going to do their own. And, we want to thank everybody for watching and keep the questions going. And hopefully we can educate. And, to us, we get those super chats all the time where it says, I started this journey, 10 years ago or 2 years ago. And since I found you, it's made my life infinitely better. Or I now understand this a little bit more. That's why we have Joe on. That's Isatea, different opportunities here to trade different things at different times. So, that's what we're all about, and hopefully it helps. I've really added some futures to my trading as well, TQs and things like that. So things I'm a little bit better at, I'll use more shares, and things that I'm just starting on, I'll use less. So that's why this BTCT was not a huge position for me. We made a decent amount of money on it, and I'm proud of that. So right there, that's that, and I hope that helps you understand a little bit about what we're doing. Anytime I have Palantir on, it's going to be a decent opportunity.
Yeah, so I'm watching this softy right now, kind of just staring it down. It seems like it's catching a bit of a bounce here on the day, just on top of that VWAP. So we got that aggressive sell off there, and I kind of just look. We're trading at 1930s now, Sean.
Yep.
1930s. How crazy is that? And
you've been looking at that stock all day.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Have some more conviction. Damn, me talking to myself. But let's see. Softy, potential bounce, but again, only about 14 minutes left, guys. So do I really want to put a risk on in the last 15 minutes? Maybe something on the imbalances, but I really like that we're selling off into the close on Rocket Labs, pretty much giving up a lot of the gains from the day there. So what was that? That was an alert for sure here on the day. Oh, SMCI crossing 2045. All right, so that's that alert right there. So there it is. So we can pull that one up right here. We talked about that 2020 being that low right here. Oh boy, here comes 19 on Rocket Labs, and I don't have enough. Once again, SMCI to the lows right
You
here,
like the
2020.
trade, so that's
What's
fine.
that? I did like the
Oh
trade.
no, SMCI did break.
SMCI broke.
Come on, dude.
But take a look at this. This
Oh, my
was at
guy.
the hourly right here. Yeah, earnings reaction lower. Earnings day one low is sitting at 2020. We're only about 30 pennies away from that going into the close here. Again, not really the end of the week just yet, but this thing's been fading, right? This thing's been fading, making lower highs. Even earnings action and volume couldn't really push it back up through some of those levels that we sold off of those reports of fraud, and continuing to push further to the downside here. So definitely a lot of bags in this one. A lot of people were getting into SMCI as a tech play with NVIDIA, with a lot of these other tickers as well. I want to take a piece off of that as we push into 19. Wow, this is really accelerating to the downside here. 19s incoming on the bid. Let's see how much size is sitting on that 19. Only about 1,000 lots sitting on 19 coming in for the breakdown here, going so close. About a few more minutes, 2 more minutes left until the closing imbalances. What do we do with this 19? Oh boy. That 20, the short off of this consolidation, that was a strong idea, I guess. I got to do better at kind of executing on that idea as we break through that 19, Sean, and we're trading at 1885s almost instantly. Boom, to the downside. Oh boy. All right, so we'll let that cook as these imbalances are coming into a close here. SMCI to the downside. Softy not really doing too much. But yeah, like I said, don't necessarily want to be putting on too much risk going into these imbalances if I'm not already in a position here. But Rocket Labs just giving it all up right here. So RKLB on this one. So the rocket has landed.
Yeah, the rocket has landed. You know
Went
what
on a
else is-
trip. Went on a day trip.
Rocket Man a little bit there, or
RKL.
Rocket Man. You know some Elton John there coming through.
of
Okay, good. All right, so or Billy Joel.
a round trip.
All right, so we're gonna figure this out right now. SMCI. So I just marked this right there. Like that was that breaking spot that we talked about, 2060 right now, as we're all waiting for these imbalances to come out in 1 minute. There's that break lower. Good trade there if you had it. But these imbalances coming out right now, just 10 minutes left. We're going to see what winds up happening. I'm going to just highlight only now NASDAQ and NYSE. So all of these balances are from the morning. We can look at pretty much any stock. We can watch. Let's watch Tesla. Okay, so we'll see what happens here with Tesla coming through with only 20 seconds left. Thank you everybody for playing with us today and watching the stock market and joining. MSOS continues to go up, by the way. It's now up 10%, so good note there from Adara with only 10 seconds left. Here we go. Tesla's coming in. NVIDIA as well. I thought there was a little bit of a seller on NVIDIA today. Yes, there was. So, okay, let's look at Tesla. 3, 2, and 1. All right, 30.50 right now. Look at that move down. Now move up to $31. Just hit 30.20. A little bit back and forth there. It looks like NVIDIA hit right now. Nice selling balance for NVDA. So 2 million shares. You can see that was 146.60 down to 146 flat right now as NVIDIA is starting to go. Apple's starting to go. Look at the NASDAQ starting to go. We talked about the short. We talked about getting short when we came on the air. Nice move back into view up right now. Here it comes on the big sells. Apple downside right there. Intel load. Oh no, my charts are going to crash. My charts are going to crash. No, they did not. There's Intel. Wow, $25 for Intel. Congratulations on that one. Win is a name we got out of. Wow, I can't believe where that is. Amazon also trying to sell off, but Amazon's still up that 2.5% today. Good day there for AMZN. It's NVIDIA, I guess, the big one here. 2 million shares, and look at that, continuously pushing lower here on NVDA. Yeah, so just watching this Rocket Lab going into the close here. Nothing too crazy. NVIDIA, yeah, sell imbalance is coming in. It's pushing for that day low as of right now, 146. So that's kind of one that I'm watching as well alongside. And 2 million to sell on those imbalances. Apple with a 1.75 as well. So a little bit of a confluence there with two of the biggest market cap names there, Apple and NVIDIA. With a bit of a sell side action there. Where is Softy on there as well? I can't really see Softy near the top. Softy also with a 400K sell on the day here. So you know what? That's cool. Rocket Lab, I will get out of that. Thank you. Again, I just wanted to take it back into that 18 or that $19 level from that morning action there. Sure. Let's see how we do going into day 2 earnings here. Tesla with a bit of a pullback. So it seems like those VWAP sellers still exist. That 332 trading now at 329 on a bid.
of a sell-off on this market going into the close here. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Let us know what some of your best trades on the day were. We know that earnings names had some decent opportunities. We know that Tesla had some decent opportunities. Nvidia failure to follow through of that 150 once again, and of course a lot of these crypto names moving around as well, both on the front side and the back side of the move coming in to the later end of the day. And we saw small cap squeezer in the pre-market as well, BTCT with that Sean had a banger trade on as well. So a lot of opportunities. Leave it up in the chat, and I'll take a look at them, or we'll take a look at them in a few minutes. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on any of these war, I guess, defense-related plays, also oil, anything basically that was impacted by those tensions in the Middle East. Just hearing here, I have LMT up here, Lockheed Martin, basically at low of days. I'm just hearing, apparently, the Washington Post reporting that Israel is preparing a Lebanon ceasefire plan, apparently as a gift to Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump there. So interesting story here coming through. Keep an eye on any of these defense names or anything that's benefited from that ongoing conflict there in the Middle East. With that story in mind, again, Washington Post reporting that there is now a Lebanon ceasefire plan being prepared by Israel as a gift to President-elect Donald Trump, guys.
Was there really that much disrespect for Joe Biden all the time? Like, basically, this guy comes in and all of a sudden, just like Trump was saying, like, he'll put an end to this and this and that. Now he's getting gifted peace. Like, I don't even understand, like, why a lot of this stuff, I guess, couldn't got
Bringer of peace.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable that it couldn't get figured out before is what I'm getting at. Like, all of a sudden now, no problem. We could do this ceasefire as a gift. Like, it doesn't, we're talking about humanity here and things like that. It just seems a little bit ridiculous that we have to do this. But okay, we'll leave it at that. I don't want to get too political anymore as we go, but it just seems a bit ridiculous. We did get out of some TQQ there. We got into TQQ by accident and then got out immediately. And again, it wasn't by accident. We had a pending order there. I just wasn't paying attention to it. Comes in. I liked it off this bottom here for the futures, but with only a little bit of time left, we don't like it that much. So we are now out of the TQQ position now. So, it was Matt Gaetz. So that's what it was. There's a tweet that he just put out something about cannabis. So I don't know. It looks like Adara's going to be right about that call there as we talk about where and what to expect with some of these cannabis plays. So it does look like it's moving around. MSOS, CGC, another name there today. If you're looking at cannabis names, this is another name that could move around. There it goes up to 390. So down to 390. Good little look there. If I hear anything else, Disney coming through again. I guess that's tomorrow morning. Palantir, let's see where that's doing today. So a nice move today, up 1.33%, but a nice move down where we were able to take those shares. Now fading back in a little bit with only 5 minutes to go. Very, very interesting, man. I think cannabis will, I don't think, it'll definitely be in play tomorrow, if not already known about that from today. So we'll watch out for MSOS, Tilray, CGC, names like that. So we'll figure that all out, man. But wow. Yeah, that ceasefire thing is very, very interesting. I can't believe we're talking about stuff like that as a gift. But at the end of the day, peace is, I feel like, what we should be striving for, regardless of who is in office.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. It's should be uncorrelated there. Exactly. Yeah, what do I know? Above my pay grade there. Nvidia is still continuing to push some fresh lows there. Day lows coming in right now, coming in real hot, only about 3 pennies away from that day low, 145.91, trading at 94s. Okay, back above the $1.02s right now on Nvidia. So a bit of a sell-off coming in about 5 minutes. There's the pairing right there. So let's see if Nvidia got a little bit paired going into the pairing event, I guess. So yeah, it just did. A lot of these names getting paired right there. Apple still with a bit of a 900K sell there. So let's see what Apple has been doing off of its sell imbalance as well. Oh boy.
What's it doing?
Wow, look at Apple off of that sell imbalance.
Heck City?
Do you see?
Yeah, I mean, look at NVIDIA. I was looking at NVIDIA
That's absolutely
as well.
wild. That's solid. So again, it was a decent chunk
NVIDIA, dude.
there. But again, this name, we went about I guess 28.5 million shares on the day. So relatively low volume day. That's interesting. So average volume on Apple is 40 million shares. Today it does 28 million, and it moves like this on a 2 million imbalance roughly. That's interesting. That's maybe something to keep a note for in the future.
I think there's some pretty weak names out there.
Yeah, if you're doing less than average volume, then maybe the closing imbalances can push you around a little bit there, perhaps. going into the close. So maybe that's a look that I might want to have going forward there. But yeah, no, NVIDIA quite crazy as well, selling off aggressively. But have we broken the low of day just yet? So 94s was the low, 91 is the day low right there. So pretty much came about 3 pennies close to it and picking right back up. So the bell hasn't rung just yet. We still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the day. So I don't really have too much else going on, Sean. Nothing too crazy. I was looking at the MSOS earlier as well, and I was like, oh boy, this thing came in. Intraday catalyst on MSOS, and then nice little reversion back down. Doesn't quite get to VWAP, but a quick little scalp after that bid dissipates, and we're trading and shopping around that $5 level as of right now. I wonder if Tilray, nice, muscle memory. Tilray, I go to type in the T, and then I immediately type in Tesla. And same thing happens with me with names that begin with like an M. I went to go type in MSOS, and I find myself typing in Softy there.
I'm out of here.
So,
TQ's,
yes,
nice little
Sean.
movie. I got to go over to the desk. We have Cisco
Yes, sir.
coming up. We have new holdings coming up as well. Adobe. Obi will take you into the close right there. Reddit also moving around a little bit there today. Thank you for a great show, Obi. We'll be back here tomorrow and trade these all over again. All right, I'm going over the desk.
solid trades, man, today.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Boom. Great job on Rocket Labs.
Yeah, gonna do some journaling later today and figure out where we can be a little bit more aggressive on this trade. Definitely left a lot on the table on this ticker today. Again, earnings day 1 I like, earnings day 2 I like as well. That breakdown coming in quite nicely here. I guess we can blow this up a little bit and talk about what that trade was. Only about a minute left, right? So do a quick rundown. Opening drive came in quite nice. I missed some of the good prices down here at 18 halves and 18s, but that push came in quite aggressively. Reload at that VWAP right there, not on the right side of the V, so get stopped out for the break even, just trying it out, and then finally comes in. Not as aggressive. That's something I got to work on. Consolidation right below high a day for a breakout for even further. I got to get it. Definitely have to get involved in that piece right there. Break of trend brings us all the way down, back in through VWAP. No real bounce on that VWAP, so that VWAP is done for. Only in the morning session was it respected. Now consolidating underneath very tightly in a 40 penny range for over about 2 hours before it cracks even further, and now pushing even more lows right now, trading at 1876s. So that's the story here on Rocket Labs. Yeah, it was pretty eventful there. We'll go into the close with a bit of a sell-off there, and day 2 might be interesting as well. But yeah, no, solid trades overall on the day today. We saw Sean with some bangers as well. A lot of opportunity in this market, guys. So hopefully everyone's catching a little bit of a piece there. So again, don't forget our ringing of the bell brought to you by Worksport, WKSP, trades on the markets. There's that QR code if you want to see it. 3, 2, 1. And the market is closed, guys. Almost missed that countdown there. All right, so people talking about Cisco to the moon. Yeah, the earnings season's not over, guys. We still have a lot of earnings left to go here. Again, NVIDIA still hasn't reported. There's still some in a few more weeks there. So we're in the middle of earnings season, roughly, with a decent chunk of tickers that have already kind of reported. So market, what have you done on the day today? Pretty much a sideways chop on the market. So nothing too crazy, but something that did do things on the day today was Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, let's take a quick review of Bitcoin before we pass it off to Sean and Adara at the big desk for that market recap. So on the day today, Bitcoin here, we hit all-time highs once again today. So back-to-back days, lifting that all-time high level even higher and higher, creeping ever so close to that 100K mark. We made some highs at 90 over yesterday going into the close. Today we broke out. 93 halves are printing at the highs today, trading below 90K right now. So you can see that on a higher time frame and just go onto a 3-hour chart. Look at this trend, man. I'll take that VWAP off of there as well. If this chart will load. Okay, cool. So right there. So this is a 3-hour chart right here, and a nice strong trend, nice strong leg to the upside here. Again, once again, after we consolidated underneath this trend resistance here. So nothing too crazy other than Bitcoin and a lot of crypto names moving around. Don't expect some of those tickers like Mara and MSTR and all those other names to continue bidding up all the way as Bitcoin goes up. I think IBIT is a better vehicle if you want to follow that Bitcoin move. So without any further ado, I think they're ready for us at the desk. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Market recap is about to start, guys. Take it easy. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, everybody. By the way, what's up, everybody? Thanks to have Adara on the show right now. It's going to be a big one, as per usual. Cisco right now, we're looking for Cisco. You know what just reported? WKSP Worksport just reported. And look at this blast off. We've been talking about this stock for a minute. There goes Worksport up to 105 right now. Nice report coming for Worksport. Q3 revenue soars 581%. WKSP expects to exceed its previously issued revenue guidance, 6 to 8 million by year end. So it's already going to exceed that. A nice move up there for WKSP trying to go. But welcome, everybody. What an exciting show we're going to have for you as the NASDAQ had a very interesting day. Actually, pretty flat, right? Ending the day up or down 0.15. Now we wait for Cisco. We wait for new holdings. That's going to be NU coming. Whoa, that might be out. New getting to the downside right now. We had them looking for 415, revenue of 3 billion, EPS of 10 cents. If we get some numbers on that one, we'll get NU. Not yet, says Adara. SMH, shaking my head, says it. Shaking
my rear.
Shaking my rear. Oh yeah, SMR. What's going on with SMR?
I still cannot. Rivian and I lost our minds at that.
That was a good one, right? $27 for SMR today, up just a small 9% right there. And again, as nuclear comes more into talk, we talked about what this new Trump trade is going to mean, right? It's going to mean uranium possibly to the upside. So that's a URA. We saw CCJ the other day starting to go as well. Chemical, that could be another play coming in. NNE, another one. Nano nuclear could be a play there, but I like SMR because NewScale, it's been always talked about. It was actually listed a little bit there in the Amazon talk. WKSP apparently still going 116 right now, up 40% right now. WKSP as that continues to go higher now as well. Cisco, we wait for that report as we just reviewed the Worksport numbers. Congratulations to anybody on that. And they've been on our show just for a minute. URA downside. Hey, we have GLD, right? We have Peter Schiff.
We do.
Coming over 1 million followers. Get everything you need to know about gold and his opinion on that. Get his opinion on Bitcoin. If you're a Bitcoin bull, you may not like it, but he's coming through very, very soon. Peter Schiff. Look at gold. Nice little pullback. I'm actually interested to talk to him as well. I think Brendan will probably do the interview, but maybe we can get a question or so in for him. Where's the pullback going to stop here? We talked about inflation. We talked about the bond yields. We talked about the US dollar. If you come over here and look at the screen, GLD with a pullback in there today. Look, both major indices dropped today, including SPY. It looks like
I have new holdings.
Might be up a little bit there. We just get green there at the end of the day on SPY. All right, apparently Adara, and we'll review the markets in a minute. Adara has new holdings. Looks like it's going the other way.
Yeah, this we're actually supposed to be getting here at 4:15, so a little bit early here for NU. Here, I guess the only number we have here is their sales. So reporting here, Q3 sales, $2.94 billion versus estimates here of $2.85 billion here. I'm going to see if we have any other numbers. Adjusted earnings here also beating by what seems like a literal hair. They reported adjusted earnings of 11 1/3 cents per share versus 11 cents per share expected. So they beat by a fraction of a cent. But clearly investors liking what they see here for NU and that literally fractional beat there for NU. Let's see if we have Cisco here. What is Cisco doing? Dumbing like a truck? No? Okay, their earnings are out. I'm going to have to read through this report itself. Okay, so revenue here down 6% year over year. Their reported revenue of $13.8 billion. Analysts were looking for $13.76 billion, so there's going to be a slight beat. I think Sean has the chart in his screen right there. So yeah, they did decrease year over year in revenue, but it does look like they beat estimates from what I'm seeing. Apparently, it came in the high end of their own guidance range. Then they also had GAAP earnings per share here, 68 cents. Non-GAAP earnings, 91 cents per share. I was seeing estimates here of 87 cents per share, so we'll see. Okay, so I have the official numbers out coming compared to official analyst estimates because there's always a lot of estimates coming in, but they did in fact
it's
beat
coming back
sales,
in.
And they beat here adjusted earnings per share for CSCO. So adjusted earnings of 91 cents per share versus 87 cents expected. We just went over that. Sales of 13.841 billion versus 13.771 billion expected for CSCO. I'm going to read through the rest of this report. If I see anything hairy, I'll let you guys know.
Good job, Adara. Yeah, 58.50 right now. So we are coming back in right now on Cisco. So there it is, man. You see the chart one more time for that one. Worksport still going higher right now. Now up 50%. We brought this one to you earlier today. There's the report coming through. Great revenue expectations right there. A penny underneath on EPS, but a good one there for Worksport. Continuously going higher and higher right now. WKSP, good little look there as that's upside. And new holdings as well. Down then up. Little flat right now. So it looks like WKSP going to lead the way here today.
I have more Cisco stuff.
Oh, you have more Cisco stuff? Okay, is it dumping like a truck or what's going on right now?
A little bit, but I do have, I don't know how this compares to analyst guidance, but I do have what they have here for revenue. I guess analysts saying what to this so far here. Q2 revenue for fiscal Q2 2025, they're seeing it between 13.75 and 13.95 billion for context. Their report for this quarter is about in the middle between those revenue numbers. Non-GAAP earnings per share, 89 to 91 cents, so roughly what we saw for this quarter. Fiscal 2025, they're forecasting revenue between 55.3 and 56.3 billion, and then non-GAAP earnings between $3.60 and $3.66 per share. So again, not seeing how that compares to estimate, but it's worth noting this revenue and non-GAAP earnings per share looks like it's more or less flat quarter over quarter what they're expecting.
All right, thank you, Adara. Let's go over a little bit broader moves here in the market. So today we did have the CPI print come through, and you can see here, this is the spiders, so this is the S&P 500. We start the day with a little bit of a push back in there, coming back into 595. Of course, remember, this hits at 830. So you do have this move up right here. This is the 830 number, comes out 2.4 versus 2.4, as expected on CPI. Then we fell off the open and came right back in pretty much to pre-CPI level, took off from there, took out the day's high, and then as we said, just closing slightly green today. Same kind of a day for the NASDAQ. Again, they're going to look very, very similar, as many of the constituents are very similar in these exchanges, but down 0.11 today. And part of the reason why the NASDAQ goes down, and it is going to be stock specific, I feel like. I mean, generally speaking, if we're going to look at a broader market, there's many names to look at. You can see right here NVIDIA. I feel like that was a big, obviously a big lead on the NASDAQ today, down 1.3%. Google also and Meta both down that 1%, with Google down even a little bit more than that, down 1.51%. Apple tried to hold it up. Positive on the day, 0.4. That got going late. So did Microsoft. So basically a battle of the beasts here today, as some of them are up, some of them are down, which is what gives you that sort of flattish day on the NASDAQ. But right now, Cisco apparently starting to move a little bit lower. So CSCO now starting to move a little bit lower. Let's have a quick look on that. So the daily chart comes as high as $62, now back into 58 and change. Not good. Let me adjust this down to a 1 minute number. And again, Cisco beat on the top and the bottom. It must be the guide, Adara, sending Cisco a little bit lower. I'm just going to keep checking on
the guide.
Worksport.
Actually, they raised the guide. It's interesting for the fiscal
They raised
2025.
it. Okay.
So I gave
What's
you
up
guys
with
those
that?
numbers. It's actually above here their previous. So here they're seeing adjusted earnings between $3.60 to $3.66 per share for fiscal 2025. Their previous guidance there was $3.52 to $3.58. So that's an increase. They also increased their revenue guidance here, 55.38 to 56.38 billion compared to 55 to 56.2 billion expected. So that's a raise for top and bottom end of the guidance. Now their Q2 revenue, which I said seemed like it was kind of a little bit midway, actually was a beat. So for their guidance, they're guiding 13.75 to 13.95 billion for Q2. Analysts were looking for 13.74, so they barely beat revenue estimates there for their guidance. So again, revenue beat, sales beat, guidance beat, and then guidance actually raised for fiscal 2024. I want to thank Justin Moore here for the $5 super chat, saying
Perfect.
Thanks, Sean and the crew, for all you do. Truly a blessing. Worksport, baby. I always
What?
tell
You said Worksport, baby.
Yeah, I always tell Ramin and Fabian every time I hear Worksport, I think of Motorsport by Migos. So Worksport, I guess they put that thing in sport today.
Yeah, they sure did. I'm actually going to, whoa, what's this? All right, you can get that off my board right there. Okay, right now, Cisco, yeah, reversing a little bit there as well. So there goes Cisco, bringing it back in just a little bit. A couple of things I want to talk about tomorrow. And again, we didn't go over too much of spiders here as we're nearing all-time highs and pretty much at it again. Tomorrow we have PPI at 8:30. So PPI should be a play again. We'll wait to figure out if it has the same effects on the market did today. Didn't do anything. We talked about what it did early, made a move higher, then fell right back in as some of the euphoria of this move kicked back through. then upside back in. So we have PPI tomorrow. I'm expecting more of the same. David Einhorn right now talking about inflation. So we could get some moves happening in the futures, but it doesn't look like too much right now. Today we had Fed's Logan. The biggest risk of monetary policy is to do with financial conditions, so that they're the ones in control of that, so that should be fine. State of bond yields. Kashkari talked about the flat CPI print today, indicates the Fed is on the right track. So if the Fed is on the right track, then it's more cuts. So that's good for the market. We like when Kashkari talks like that. He's happy with the CPI print, shows that what the Fed's been doing is on track. So I like that one. Outsized component today for the NASDAQ. You know what it was, Adara? It's Amazon. Amazon with a beautiful move today back to the upside. Man, oh man, do we like this stock. This is a big piece of the holding right now. Amazon, all-time highs. Let me just go over here, flip this over to a daily chart. There it is. Look at this from a weekly side of things. I mean, Jeff Bezos, I said, like, I don't know where this guy's going to sell the rest of his shares, but we've already broken through that 200 level. So now I feel like you can safely own some Amazon as long as you're using this 200 area, maybe a magnet. We could visit that again. Don't buy too many shares if you think that if a break there is going to be, catastrophic for you. I think we could pull back a little bit. I would love to reload some more of these shares in and around 180, but right now on the weekly chart, Amazon was down to $85. Obviously, they're back at the beginning of 2023, straight up to the upside. I'm not even going to drop an anchor on this thing because it is off to the races. What a movement today in crypto. So I traded IBIT. They had a huge move today, IBIT.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to show you that in a couple seconds, but just to a 15-minute chart, this is what crypto did, man. 93.5 to the top side there for crypto. Then the nice fall back in there as well. So right now, look at that. That's the 200 period moving average. Normally, we like to look at this on a little bit of a bigger time frame, shorter time frame for that. So let me go over to a 5-minute chart. That's a 200 period that I like. And as you can see right now, sort of resisting that play, bounced back up to it, then faded. So for me, this is not a long until we get above maybe 91.5, which is the 200 period. And it kind of makes sense there. We'd like to see that break. Where could we stop? This is Binance. So any sort of quote that I'm looking at is going to be Binance related. So if we go over to a 1-day chart, that's going to be pretty useless. Let's go over to an hourly right now. I think crypto, again, 86 and change. That's an area that we've held before. That could be something. And we got a question today. Like I said, the question was to me is, where do we stop if we break through 100,000? Does it continue to go? Is there a little bit of a pullback? Well, I think the pullback's happening right now. I said a 10% pullback seems to be pretty healthy. I mean, we broke through 80. The next stop was 90. That's 12%. And we kind of blinked at that kind of a trade. So right now, 93. If you drop down 10% on 93, then you're looking at 84 again. And that's a level that Joe and so on and so forth, we had talked about buying possible dips in there to 83. If you're part of us, you're part of Hydration Nation. So let's take a sip right now. Adara, we'll go on the double shot. No, we will not. It's a Party in the USA. I did the that Party in the USA song. I was asked all the girls yesterday, I bought this huge speaker. It's like maybe it's like 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
And we bring that to practices and so on and so forth. So the girls playlist, Party in the USA, a big one there as well. My daughter likes The Business. It goes, let's get down
to business. Yeah, I remember that song.
Yeah, that's one of her joints right there. We have to be very, very careful. You don't want to have anything too explicit coming through there.
They're
Okay,
like children, yeah.
So big upsize move there for Amazon. Yeah, they are children as it comes through. And then the name that I was trading today is IBIT. Let's have a quick look at what I did here today on IBIT. Yeah, what's up, Tesla? How you doing? Tesla right now, 331. We like that name, that's for sure. Who's over there? Is that Fabian? What's up, my guy? All right, so we had IBIT right here today. Good trading on IBIT. So we talked about trying to play this name for the bigger move, and that we did. We had that early break of IBIT 51.50. We sort of liked that pre-market break. We got involved a little bit late. It probably should have been in and around here, 30s or 40s, but it happens pretty much right off the jump. We had to get involved right as the market opened, and we were like, you know what? I like Bitcoin. It's making that run to 90,000, and yes, it did. Huge move up to the upside right there. 51.50, breaking higher. 52.83. So again, that's about $1.30 as we top out at 94,000. And then we get that very top wick before this happens. We tried to reload it. We actually did pretty good down here again at that 51.50 marker. That's in and around, I thought it was around 90,000. It's a little bit higher than that. Then we break it, comes back in, and it's a good thing we got out because obviously we're not going to hold it now back into $50. We'll see what happens with IBIT, but IBIT was a good win today for me on the trade side of things. Then we had this crazy runner, the runner of the day, BTCT. We took 100% profit.
Wow. When does that happen?
Never. I can answer that question. Never. Right there, $12 right there long. This out is 24.22, so that's your 100% right there. It did fade back in. We got a little greedy trying to hold out for this, but look at all of these halts. Most of these positions right there, these are like basically 5 to 10% of what we had left, started to get out on all of these halts, which turned out to be pretty good. I said to Wayne earlier, I want to try to hold things for the moon, just in case we get an HKD situation, but that did not come through today at all. What sectors were bumping, you might ask? Well, that's a good question. Financials, 58% of them to the downside today. So XLF, a little bit of a downside pressure there. MSOS leading the way, up 9+% there, leading the way for MSOS. The industrials, we had CMI, we had Roku. Dollar Tree there coming up. That's not Roku. Dollar Tree making a move up 4% today. That's really nice. Molson Coors, I mean, look at the day trade here for Dollar Tree. We're going to find out when they report, but I mean, that's been really beat up here. And I think that's a bad play, actually getting involved in Dollar Tree. Why? Because of China. I think if China, we get some more tariffs on that, most of the products there in Dollar Trees or in dollar stores are going to be Chinese built. So we have to watch out for that. That could be another move to the downside. A name that's going to be reported for us tomorrow, of course, is going to be, I think it's tomorrow morning, I believe, is Disney. So DIS today, again, on the weekly, looking pretty healthy if you were able to bottom pick this name.
Yeah.
Trying to break through the 50 period. Looks like they'll report tomorrow. We'll drop this down again into the daily chart for Disney. Nice move back up, taking out the 200 period. I've said my piece about streamers. I have to look. I'm definitely not overweight on Netflix, because that hasn't even popped up in my portfolio. I got to go find out how many shares I have in this. You know, the first time I bought this stock was at $100 when it dropped all the way. I mean, it's so stupid to say that. That was not even, this $200. No, it dropped to, it was this epic drop. So it was 200, my bad, not 100. Like, we saw this drop down, Adara. I mean, look, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. My mouse stopped working. From $672 all the way down to $200 in 2022. Then the bounce started to happen. Now you're all the way back up to the upside. So that's a 4-bagger from the bottom. I think I'm out of this name for sure. I'm pretty much out of this in and around there, as, you know, greed is good, but you got to be careful with it. SMCI right now. Wow. Adara. RIP is a good one there. Let me just call this up for a 1-minute chart or whatever, because you know where okay, breathe. We talked about this short there on the day, right into here. I wish I knew how to draw lines on this thing. Well, maybe it's right here. What does this say? This is a line. Okay, we'll figure it out. But anyways, right into here, this little line, that's $20.60. We had that trade marked down. How do we zoom in on? I'll zoom in on this for you guys. I can't do any more than this. Right into there, that breaker, that was the low in the afternoon. We really liked it, Adara. We stayed away from it because I thought it was too late in the day. But SMCI, do we have news on this? Because this is making an outsized move that I definitely did not expect. And what we're looking for is, and I don't think they're going to get delisted or anything like that. I feel like they'll have a report. If you keep delaying your report, you will get delisted. So I thought they got that sent to them today. Letter of...
that was a while ago they got it sent. Now, as of today, they've just said they basically still don't know when they're going to file that report.
Okay, so that was
just an update on the fact that they have no update. So basically no change from what they already told us on their earnings report last Tuesday, when they A, did not report earnings, B, reported kind of disappointing preliminary earnings, and C, told us they did not know when they would be filing their fiscal 2024 report or their Q1 2025 report. That is not a micro move, nor is it super for SMCI.
I know, that's a super big move to the downside. Good one there, Adara, as we break through that 2060. All right, back to the talking a little bit here about where SMCI is going. I have no idea. I mean, a lot of you guys are saying down to zero. If they get delisted, that is going to be a problem. They're going to have to get, I mean, we're just kidding about this, but not really. This was just added to the S&P 500. Got to come out. Right there. So all that euphoria about being added to the S&P 500 come out. So when it does, we'll see where that goes. I mean, look, SMCI, and this is the thing about this. This is only March. So in March, we topped out at $121. $121 for SMCI, down into $20 right now. I think there's some value here, but you do not buy this name until you get some kind of clarity. All right, the big dog reports next week. It reports on November 20th. Look at NVIDIA, still try to go higher. I don't know who drew this line. It wasn't me, but it's a good one. Bouncing off their 91, bouncing off 102. So now you're looking for maybe a pullback into 126. My price target for this is 175. We've talked about the PE of just being 33, the forward PE. I think they can beat. When they do that, that PE goes higher. And what happens, stock reacts, goes higher up as well. I think NVIDIA is going to give us a big surprise with Blackwell. I think we're going to talk still positively about the sector. We didn't have any pushback from Amazon, Google, or anybody like that. CapEx is still very, very strong. I don't know. AMD is sort of telling the story right now. Look what NVIDIA's at the highs, all-time highs. AMD continues to have red candles and breaking lower. Adara, we should be short AMD right now. There is no doubt about that one. It's going to break. I mean, I like that 150 area. It looks like it's trying to give this up here over the last week. Wow, what about this 130 breaker on AMD? Look out below. Look, all-time highs for this thing. We talked about where SMCI's all-time highs were. SMCI has problems with it. That was still back in March. Why is NVIDIA at all-time highs in November when all of these names are almost cut down? Like this was 220. That little spike up there is 225. You're now down to 140 right now on AMD. So not everything is groovy in SMH, SockCell, in Semiland as this continues to go downside. What is it on the year right now? Look at that. Wow, that's pretty pathetic. 5% down.
AMD?
On the year for AMD. So if you're sitting at, it's like I have that discussion with Neil all the time. He's like, you can make money holding Intel. Not holding it, trading it, yes.
Yeah.
Right? Intel's had a nice move back up to the upside, still only $25. AMD, same kind of way. You could be up a lot of money on AMD, just you had to have gotten out of it.
Yeah.
Change since January 1st, NVIDIA, 195% versus minus 6%. For AMD. So you're talking about 200 pips. Like you cannot make that up if you are portfolio managing. That's not possible. Well, it's possible, but what are you going to be doing on to that one? I'm still holding a couple thousand of SMCI, says Tash H at 52. Sorry about that.
Hopefully everyone's doing well. Like to be clear, we don't want anybody, to, as Joe puts it, get hit by the advanced money destroyer AMD. We don't want anybody to get hit there by SMCI. It's just, it's really interesting to see the divergence in these performances between these semiconductors. Micron, I mentioned as well here around 3:30 during my green screen segment. That one's been getting hit pretty hard here as well. So NVIDIA looks like the lone shining star here, and the rest of these a little bit prodigal children in that SMH area.
I want to talk a little bit about this as well. You had sent this to me. I think this is really important. As we go ahead and watch out to see what's going on with Reddit and things like that, this is the most valuable media brands in 2024. So you could see right here, I don't, Google is absolutely a beast, continues to be that. This is not investable right here. Number 2 is TikTok. But as you continue to go to the downside, you know what's missing on here that I think is going to be something, and maybe it's because it's not qualified or classified as a media brand, but I don't see Reddit on here. I think Reddit is going to, again, it's
it might just not be one of the top 10.
Exactly. It's a brand new company. Like LinkedIn's on there. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft, so that's, that gets them on there. Look at all the Chinese names, Tencent, WeChat, and TikTok right now, but most of these names obviously dominated by the United States. There's Disney in there as well, and you could merge Facebook and Instagram. That's the same company with going to be Meta. What was Google? Did you ever have a Google Plus account?
I don't even know what that means. So
okay, yeah. So good.
Fabian does.
Fabian, so that was their try at kind of like. I felt like it was almost more of a MySpace. It's like you need to have So. Yeah, like circles. Yeah, that's what it was too. So as you go, watch out for Google. I don't think they're a sleeping giant because I think they've woken up. I sold some Google yesterday, which is Alphabet, of course. Again, huge move off of this base. I really like the base when it has this, but then now I feel like we might be basing the other way. So it wouldn't surprise me if we do have a move down, especially if the NASDAQ gives something up off the top. Watch out for Google. A little bit of weakness. I could just Spidey sense is up a little bit. This is a big holding of mine. I just got a little lighter on it. Want to load back up if we do get back into 160. You cannot make these decisions if you do not have spare cash. So I want to say get well soon to Chris Bretcher. He had to tap out today, not feeling well, so he'll be back on with us next week. Let's take a drink.
I have some tea left.
I got some tea left there. What kind of tea is that?
Okay, it's what is this? Earl Grey? It's Earl Grey with a shot of espresso. Wait, no, sorry, I'm wrong. This is my old Earl Grey tea bag left over from earlier, but it is coffee. But then it has like the Earl Grey infusion.
That was something from Ramin.
Yeah, shout out to Ramin who gives me all of the amazing drink recommendations and it just tells me to trust them. And they're amazing. And then I make my own little modifications and then she tries them. Yeah, we're like, Ramin and I taking over the world over here when it comes to using the espresso machine.
That's a $12,000 espresso machine.
We're gonna have fun with it, right? We're gonna go
Might as well.
it,
No,
right?
keep going. Keep going. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
She's giving me some good. I like that peach tea. Is really, really great.
Oh, that's so
what's
good.
up to Jackson here in the chat? I want to say a shout out to everybody that's part of the chat right now. Thank you so much for joining again. And he wrote down here, Sean, Reddit is not a brand new company. No. So my bad if that's how it came across. What I meant to say right there it is. Thank you, Jackson, for getting involved here. Brand new IPO. So this is a relatively new stock to the market, less than a year old. It just had its birthday back here in April. You look, we could drop an anchor right here. I love how it has a nice little anchor picture, so I could definitely find it. We like to put anchors there at IPO price. This is not going to get anywhere near $58 again, as there's the anchor. But as you can see, a nice move to the upside. And remember, I was talking about the limit there was 16 billion. Well, guess what? Reddit 15.83 billion. I think it's a media company. I mean, maybe it's more of a. It's not really a news. I mean, what is Reddit? I mean, they're bulletin boards, so I would think that they would fit into that category
Forum,
for
right?
media.
It's a forum.
Can you look up what sector they've put Reddit in? Maybe it says it right here somewhere. All right, hold on a second here. Changes annual sector. There it is. Subsect information sector. Subsector data.
It's the same as like Google, yeah.
Yeah, data processing, hosting. Okay. So at the end of the day, I like Reddit. I think it continues to work. Look, the big thing is this. With ChatGPT coming through and with all the AI right now, there's so much crap out there. Like you can ask, I don't care which one you ask, Perplexity, anything, Claude, any of these names there, Llama, whatever, that's Meta's, anything like that. You're going to get different answers, but it's kind of like crowdsourced. The thing about Reddit is you can get people that actually know what they're talking about. And if you go to the proper forums, like there's a lot of people searching how to fix a car with a certain brand, and then they go and hashtag Reddit at the end of it because they want to get the responses from Reddit, not just somebody that's posted something up on a random website. So there's Fabian. He agrees with me on that one. I like Reddit. Sure, is it a cesspool? Yes. You can find tons of, everything is, right? Is there some value on X? Is there some value on Instagram? Yes, there is, but you just have to be careful with all of that. So Fabian gives the thumbs up. I'm not in Reddit stock, so this is no way a endorsement of the name, but I do like the company, that is for sure. All right, Derek, give us some love here because we only have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, sorry. Are we gonna do the recap really quick before we do that?
Sure.
I want to look over this this ticker here. Kurt Scrambler here asking about IBTA earnings. So Ibotta here, they reported 94 cents here, adjusted earnings per share. The estimate was 35 cents. So it looks like they beat, but I'm seeing apparently that estimate might not be comparable. Then they did here beat on revenue as well, 98.6 million versus 94.5 million expected. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see this. But basically the issue here, from what it seems to be with IBTA, is going to be their guidance. So they guided here Q4 2024 revenue between 100 million and 106 million, much below the estimate here of 110.3 million. They guided their adjusted EBITDA between 30 million and 34 million dollars. But I can't believe it's already 4:30, Sean. I guess we're ready to madness.
All right, well, we have one thing left to do. It's going to be a roll call.
We do?
All right, look, thanks to everybody. I was just looking at Reddit. They have like Spotify as some of their competitors. I don't know. This is not right. BTCS, that's not going to be a competitor of Reddit at all. All right, I'm just going to go over to this screen. We can call up. Let's just see what happened with Cisco before we let everybody go. So Cisco is basically flat. We'll do that in a second. Cisco, let's just go over a couple of earnings there. So you just did IBTA. Hope you didn't bought a lot of shares because that was down. You don't want to do that. Cisco right now, flat on that one. The other name that we had was WorkSport. We talked a little bit about that one. Coming back in, but a great move on WorkSport, up 35% there today. Then we had New Holdings as well, making that move back there to the upside. All right, Rich Naples says it's pizza time. So here we go. It's roll call. I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time today. Thank you so much to Bora Out, Mike Breeze, Juan Padilla. We're back in the building. What's up, Rich Naples? Say hi hello to my paisan Neil, who is over there in who's over there in Rome right now. What's up to Sia? What's up to everybody? Come on, start scrolling down there. Thanks, dude. Says Random Oddities. Pineapple Undies is there too. Greg Moore is there. The Bone Broth. Oh boy, I like bone broth. You ever had some bone broth?
A while ago.
Yeah, the wife makes that, man. If you're not feeling that well, have that bone broth. You guys go, I love that bone broth. I love that soup. Soup is one of my favorite things, by the way. Like
well-made soup is
soup
great.
and sandwiches. Like if Marissa, if you're watching, she already knows this, but like whenever she's like, it's soup and sandwich night, she makes homemade soup. So no matter which one she makes, anything, man, any kind of
Does
soup.
she have like a specialty? Does she have one that she's like the best at or she likes making the most?
So she made a killer like broccoli and cheddar recently. Actually, I think it had cauliflower in it as well. Some cauliflower. I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on there. Italian wedding, things like that coming through. All right. I can just go on and on. But all right, I love Reddit, says Michelle. Ethan's here. Why not is here. Adira, why don't you say bye to some people right now?
Let's think about it. The bone broth back here again. We got Easy Peasy. We have Julie Beckwith, Greg Moore. We have Bongzilla, John Vaughn Sowers. First versus Bulls, thank you to everything you do. Thank you to Fabian and Ramin for everything they do. Shout out to Opie and Sean, killing it every day.
There we go.
Hopefully Neil is enjoying his time in Aroma.
Yes.
And also
Yes,
Sharif and that whole midday crew, Joe Ansatea. We got Relojes. We have Paco OR. We got John Vaughn Sowers again here, Bright Awakening. Juan Padilla, Henry Chung, the philanthropist Baker. We got Smooth One J. We got Jorge Ramirez. We got a great team over here, guys. Shout out to everybody for being here every single day. No matter what you are trading, there were lots of things to trade today, and I cannot wait to see what there's available to trade tomorrow.
I mean, if it was Ramin here, we could extend the show a little bit longer just to get her upset. But it is Fabian, and we just saw that bell go through. So thank you, Fabian, again for such a great show. And you just thanked everybody. So I'm going to give another shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, man, the myth, the legend. Thank you so much for all the support and everybody that's out there supporting us every single day. Oh boy, what a day it was today. Some of those trades were just like, I was on one at 8:30 with that BTCT. We'll continue to have some more fun tomorrow. It's Thursday tomorrow. Peter Schiff coming on Friday. Everything gold. Get ready for that at noon. Thank you so much, Adara. Here, we don't pound it out too much. There we go. Thank you so much. Here we go. Potato, French fries. There it is. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. We're back tomorrow. That's Adara, at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Adara. Go find us right now. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Ciao.
See you guys. Bye.